So the court reporter has been pulled into another assignment for 15 minutes by the administrative judge. So this is going to be recorded, but it's going to be recorded using FTR. So if you need a transcript of this portion, it can be transcribed. Any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So this morning let the record reflect that counsel and some of the parties are present for legal argument on the motion to impose adverse inferences in the jury instructions. Ms. Jensen, do you wish to be heard?
I do, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Just so we get a better record, let's use the podium. Thank you. When? Inferences.
Thank you, Your Honor. Plaintiffs have submitted a brief outlining these arguments already, and the main points here are that default and the adverse inferences are a couple of different things or have a couple of different impacts on the plaintiff's case. And so understanding, of course, that in this situation the defendants have been found to be in default and therefore the factual allegations of the complaint are taken as true, that doesn't reach every issue for which the plaintiffs truly have the burden of proof. And so one of the issues that stands out the most and which we highlighted in the briefing is the financial condition and interrelationships of the defendants. And of course, financial condition is relevant to punitive damages because what it takes to punish a defendant differs depending on how much that defendant has. And plaintiffs have been denied all discovery on this due to the defendant's misconduct in discovery. And to be clear, this withholding of evidence is intentional. We've seen, and the court has seen in some of the trial exhibits already, that the defendants have refused to participate in the discovery process. We've cited evidence in the briefing showing that they've even discussed the discovery requests that were given to them, and that they had the obligation, in prior court orders before this case was transferred, the court found, they had the obligation to sit for depositions, to respond to discovery, because plaintiffs still have the burden of proof on punitive damages and the amount of damages. And so this intentional withholding of evidence under the spoliation doctrine calls for a remedy of adverse inferences to be imposed. And in the Big O Tires case that was cited in our briefing, the court held or affirmed, the Idaho Supreme Court affirmed the district court in imposing an adverse inference instruction. And in that case, I think the outcome was a little bit different, but the main point was that an adverse inference jury instruction is an appropriate remedy where there has been intentional or reckless spoliation of evidence. And spoliation under Black's Law Dictionary includes both the destruction of evidence and the withholding, so long as the state of mind aspect can be shown. And here, that is clear. So if the court has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them or address them. But we have set forth our proposed adverse inferences in our proposed jury instructions. That was filed. It's been slightly amended since our initial filing. I forget the date, but anyway, the one that we filed on Monday is the current.
Thank you very much. I
Thank you.
don't think I have any questions at this time. So the court had an opportunity to review the case law cited by the plaintiffs, and another case that the court found instructive is a recent case called Bagby v. Davis. It is an opinion that has not been released for publication because it's still subject to revision or withdrawal, so I have a Westlaw site for this case of 2023 Westlaw 3573764, and the opinion was filed by the Idaho Supreme Court on May 22nd, 2023. And I think that case does a nice job of talking about Courtney v. Big O Tires, Inc., 139 Idaho 821, as well as some other cases regarding this particular issue. from the Begley case at page 5, the court held that, quote, the spoliation doctrine is a general principle of civil litigation, although it also applies to criminal litigation, which provides that upon a showing of intentional destruction of evidence by an opposing party, an inference arises that the missing evidence was adverse to the party's position, citing Courtney v. Big O Tires, Inc. at 824, which is a 2003 case. The court goes on to state that the spoliation doctrine thus applies to the conduct of proceedings before the trial court, and it is a discretionary call for the trial court on whether or not to give this instruction. The court, of course, must exercise its discretion consistent with Lundberg v. My Fun Life, 163 Idaho 856, at 863, the 2018 case that says the trial court must correctly perceive the issue as one of discretion, act within the outer boundaries of its discretion, act consistently with the legal standards applicable to the specific choices available to it, and reach its decision by the exercise of reason. This case was sort of interesting, the Bagby case, because it involved a divorce that was going on for 20 years, and the court didn't give an adverse instruction, and that was the issue on appeal, and mostly because the court found that in 20 years, a lot of people get rid of documents that maybe they should have held onto, and that both sides got rid of documents not necessarily intentionally, and that there was no finding that they were intentionally trying to destroy documents. But the holding in Bagby is that spoliation is a discretionary call for the court, and the court will be reviewed to see if it abused its discretion. Going back to the case from State v. Ish, which is a criminal case, and that's why I digressed slightly and said it's not just a civil litigation concept, it's also a concept that flows into criminal cases as well. State v. Ish, 168 Idaho 492, a 2020 case, does state, as Ms. Jensen argued, that as a general matter, spoliation refers to the intentional destruction, mutilation, alteration, or concealment of evidence, citing Black's Law Dictionary, 11th edition, 2019. As an evidentiary matter, the spoliation doctrine is, quote, a form of admission by conduct, citing Courtney v. Big O Tires. So in this case, it's more withholding or concealment of evidence by the defendants that is critical to the plaintiff's case in establishing their claim for damages, as well as other persuasive facts to the jury that may relate to civil conspiracy and other claims by the plaintiffs. The defendants were defaulted, one, by choice not to answer the complaint for the Ammon Bundy, Bundy for Governor, People's Rights Network, Freedom Man, Freedom Man Press, LLC, Freedom Man PAC. They were defaulted by their choice. As to Defendant Rodrigo, he was defaulted for failing to comply with court orders. But even though the defendants elected to default, or in the case of Mr. Rodriguez, the court ordered that defendant defaulted, that doesn't mean that the rule of law doesn't apply to the defendants. And the rule of law includes the fact that if a valid subpoena or court order is served on you, you need to comply with that court order for purposes of the rule of law and moving litigation forward. In this case, the previous judge ordered the defendants to sit for deposition or for a representative of the entities to sit for deposition. The defendants did not comply with that court order. They did not comply with subpoenas for documents or to appear for the depositions. And there is no doubt, absolutely no doubt, that the defendants had notice of these orders and were properly served. This court continues to mail its orders. Counsel continues to mail or email to Mr. Rodriguez the court rulings or pleadings in this case. Moreover, the defendants have repeatedly referred to this case in statements that have been played both in the courtroom or have been widely publicized through the media, that they have direct knowledge that this litigation is going on. So there is no, gosh, gee, Willikers, I didn't know this matter was going on and I never got properly served. Those are just false arguments that may be raised outside the courtroom, but they have no bearing on the facts that have occurred in this case. So they had a choice, and they could have moved to quash court orders or subpoenas, reconsider orders, but they didn't use the legal means to attempt to have these legal orders for them to appear and answer questions about the topics that are appropriate in this case. They didn't do that. By electing not to do that, the court finds that their conduct in this case justifies adverse inferences being provided to the jury for their consideration. The defendants were aware that Judge Norton ruled, and this court adopted Judge Norton's rulings as law of the case when it was reassigned the case, that punitive damages can be considered by the jury on each and every count against each and every defendant. In order to prove punitive damages, relevant discovery includes the financial status and communications between the parties regarding the events at issue in this case. The defendants have forced the jury not to be informed of their correct financial status and their ability to pay damages, if any, awarded by the jury. This is not a case like Courtney v. Big O Tire, whether someone negligently failed to comply. It is, in fact, intentional acts of the defendants who are aware of the litigation and failed to aware of the litigation and aware of the orders and other legal process that required their attendance for them to be questioned on certain materials. Even though they had elected to default, they still have to comply with other rules of law and civil procedure that they are not exempt from. Moreover, the court finds that the sanction of the default for Mr. Rodriguez should not benefit Mr. Rodriguez, nor should the default against the other defendants benefit the defendants who have failed to comply with specific orders regarding discovery of critical facts in this case. Additionally, the court finds that there is no situation similar to the Begbie case where the plaintiffs are requesting documents from 20 years ago and these documents may not have been kept. Certainly, as a matter of law, people don't need to keep their financial documents forever. But the documents being requested and relevant to this litigation are recent documents, recent financial information, recent communications since March of 22 forward, as well as shortly before March of 2022 to establish the assets, real property, personal property, control over other entities, income that flows from the other entities, communications regarding financial transactions between the defendants. So the limited time period that was going to be discussed, had the plaintiffs been able to do the discovery, is not unfairly overly burdensome, and a shortened time period can be considered in drafting the adverse instructions that will be given to the jury. As I indicated, the defendants are subject to discovery even though they've defaulted, as are third parties. So a third party can be subpoenaed to provide documents or other information even though they're not a party to the litigation, and these documents would have assisted the plaintiffs in better being able to prove the elements they need to prove for damages, as well as any punitive damages they seek from the jury. Third, this court finds that by the statements made by the defendants through social media and regular media, they had implied knowledge or implied intent that they were not providing the information requested or to appear for their depositions, because that strategy would be to their benefit, as it would attempt to create unknown facts that the jury then couldn't have information to make the decisions it needs to make. That, in my judgment, is bad faith, where the defendants are attempting to conceal or withhold information to benefit themselves versus providing the information and let an impartial jury determine whether or not damages are appropriate. Additionally, I find that this evidence that they concealed or withheld is material evidence in this case. Their failure to sit for deposition or to provide requested documents or to comply with court orders was in bad faith, willful, intentional, unjustifiable, and they had a duty to provide such information lawfully in this litigation. So the court is going to allow adverse inferences to be drawn from the defendant's conduct of concealing and withholding evidence that's relevant to the determination of damages, both compensatory as well as punitive, if the jury so finds that such damages are appropriate. The court does find that the proposed instruction is more detailed than I think is necessary to communicate the court's order. I think my judgment is that there's going to be an instruction, and I'm not saying the exact wording, that there were in fact communications between the defendants and others as to the relevant issues in this case, that the jury's to assume that all defendants have assets and financial means through real property, personal property, assets, financial assets, control over other entities that money flows to them from, that they could pay any judgment that the jury deems appropriate in this case. Moreover, I think they're entitled to an instruction that there is evidence that money was moved between entities controlled by the defendants related to statements and conduct by the defendants against the plaintiffs, and those financial transactions between the defendants furthered tortious conduct and are relevant to any joint agreement or conspiracy to harm the defendants, or excuse me, the plaintiffs, each and every plaintiff. So I'm going to narrow the adverse instructions to that they have the ability to pay a judgment awarded for compensatory or punitive on any and all counts, that there's evidence that the defendants communicated about acts, that they shared financial benefits, and all the defendants and that the defendants, to the extent the defendants have created and or control other entities or associations that receive monies based on the tortious conduct of the defendants toward the plaintiffs, the jury can consider those monies in fashioning or determining the amount of appropriate damages, if any, in this case. So I don't have the exact wording in front of me, but I am going to give the adverse inference instruction based on the concealment and withholding of relevant evidence by the defendants and failure to comply with their obligation to sit for deposition or to send an authorized agent to sit for deposition for the entity defendants. And I find under the case law that this is a proper application of the spoliation doctrine to prevent a windfall to the defendants who are not here to be excused from their conduct and to prejudice the plaintiffs in presenting key elements and burdens of proof that they have to the jury. So the motion for adverse inference instructions is granted, in part subject to the court's modification, which will probably happen this evening, will be finalized this evening. So do you need any clarification on that? Okay, thank you for the briefing. I found it helpful. We have one? We don't have Mr. Roth. We don't have the corporate representative. Okay, all the jury's here? Okay. The second issue that I just wanted to visit with counsel about is my staff attorney has provided me with proposed closing instructions. There's some changes that need to be made to those instructions, and those will be provided as soon as we get those edits to those instructions done, at which time you will have an opportunity to make objections to the court's proposed instructions. Just so the record is clear regarding meeting with counsel after court on Tuesday, my staff attorney and I met with Mr. Stidham and Ms. Jensen regarding the special verdict form. It was determined at that time that the court had not received the correct version of the proposed verdict form, and so and plaintiffs were instructed to file the correct proposed verdict form with the court. It has now been sent to the court. I'm not sure it's been filed. Do you know if it's been filed, Ms. Jensen? It has been filed. Okay. So that's now in the record, and that is the special verdict form that the court will consider. Ultimately, counsel and the court, but really the court, has the duty to make sure that the jury instructions are a correct statement of the law. So any discussions with counsel regarding the wording of instructions or even the proposed verdict form, which we didn't really end up discussing, that's proper communications just to get the law right that's being presented to the jury in this case. But hopefully any further discussions will occur on the record once the court finalizes its proposed closing instructions in verdict form. All right, who do the plaintiffs intend to call today?
We intend to call Beth Toll. She's communications at St. Luke's. Kate Fowler, she's a CFO at St. Luke's. Jess Flynn, she's an expert regarding marketing and public relations. Spencer Fonby, he's an expert regarding security matters. And then, Your Honor, Mr. McCraney, who's an attorney with Honor and Heart, may be asked to just authenticate some documents for the record and take a stand for that purpose. And then, Your Honor, our last witness, Mr. Reinstein, he suffered a death in the family. He's not available until tomorrow. We do anticipate the witnesses we have, Your Honor, should take up today, but we're just in that situation that Mr. Reinstein's not available or quicker than anticipated. He's just not available today, but he would be available first thing in the morning.
And his title?
His father-in-law passed away.
No, I understand that. Why he's not here today.
Expert,
He's what?
the damages expert, Your Honor.
Okay.
And he would be our last witness.
Okay, so that will need to be Friday morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
And how long do you estimate he will be on the stand?
1 hour, Your Honor. And as I said, we might not quite finish with Mr. Fonby today, but we're hoping that we will.
And is he an expert?
He is, Your Honor. He's an expert regarding security and crowd control and extremism.
Okay. So I have to stop at 4 today, as I previously indicated.
And even, Your Honor, if we would, Mr. Fonby should take on the order of something like that, an hour and a half. So we're confident, Your Honor, that we will finish well within Friday.
Okay, and then are you anticipating that we, after this witness on Friday, we'd go directly into closing instructions and closing argument?
We would be prepared to do that, Your Honor.
Okay. Very good, thank you. All right, it appears that we have all parties and the jury is ready to go. Christy, are you good? What? Please call the jury.
All rise, please.
Very good, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, did anything happen over the recess to affect your qualifications? That's a no, not a yes. All right. Seeing none, plaintiffs may call their next witness.
Plaintiffs call Beth Toll, Your Honor.
morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Beth Toll. My last name is spelled Toal.
Very good. Counsel, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Toll, where are you currently employed?
St. Luke's Health System.
And what is your role?
I'm the Vice President for Communications and Marketing.
And Ms. Toll, were you in that role in March of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Are you prepared, are you prepared to testify today regarding the impact on St. Luke's regarding its communication functions owing to the wrongful conduct by the defendants?
Yes, I am.
And are you also prepared to testify regarding what occurred during the week between March 12th and March 15th?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. If we could back up and just get perhaps a better understanding of your position, Ms. Toll, what are the main areas of focus for you in your role as Vice President of Communications and Marketing?
My primary areas of responsibility are marketing, communications, public relations, and digital media.
Thank you. And can you explain to the jury the purpose or objective of the work you do?
Yes, I can. Through the work that I do and the work that my team does, we share information with both internal and external audiences about St. Luke's and our services.
And Ms. Toll, how long have you been at St. Luke's?
I've worked for St. Luke's for 24 years.
Okay. And prior to joining St. Luke's, did you also work in the communications field?
I did.
And where did you work?
I worked for HealthWise Incorporated.
And what is HealthWise?
HealthWise is an international health information company.
And how long were you in that role?
I worked for HealthWise for 5 years.
And let me just ask a little bit about your education, if I could. Where did you attend college?
My undergraduate degree is from Boise State University.
And what did you major in at Boise State?
Communications.
And I take it by your last answer you've got an advanced degree also, is that correct?
I do.
And where did you obtain your advanced degree?
Gonzaga University.
And what was the subject of your advanced degree?
Master's in organizational leadership with an emphasis in communications.
So let's go back to your current role, Ms. Toll. So in your current position, how many folks work under you?
I have 10 direct reports, and there are roughly 40 people in all areas of responsibility that I oversee.
Thank you. And can you explain to the jury what a direct report is?
I can. I oversee their work. We work together, but I am their direct supervisor.
Okay. And we've talked about your role. Can you tell us also what your day-to-day functions would include, your day-to-day duties?
I can. I am a member of the executive team at St. Luke's. I also oversee the direct work of my direct reports. We focus on all activities related to marketing, communications, public relations, and when needed, we're also responsible for crisis communications.
And does your job include both internal and external communications?
It does.
In the context of your job, can you explain to the jury what the difference is between an internal communication and an external communication?
I can. Internal communication would be focused on supporting our St. Luke's team members within the organization. External communication would be anything to the public.
And can you give the jury an example of what would be an internal communication that's relevant to the issue we're here today?
An internal communication that's relevant would be an example of a memo that was sent from leadership. It could be information that was shared on our intranet, which is an electronic source for communication called the source. Those would be examples.
And in the context of this case, again, would those internal communications sometimes relate to the corporation's reaction to a disturbance or disruption?
Yes.
The jury's heard testimony regarding St. Luke's mission. Can you explain to the jury what your role is as it relates to St. Luke's mission?
I can. Our mission is to improve the health of people in the communities that we serve. The role of communications in supporting that mission would be focused on getting information to the audiences that we just discussed that help them improve their health. It would be information about our services and how to access those services. It could also include information about the quality of our providers and the credentials of our team.
And how important are communications, those types of communications that you've just described to St. Luke's mission?
I think they're very important.
And why in part are they important as it relates to building a relationship with the community?
When somebody is faced with a health decision or a health need, they need to have confidence that they can get the services that they need. My team, the folks that I work with, help provide that information so that they can access that care or that knowledge when they need it, and I think that directly correlates with our mission to improve health.
And perhaps to talk about it from the flip side, what would be the problem with St. Luke's and its mission if that trust didn't exist?
I believe if that trusting relationship doesn't exist, it could cause somebody to hesitate to get care. And if you hesitate to get care, your health would worsen.
And if we could drill down a little bit on your responsibilities, can we talk about what your team and you do as it relates to St. Luke's Healthcare Services for Children?
Yes. We provide, much like we do for other service lines, but in this specific example for children's, we focus on sharing information specifically to those services with the audiences that would need to access those.
Okay. And the jury's heard a discussion regarding CARES, a unit within St. Luke's. Can you give them a sense specific to CARES as to what you and your team are responsible for?
CARES is part of our children's hospital. The audience is very specific. To access CARES services, it's referral only, so we often focus on communications for those referral resources so that there's clarity on how to access the services and what services are available.
And again, what types of individuals in what conditions is CARES serving?
CARES focuses on children specifically, and for children that are suspected for child abuse or neglect.
Okay. And again, in the context of CARES, the jury's heard testimony about false statements that Mr. Bundy, Mr. Rodriguez, and other defendants have made regarding CARES. From your perspective, how have those actions and misstatements relating to CARES impacted the delivery of care?
Those false statements introduce doubt into an already stressful process. And when doubt is introduced in situations specific to, for example, referrals to CARES, that can cause hesitation. And when you hesitate in seeking care or a response for cases of child abuse or neglect, that hesitation can often mean the difference between life and death for a child.
So again, in the context of CARES, what do you and your team do specifically to try and address, I think, what you've referred to as the hesitation that could come from those false statements?
Our focus is on making sure that it is clear what services CARES offers, the quality of care, and the types of services that can be accessed. We focus a lot of energy on the how, and then also we spend time with communications to the families that might be accessing those services.
And now maybe to step back a little bit broader, can you talk about the impact on the community at large that your team has with its external communications?
Our focus is on making it clear how to access services at St. Luke's, the types of things that we offer, everything from wellness services to medical and clinical services. We also spend quite a bit of time focusing on the quality of that service and the credentials of our providers to help build confidence and to help build trust with those that might seek care from St. Luke's.
And as it relates to those communications with the outward community, does your team undertake any efforts to monitor and understand St. Luke's reputation within the community?
We do.
What steps do you and your team take to gather information and assess St. Luke's reputation?
We do regular research and surveys that we can trend over time. We get reports, could be on a monthly basis. We also do it on an annual basis. We have other services that fall into the realm of reputation management, where we're able to monitor consumer comments. We're able to understand different feedback that we might receive. We also have access to survey results from patient surveys that we do on a regular basis.
And can you explain to the jury why it's important for you and your team to undertake those efforts to monitor reputation?
It's critical to us so that we can understand how our performance is. We know what we intend to deliver, and mostly that happens and it works quite well. In certain circumstances where we miss the mark, it is important for us to understand that so that we can respond and that we can put things into place to help address any issues that we might see.
And to maybe put a bit of an endpoint to this, what's the significance or impact, I should say, to St. Luke's mission if St. Luke's suffers from a bad reputation, irregardless of whether that reputation is justified?
If that trust is broken, if there's a doubt in our reputation, it prevents people's willingness to come and seek care from us when they need it, and that can be dangerous.
Thank you, Ms. Toll. I'd like to direct your attention to March of 2022, if I could. When did you and or your team first learn of the events that led to this lawsuit, Mr. Bundy's involvement and the infant?
I first learned about this, it would have been on the morning of March 12th.
And how did you learn about it?
It was from a leadership communication.
Okay. And can you explain what you mean when you say leadership communication?
Yes, there are several members of our leadership team who are the primary contact when there's an issue overnight or during the day where we need to have our attention on it and they need to make us aware. So this particular morning, that group was notified of what had occurred earlier in the morning.
And can you give the jury a sense for why you and your role are part of that team that gets notified overnight in certain cases?
Yes, there's often a situation where we need to lean in for communication, support, and preparation.
Okay. So going back to this particular instance, what can you explain to the jury what the information actually was when you received it on that morning of March 12th?
Initially, the information that I received was that a situation had occurred at our Meridian Hospital, and the context was overnight, but it was earlier that morning, that the police had been called, that there was a sensitive patient situation that was involved, and that Ammon Bundy was a component of the disruption that had occurred.
Okay. And based on that information, what was your initial concern?
My initial concern was related to the patient, frankly, and understanding how it was we were supporting that patient and the work that we needed to do related to that and potential media inquiries. But when I understood that Ammon Bundy was involved, I instantly understood that this would not be a typical situation.
Okay. And so what steps did you take?
The first steps that I took was to get more information and to understand what had occurred and to communicate with my team that there was a potential that we would need to lean in on the issue during the day.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury what you mean when you say lean into the issue with the team?
You bet. So we have a number of preparations that we do in anticipation that relate to the communication process. Who needs information? How is it that we can connect? How do we stay connected to the information of an evolving situation so that the communications that we support remain current?
Okay. And the jury's heard some testimony regarding incident command. Can you explain, just refresh the jury's recollection as to what incident command is?
Incident command is a process that we stand up when we're dealing with complex issues.
And do you have a role within incident command?
I do.
And what is that role?
There is a role called Public Information Officer, and I filled that role for this incident.
And what is that role within incident command? What is your duty and responsibilities?
The Public Information Officer coordinates communication related to the issue. We also have the responsibility of facilitating communication of peers within other potentially responding organizations.
Are you also monitoring information?
We are.
Can you explain in the context of incident command and specific to this case, what you were doing, you and your team were doing, regarding monitoring information.
We were monitoring information not just within the context of incident command related to this particular issue, but we were monitoring social media, we were monitoring other media reports just to understand what conversation and awareness there was about this issue in the public.
Okay. And I think you'd mentioned your concern, one of your concerns was regarding the infant, correct?
Yes.
And was the infant a privacy patient?
The infant was a privacy patient.
What does that mean in this context?
We have standards for information release within healthcare. In this instance, a privacy patient means that there is no information available that the patient is even within our facility. So that patient's privacy is protected.
And I just want to make sure I understood. You said information can't be released regarding whether the infant is even in the facility?
That is correct.
And I want to get back to that, but why is this particular infant considered a privacy patient?
It's a designation in this case, we arranged because we understood there would be high interest and it was an evolving situation. So to protect the patient's information and to understand who had rights to access that information, we registered the patient as a privacy patient.
Is a component of that the infant is in protective care with the Department of Health and Welfare?
It would have been a consideration, yes.
And thank you. So you'd mentioned your concerns relating to Mr. Bundy. What steps did you take to address those concerns, excuse me?
They would have been similar steps that we would have taken. However, because Mr. Bundy was involved, we spent more time thinking about the potential media and social media impact.
At some point on the 12th, did you become aware that Mr. Bundy had posted a video relating to the infant early in the morning on the 12th?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of that?
It was shared with me by our team, my team.
Okay. And did you view that link?
I did.
Okay. And what's your recollection, and the jury has seen that, but just so we can get back to the context, can you summarize what your takeaway was from that video that Mr. Bundy posted early in the morning on March 12th?
Yes, I noted the incorrect information that he was sharing, but my initial thought was that my suspicions were correct, that he was going to use the situation as a platform.
Okay. And I want to break that down, if I could, your answer. You'd mentioned that some of his statements were correct. That was one of your takeaways from that early morning statement by Mr. Bundy?
Incorrect is what I noted.
Incorrect.
Yes.
Thank you. What were you referring to that was incorrect?
I was referring to his characterization of the situation, the characterization of St. Luke's role in the situation, and his characterization of the status of the infant.
Okay. And what was, well, we'll get to that in a little bit. You said you had an additional concern beyond just the fact that Mr. Bundy had incorrect information. What was that other concern?
Mr. Bundy has demonstrated using moments like this to as a platform, and I saw him doing that, and I recognized that that's what his likely course would be with this situation.
Okay. And was the posting of this video by Mr. Bundy, did that have a correlation to incident command getting set up?
It did.
And what was that correlation?
We understood that this issue was going to be bigger than, and we needed to prepare to manage it.
So you've touched on this, but just so that I can, the jury can get oriented, when this situation gets set up in relation to Mr. Bundy's video, what's your primary concern or duty in the role you're in at Incident Command?
My primary concern and duty is to understand the facts of the situation and to determine what communication needs to occur.
And what about with regard to internal communication? What's the focus at this point?
Information sharing and safety.
Okay, safety. And what about external communications? Right when incident command gets set up on March 12th, what's your focus?
In situations like this that involve a patient, we're extremely limited in how we can navigate external communication. So getting the facts is important. Understanding the nuances of the situation, who's involved, is important. And realizing how we're going to navigate questions when we aren't in a position to provide information.
Okay. And you talked about the fact you were doing monitoring.
Yes.
Were you seeing any other messaging or media relating to the infant after Mr. Bundy's initial video on March 12th?
Yes, it was starting. We were starting to see that activity.
What kinds of activity were you starting to see?
Videos, other social media posts, those types of things.
And what were those other videos and other posts? Can you give us a sense for what you were seeing? The substance of those?
They were reacting to Mr. Bundy's video, and they were reacting to what they thought the situation was related, that it was inappropriate what had happened to the infant.
So, and if they were reacting or believing the false statements made by Mr. Bundy?
Yes.
Mr. Abendondolo and others have testified that the phone lines on March 12th, relatively early in the morning, were overwhelmed. Was that the case?
Yes.
Excuse me. Do you have a role in dealing with situations like that when the phone lines are overwhelmed?
Yes.
And what is your role?
I help the leaders of those areas to support their team in addressing those issues.
And so how did you and the others at St. Luke's try to respond or address this overwhelming of the phone system?
So initially, because we didn't have a sense of the term of the impact, initially what we did was we provided the staff with talking points and information. The situation was unfolding, so they needed to understand to hopefully manage those phone calls.
And so when you say talking points in this context, what are you talking about?
Ways to quickly respond to the nature of the calls that they were receiving so that they could be responsive, but also move on to allow capacity for legitimate phone calls to the hospital.
Okay. And were these calls that we're referring to, were they negative against St. Luke's?
Yes.
Okay. And were those calls limited to St. Luke's main line?
No, they were not.
Can you explain to the jury other phone lines beyond the main line that were impacted?
Yes. So our switchboard was one. We also have a connect line. That line focuses on patient access for appointment scheduling, questions for appointments, information for an upcoming appointment. There was also activity, or our phone lines were overwhelmed in our children's center.
Okay. And you talked about the individuals who were receiving these phone calls. Did you get a sense for the impact it was having on the individuals who were receiving these phone calls?
I did initially. Again, this is on the 12th.
Yes.
They were shocked and surprised at the volume.
Okay. And can you give a sense, and I'm going to expand it beyond the 12th to
Sure.
the subsequent days, can you give a sense to the jury about the level or frequency that these calls were being received by the individuals?
They were nonstop.
Okay. And did you get any sense as to how it was impacting those individuals over the course of those days when they were receiving these calls?
Yes. Over the course of those days, and the fact that these calls were not stopping and the abuse was not stopping, it took a toll on them, for sure.
And what is the basis for your statement that it took a toll on them?
I work directly with the director of that area, the person who is responsible for that staff, and we work together to provide a number of support services for those team members.
What types of support services were needed to provide to these people receiving these phone calls?
Several things, but the most significant was we had our critical incident response team join those team members to offer peer support and access to counseling services.
Mental health counseling?
Yes.
And was that something that was taken up or taken advantage of by these individuals?
Yes.
So going back, if we could now, just to the monitoring you were doing during that period of other media, as the days from the 12th progressed, I mean, is there anything you were noticing in the messaging relating to the infant from the defendants and their allies that was of significance?
The volume of lies was significant.
And what do you mean in the context of communications when you say the volume of lies was significant?
They continued to share factually incorrect information in a way as if it was true. And the volume increased and the momentum around that language and those falsehoods increased.
Okay. Have you ever seen anything like this in your practice before?
No.
Have you ever experienced anything like this, what you were seeing, at any point in your professional career?
I've not experienced anything like this.
Okay. Can you give us a sense of the significance of any of the type of misinformation or the intensity of the information that was being sent and what impact it might have?
Yes, so they were calling into question directly the credibility of our organization, St. Luke's. They were calling into question the credibility of our caregivers and the care that was provided to this infant. They were also mischaracterizing the health of the infant.
And again, looking at this from your professional perspective, was there anything significant you noted as far as coordination of the messaging that you were watching unfold over those days?
Yes. Their primary platform that they chose to share this information was social media. Social media gives an almost real-time opportunity to be able to measure the impact of a message toward an objective, as well as modify and adjust it. So what we saw was a regular adjusting, refinement of the message. Themes were prioritized in different ways to, I believe, affect the impact of the message.
And when you see this as a professional, does that reflect deliberate action?
Yes.
And can you explain how it is that information indicates to you as a professional that deliberate action relating to coordination is being taken?
Yes, this was a deliberate, strategic, corporate level attack. And what I mean by that is that they specifically targeted St. Luke's reputation, specifically targeted the reputation of our caregivers, specifically worked to disrupt our operations and prevent us from doing the work that we do every day. They did this with the intent of damaging our reputation, impacting the trust that we hold with the community, and their weapon was social media.
And what are the, lack of a better term, the fingerprints that you saw in this that led to that conclusion of what they were targeting?
In addition to the information and the nature that they were structuring the information, it was also the strategy they were using across the different platforms. They would use their own personal videos that they had shot. They would encourage the sharing and the hoped to go viral nature of messages through other members or followers. They would also target positioning this on websites where there was almost external commentary or commentary other than Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Bundy, adding what could be perceived as additional validity to the lies that they were sharing.
And what's the strategy when one's engaging in, I think you called it a corporate level attack,
Yes.
of bringing in, I think you said those external components? What's the strategy there?
The strategy there is to expand the reach and the engagement, the followership of these messages. The intent is to go deep and wide and to create a lasting effect for these messages. The choice of social media was strategic in that they understood that by using these platforms, these messages would go deep, they would go wide, and they would have a lasting effect years into the future.
You've talked about, in this context, deep and wide. Does that relate to the growth of the messaging?
Yes, the number of people that they engaged, the number of voices that they added to the narrative, and the shareability and the commentary related to these messages.
And again, over that period of the 12th through the 15th, to be fair, continuing on after that.
Yes.
What were you seeing? Can you characterize what you were seeing in terms of growth and expansiveness?
We were seeing volume of posts, for sure. We were seeing significant growth in the engagement that they were creating. And what I mean by that is the number of people who are participating, commenting, following. We saw significant response to the calls to action that Mr. Bundy or Mr. Rodriguez were including in these social media posts, whether that was to call the hospital, whether that was to show up in protest, whatever the call to action was, we saw a growth in response to those calls.
And we've touched on coordination. Anything relevant to the coordination that you saw relating to the narrative?
The repetition across these platforms showed coordination. The adjustment in message and the nuance of message showed coordination. Those are examples.
Okay. And when you say language, are you talking about coordinated talking points? Or is it something more than that?
It's something more than that. It's a narrative. So medical kidnapping, child trafficking, some of the other disparaging accusations that they were making, those themes is what we saw growth of.
Okay. And what about, was there use of hashtags or anything along those lines?
Yes, hashtags, and there were also clear connections to a coordinating fundraising effort.
When you say clear connections to a coordinating fundraising effort, can you explain what you mean by that?
Yes. Examples on websites where it was prominent that you had the opportunity to donate. Through interviews or other examples where the request was, please contribute to support this cause. The calls to action that I also mentioned as far as showing up or calling, those would be examples.
Did you have an assessment regarding the level of skill that was being reflected in this corporate level attack?
I saw it as sophisticated.
And you talked about the narrative. With regard to the growth of the narrative, what were you seeing there?
In addition to the themes that I've already mentioned, they started to introduce other themes that would create an emotional reaction from the individuals that they were engaging. Themes related to LGBTQ issues, themes related to religious references, like the intentional use of the word wicked repeatedly. Those are some of the examples.
And as a marketing professional, I mean, why is that done? Adding those elements onto a narrative?
They had insights that those would resonate to the audience that they were trying to attract and perpetuate their message. The use of those words attract and resonate with those groups, which creates that connection and that relationship and that willingness to follow.
And what does willingness to follow in this context mean?
To attract people to help support the message or the cause that they were sharing or giving the call to action to save baby Cyrus.
Okay. And what was the significance of any of the narrative being repeated over and over again from a marketing perspective?
Repetition creates the impression that something is true. It can create the validation that implies it should be believable.
And we talked about the volume. Were you seeing anything relating to marketing efforts to increase urgency?
Yes.
What were you seeing in that regard?
Some, you could think would maybe be subtle things. It was just the nature of their communication, the way that they spoke in the videos, the way that they projected in the videos, the pace of their delivery created that sense of urgency. The calls to action created their sense of urgency. The examples that they were giving, making it sound as though this infant was at extreme risk and that time was of the essence. Those were examples where their calls to action had a sense of urgency behind them to do something.
And again, from a marketing perspective, what does that reflect as far as deliberateness and intent as it relates to the defendants?
None of those actions happened by accident. They were part of the strategy that they were employing. They were intentional.
And that strategy you started to see as early as March 12th?
At the time, I don't know that I recognized it. It was over the days that I would have recognized it more clearly of what they were trying to do.
Okay. So as you look back on the 12th, you
Yes.
recognized it?
Yes.
Okay. So we've talked about what you were seeing in this corporate level attack. What challenges in the position you're in do you have in dealing with that? And let's start, if I could, you talked about internal and outward. What challenges do you have in dealing with a corporate level attack as far as making outward communications?
In this situation, the biggest challenge was we could not share any correct information related to the care of this infant. There was zero information that we could share that would clarify the claims that they were making.
And you say the claims that they're making. Could you be more specific as to what you're talking about there?
That the child had been kidnapped, or that the child was actually doing well. The fact that there were medical traffickers and that sort of the St. Luke's intentions or the caregiver's intentions were anything but to care for the infant.
So again, looking at it from the marketing, from your perspective as a marketing professional, was there, did you see an intentional use of this, or I should say intentional exploitation of that limitation that St. Luke's faced in providing outward communications?
Yes, it's not a surprise that healthcare organizations are limited in the patient information that they can provide. And I believe that Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Bundy exploited that situation.
Can you give just one example of what you would point to as to how Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Bundy exploited St. Luke's inability to respond in outward communications?
One example that comes to mind is after the visit of the parents with the child and the characterization of that visit and the characterization of the infant's condition after that visit.
Okay.
That's just one example of many.
Okay. And again, going back to what you were seeing, were you seeing traction of this messaging?
Yes.
And what did you see as far as traction?
We saw traction in just the metrics that you can see from some of these social media platforms. But where we really saw the traction in real time was in the calls to action that they were issuing. So, for example, the crush of calls to the various phone lines at St. Luke's, or the number of protesters, or the nature of the protest, the messages and the anger that was the result of those calls to action.
Did you see the narrative beginning to gain traction as reflected in individuals showing up at the hospital?
Yes.
Can you explain how you were seeing that traction manifest itself at the hospital?
When there was a call to action to show up at the hospital via any of these messages, we saw a direct increase in number of people that were outside of our facilities.
And if I could switch to talk about the role you talked about with regard to internal communication.
Yes.
So in addressing this corporate level attack, what steps were you taking through internal communications?
we made sure to provide information to the incident command so that that was part of the decision-making process. What we were seeing, we contributed that information. We also had a responsibility to communicate with the staff that was on site based on what was happening outside. In addition, we had to remind the team, not because they necessarily needed the reminder, but it was important to reinforce the fact that no matter what, patient confidentiality had to be followed, even in light of all of these accusations.
And maybe you touched on this. I apologize if you did. What about the role in this situation of your internal communications as it relates to safety of the employees?
We needed to make sure that as the protests grew around our campus, staff could come and go safely from the facility. So we communicated routes and recommendations related to that, communicated information about situational awareness, and reinforced several of the policies we have in place about access to the facility.
So, and you were in incident command, correct?
Yes.
So you've talked about what you did to, if I understood correctly, the internal communications to help staff get around or circumvent the situation on the ground, correct?
Yes.
What was it that you were receiving as far as information about what was actually going on the ground that caused you to need to take that step to help people get around what they were facing on the ground?
Well, we were seeing and receiving updates from our threat assessment team of crowd behavior and crowd activity. But we were also hearing from our staff about their concern and wanting to understand what the situation was so that they can make good choices about coming and going from the facility. We were also needing to adjust access points, lock doors, those types of things. And so paths that the staff would normally take to come to work on a regular shift, we were needing to direct them to other areas at certain times.
And you talked about the reports you were getting. Can you give us a characterization of the types of reports you were getting regarding the activity of the disruptors outside?
Yes, our threat assessment team was monitoring social media activity as well as giving briefings from the information they were receiving from other law enforcement agencies.
And as far as the conduct goes, did you get any information regarding what your staff and others were encountering when they were interacting with the disruptors outside?
Yes, they were being yelled at, they were being harassed.
And in general, and I want to get to March 15th here in a second, can you give us a sense for how your team was responding to these escalating corporate attacks?
We were all hands on deck in responding across all of the different communication platforms the best we could, but at this point we were still limited. At this point we couldn't even acknowledge that the infant was in our care. So we were in a very difficult situation. Clearly there was significant activity occurring on our campus. Clearly something was going on, but at this point, because of patient privacy, we couldn't confirm even that the patient was in our care. So navigating that and trying to get good information out at the same time staying true to our commitment of patient privacy, it was very challenging.
And let's turn to March 15th if we could. When did you get into work on March 15th?
It would have been early in the morning, around 7 or 8.
And you were participating in incident command, correct?
Yes, we had a morning briefing.
And can you give us a sense of what occurred that morning? I mean, you mentioned a morning briefing. What did you hear in that morning briefing in general?
That the activity was continuing to escalate and there were additional concerns. There were some events that were going to be occurring that day that we knew were going to be adding to the level of concern and potential need for response.
What events were occurring on March 15th that you indicate were adding to the level of concern?
Mr. Bundy had a court date for a previous issue that he had been arrested for. And we also understood that there was a hearing related to the custody of the infant that day.
Okay. And Did you also receive any information at Incident Command regarding the status of the infant on March 15th?
Yes, I knew that the infant's situation had continued to improve. He was improving, and that he would likely be discharged that day.
And by discharge, that's different than leaving protective care, correct?
Correct. There would be a transition from the hospital to the care of the Department of Health and Welfare.
Okay. So can you give us a sense of the combination of the factors I think you've identified, the potential discharge of the infant, Mr. Bundy having a criminal matter underway at the courthouse, and then also I think you said that there was a hearing on Child Protective Services?
Yes.
So what's anticipated in the morning when you come in, given those factors?
That we're going to be navigating a number of very complex communication situations, and that information would likely only be known in real time. We would have to be responding very rapidly.
And early in the morning, did you start to see any calls to action by Mr. Bundy or the other defendants?
Yes.
What did you start to see?
We understood that there was rallies or demonstrations at the courthouse, and then we saw them quickly shift that to direct the disruptors to come back to the hospital because they had information, or they believed that the baby or that the infant would be discharged that day.
So from your monitoring, were you seeing coordination by Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez of the crowds?
Yes.
And can you explain what you were seeing in the messaging and then what you were seeing that reflected that coordination?
A specific call to action or a specific direction to go back to the hospital, hurry, go back to the hospital. And then we saw an increase in people coming back to the hospital.
Okay. What about a correlation with the activity or agitation within the disruptors or mob outside? Did you see a correlation there?
I did, and yes, I did.
And can you explain what you were seeing that caused you to see that correlation?
We were getting the reports from law enforcement related to the activity that they were seeing on social media and some of the sites that are, I think, more protected or discreet. And there was an indication that there was a growing concern that the hospital would be breached in an effort to get the infant. So when we saw the sense of urgency in the messages from Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez, we had the insight of what we were hearing from law enforcement, and we saw the size of the crowd growing and the addition of vehicles and other activities that were heightening the volume and the angriness of the crowd. All of those factors together were extremely concerning.
That was playing out on what you were monitoring?
It was playing out from the monitoring, but also the conversations that were happening in Incident Command at the same time. It's hard to separate each piece because they were all unfolding in the same window of time.
And so you were in Incident Command on March 15th in the hospital when this all occurred?
Yeah, Incident Command, I was there in the morning. I was back in my office, so I was traveling in between the two places. So I wasn't solely in Incident Command that day.
Okay. And then at around the time of the lockdown, just so it's clear to the jury, where were you?
At the time of the lockdown, I was actually in my office, which is in a different building.
Right. Just want to make that clear to
Yes.
them. But you were able to still stay in connection with Incident Command, correct?
Yes. Yes.
So as we approach, as the jury understands the lockdown, can you share with the jury what was unfolding as you were participating in these decisions that Incident Command was making?
Sorry, can you ask me that one more time?
Sure. As we were approaching the time of the lockdown, can you share with the jury what you were seeing and the decisions you were participating in as part of Incident Command as that unfolded?
Yes. So as I mentioned, there were a number of insights and inputs being shared by law enforcement and other agencies that were being considered. Our threat assessment team was watching the activity and seeing the increase in volume and the increase in urgency and just the nature of the crowd shifting more negatively. And there were discussions about how is it that we can navigate all of these responsibilities with the risks that we're considering and keep the facility safe.
Had you ever seen anything play out like that in your role in incident command in the past?
Never.
And I mean, how was this? I mean, can you just give us a sense for why this was so different?
There are a couple reasons that I will share. The nature of the threat is something that we had never experienced before. At the same time, the team was so focused on our responsibility to this infant and maintaining all of the responsibility we had to this child and keeping him safe. Understanding that we needed to respond to the security threat and to keep everybody within our facility safe, whether that be our staff or patients or people visiting those patients. The responsibility was the most significant thing that I've ever experienced.
And were you in the communication loop when just around the time the decision was made to go into a lockdown?
I was there when the scenarios were being considered. I was back in my office. I actually learned about the lockdown from our chief operating officer.
And what steps did you take when you learned about, in your role, what steps did you take when you learned about the lockdown?
I instantly understood that we needed to be there to support communication. We needed to fill our role, public information officer role, with the incident command. We have certain responsibilities related to that for internal communication, but we also needed to prepare broad and fast communication to the public. A lockdown means we are not able to care for patients, and so we needed to get that communicated to as broad an audience as we could so that patients understood that if they needed care, they needed to seek that care elsewhere because we would not be able to help them.
And did you take any steps to assist with communications relating to the lockdown?
Yes.
And what were those?
The internal staff communication. Are you only asking about internal communication at this point? I'm sorry.
Yes. And then what about with regard to external communications?
External communication, we prepared a media statement because we needed to get this information out as broadly and as widely as we could, and the news media was an important way to do that. We also use social media and information on our public website.
So we've talked about what actually occurred. I'd like to give the jury perhaps some context what you're talking about when you're dealing with messaging. And Your Honor, we would ask to admit clips from Exhibit 165, 173, and Exhibit 268. And we'd ask that that be Exhibit 165A, 165A. Excuse me, Your Honor, I've got the wrong note there. We would ask, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I was looking at another witness. We'd like to move for a compilation that would be marked 267A, and that would be a clip from Exhibit 267, and that would be 2 minutes, 46 seconds, 2 hours, 46 minutes and 1 second to 2 hours, 46 minutes and 12 seconds, 2 hours, 45 minutes through 28, and 2 hours, 45 minutes through 34, As to Exhibit 706, that would be 15 minutes 13 seconds through 15 minutes 20 seconds. And then Exhibit 305, that would be 32 minutes 12 seconds through 32 minutes 22 seconds. And Exhibit 276, it would be 5 minutes and 50 seconds through 5 minutes and 55 seconds. Exhibit 277, that would be 1 hour and 7 minutes 46 seconds through 1 hour 7 minutes 53. Exhibit 338, that would be 33 minutes through 33 minutes and 5 seconds. Exhibit 280, that would be 1 hour 12 minutes through 51 seconds, 1 hour 13 minutes through 25 seconds. Exhibit 281, that would be 11 minutes and 1 second through 11 minutes and 43 seconds. Exhibit 282, that would be 10 minutes and 22 seconds through 10 minutes and 45 seconds. And that would, as to Exhibit 296, that would be 37 minutes and 30 seconds through 37 minutes and 50 seconds. Exhibit 289, that would be 7 minutes and 2 seconds through 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Exhibit 204, that would be 1 minute 44 seconds through 1 minute 58 seconds, 7 minutes 13 through 7:22, 9:34 through 10:21. And, Your Honor, of those, Exhibit 706 and Exhibit 282 and 289 have previously been admitted. And have you reviewed this compilation, Ms. Toll,
Yes.
in preparation for this?
Yes.
And do these reflect public statements made by the defendants that are relevant to your testimony regarding what you were addressing?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would move for admission and publication of Exhibit 276A.
267A.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, obviously, during the trial, we make a very extensive record. The record you need to hear is that I'm admitting Exhibit 267A, and that is a video compilation of video from 12 different exhibits, but you will just have the clip that's being admitted. 267A is admitted and may be published and has been authenticated through the 12 other exhibits pursuant to 902.
And Ms. Toll, did you ask for this compilation to be put together?
No.
But you've reviewed it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd like you to review it and then help place it in context for the jury, if you could.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Bollinger, could you move forward with the publication of that?
I would go so far as to say he is now being abused by the hospital. The hospital is abusing my grandson, and the state is forcibly keeping us away at the point of a gun. Everything was illegal, and we will be suing the socks off of all of it, hopefully putting them all out of business forever.
That's a kiss of death. Never want to go to St. Louis. All parents here are terrified of St. Louis. They're the absolute worst. They kill people. They do everything horrible you can imagine. Those who
St. Louis is the worst of the worst. They have a record of killing babies. They have a record of killing so many people. Nobody trusts St. Louis. Anybody with a brain doesn't trust St. Louis.
my children have never been to the hospital their entire life. They've heard stories of kidnapping and medical kidnapping, and they're terrified of going to the hospital for all the right reasons. And then the first time my daughter ever goes to the hospital, look what happens.
But in the same hospital, they cure people. They kill people. Nobody here who has a brain wants to go to St. Louis Hospital. This is where they're angry with you if you're not vaccinated. They're angry with you if you're a Christian. They're angry with you if you don't follow their authoritarian rules. They're angry with you if you want to eat organic foods and live healthy and try natural healing options. They hate all that stuff. All right? They just want everybody in the system, on Medicaid, on Medicare, obeying all doctors all the time, what have you. And they're famous for this type of stuff. They're famous for calling CPS. They're famous for using their authoritarian powers to control families. But my daughter and my son-in-law did not want to go to the hospital because it's just a huge cartel, and all they do is harm people. COVID has demonstrated that, and anybody who's done any previous research based on according to the medical cartel knows exactly that the giant hospitals are just arms of Big Pharma and arms of government corruption, and they don't have people's best interests at heart in any way, shape, or form. So she said she wanted them to go to St. Luke's Hospital, which is a typical allopathic hospital here in Idaho, connected to big government, big pharma, the whole works. The type of hospital nobody ever wants to go to if you have any brains, because this is where they kill you on ventilators, and this is where they get you hooked up to every government program, and they don't have any care or concern for their actual patients.
To St. Luke's Hospital, which is one of these large allopathic hospitals that is world famous for killing people. Like all the people who died in Idaho died at St. Luke's broken respirators, or ventilators rather. Yeah. And they made $40,000 every time they went there. I mean, they were world famous for killing people.
It's the last place you'd ever want to go unless you're suicidal.
It started because St. Luke's, and in conjunction with the CPS, the Idaho Department of Health and Welfare, wrongly took a baby from loving and caring parents. That's where it started. And when I say those things, when I say I don't like St. Luke's, because they participate in taking babies, because they initiated this entire thing, because we spoke out against St. Luke's, because of their wickedness, because they keep doing this over and over. They know that they have the state behind them, so their doctors will just threaten the parent. If you don't do it my way, then I'm going to call CPS. It doesn't matter if you're good parents. It doesn't matter if there's no evidence of abuse or neglect. It doesn't matter. None of that matters. What matters is if you don't do what we say, we're going to call CPS. And that is why I don't trust and like St. Luke's. Because it is wicked that they think that somehow that they have the right and the power to take children away from parents when there is no neglect or abuse.
And Ms. Toll, in reviewing this in advance, this compilation in advance, you're aware, are you not, that this compilation consists of statements that were made after the infant was discharged?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that this compilation reflects only a small sample of the statements that have been made against St. Luke's since the infant was discharged by the defendants?
Yes.
And also, again, with kind of the breadth of the time period that's reflected in this compilation, you're aware, are you not, in your review, that this compilation reflects a time period in March after the discharge all the way up until only a month or so ago?
Yes.
So we talked a fair bit about your duties in trying to address the false statements and false conspiracies during that period leading up to the lockdown. We've seen this compilation. Can you give the jury a sense of what you're facing in your role now since the discharge to present?
Their efforts to damage the reputation of St. Luke's and our care providers has not stopped. And their behavior and their actions, the words that they use to describe their intentions, shows us that they're not going to stop. And so we have to respond. I can't think of a different other word. Every time this happens, which then takes our attention away from the work that we should be doing, which is more appropriate and aligned with St. Luke's mission.
Are you also aware that Mr. Rodriguez has created a website called St. Luke's Exposed?
Yes.
And what is the content in general, of St. Luke's Exposed?
Made up information about St. Luke's and our intentions and what we do.
And as a marketing professional, what is the objective of St. Luke's and the objective of that website and that false information?
To continue the strategic campaign to damage St. Luke's reputation and the reputation of our providers.
And would you take a look, Ms. Toll, at what's in your binder as Exhibit 352? And what does Exhibit 352 reflect?
The St. Luke's Exposed website.
And does this look to be a true and correct poll from that website?
Yes.
Your Honor, the St. Luke's Exposed website 352 was previously authenticated by the Zach McCraney First Declaration at paragraph 15. We would ask for that to be published.
Can you approach, please?
Pardon me, Your Honor?
May you approach?
Certainly, Your Honor.
So, 14 and 15. Thank you. Court has determined that a couple pages aren't relevant to this matter, so I'm going to admit Exhibit 352, and it will not have page 14 or 15 in it. Those two pages are redacted. The balance of the exhibit that goes through page 22 is admitted and may be published.
And could you just put up the first page, Mr. Bullinger, of that Exhibit 352? And if you could just expand that for, so page 1. Could you move to, I think, the page prior to that, Mr. Bullinger? Yes, thank you. And Mr. Bullinger, if you could just expand that column there so that the jury can see it. And Ms. Toll, is this a portion of that website that we just discussed?
Yes.
Okay. And take a look at that middle image, if we could. Can you tell the jury read the jury what's reflected in that tombstone-shaped graphic?
Yes, it says, truth about St. Luke's. Click here to read the facts about St. Luke's corruption and wickedness.
And do you have an understanding that Mr. Rodriguez is the individual who's created and controls this website?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have an understanding about what Mr. Rodriguez has posted that he contends to be facts about St. Luke's corruption and wickedness?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury how that kind of fits within the general narrative that you've been talking and the corporate level attack?
Yes, the themes that Mr. Rodriguez uses here appeal to the audience that they're trying to reach, positioning St. Luke's as a wicked organization or an organization that is somehow engaged in activities other than our main purpose, right, which is caring for people. He's perpetuating this narrative to appeal to those audiences and engage them in his rhetoric.
And Mr. Bullinger, if you could go to page 17 and expand the graphics that's there. And Ms. Toll, is this also from the St. Luke's Exposed webpage?
It is.
And what does that reflect? If you could just perhaps read the caption there that begins book.
It's very little. 1 second, let me find it in my book.
And Mr. Bullinger has
Okay.
has expanded it.
Thank you. The St. Luke's Horror Show book will be a compilation book of all the stories we received from innocent citizens who have been abused by St. Luke's Hospital. You can have your story included by simply sending us your story using the secure form on this page. And then there's a hyperlink to share your story.
Okay. And Mr. Bullinger, if you could go to the caption there that says Book St. Luke's Horror Show and just expand that area below that. And could you read that portion?
Book, The St. Luke's Horror Show, real-life stories about the abuse, corruption, extortion, and malpractice harming innocent Idahoans every day at St. Luke's hospitals.
And is it the case that this website has been up for some period of time?
Yes.
And what's the marketing technique of putting something like this up that indicates that it's under construction or that information supportive of this is going to be forthcoming?
It keeps the narrative going, first of all, keeps the audience that they're trying to attract checking back. But the method here is to get contributions to keep the narrative flowing. They're gathering stories from others, not only just to create engagement, but to feed the narrative.
And isn't it fair to say that there's an implication, true or not, that there are such stories to be gathered?
There is that implication.
And finally, just this website goes on a period of time for a number of pages, but Mr. Bullinger, if you could just go on to page 21. And could you read that to the jury, the meet?
Meet the wicked people behind the lawsuit.
And do you have an understanding that when you travel or navigate through that page, there'll be information relating to Mr. Roth?
Yes, he's one of the people.
Identified as wicked?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Buller, we can move on from that exhibit. And how does this website and those compilation videos we saw fit within what you've talked about before as a strategic corporate level attack? What pieces are they?
The repetition of the message, the specific word choice that's perpetuated across those platforms, and the diversity of platforms that are being used to create that spread and that engagement that I mentioned.
I'd like to take a look at one more compilation, if we could. Your Honor, we would ask that it be considered as Exhibit 26A, and that's a compilation of from Exhibit 268, Rodriguez video appearance, and the clips would be 43 minutes 22 seconds, 43 minutes 34 seconds, 47 minutes 11 seconds through 49:37, 2 minutes 17 through 3:39, 50:18 through 51:37. And, Your Honor, I think that has previously been authenticated through the Zach McCraney Declaration number 1 at paragraph 30.
All right. I'm not sure if you said 268 or 268, but on the documents I have, it's 268A.
It is, Your Honor.
Submitted, and that's a compilation of clips from Exhibit 268, which was properly authenticated.
And
Submitted and may be published.
And you can cue it up, Mr. Bullinger, but refrain from starting it just yet, if you would. We've talked about the corporate level attack. Is there a component, and you talked about different platforms, correct?
Yes.
Is a component of that appearances on extremist media?
Yes.
Okay. And you've reviewed this compilation, correct?
Yes.
And does this reflect an example of use of extremist media?
Yes.
Okay. Could you play the clip, Mr. Bollinger?
His health is rapidly deteriorating in their hands. They're harming him, and we don't get him out of it. They're going to kill him, and they will have total immunity, as you know.
Again, you want to get me off on this because I'll just start smashing things. I can't discuss it. Diego, what can we do to help?
Three big things. Number one, be informed. Go to our website, get informed, and then share this information everywhere. The more this is viral, you might think, well, I only have 10 friends on Facebook and on Instagram, wherever, and if you're not on those, and I hope you're not, then you go on the other ones. Wherever your social media connection is, I don't care. Be on all of them. Post it everywhere. Post videos. If you don't do any social media and you just have text message, you can chat, and you do with your friends and family. Do like we've done, copy and paste everybody in your list. Boom, boom, boom. Send everybody a message, let them know what's going on, so this goes viral. And then have people call the hospital. Have them call the hospital and demand that baby Cyrus
What's
be
that
united.
number? What's that number? Do you know that number? Do you know that number off the top?
I don't know it off the top of my head, but it is on freedomman.org/Cyrus. And if you scroll down, there's a list of 3 things that we were asking people to do on that day. Well, here, I'll just scroll down to the front.
Yeah, I'm getting notes here. I got to hear notes. Let me bring it over to you. Here it is, right here, folks. So here it is. So you can call the. Actually, I see the address, but I don't see the phone number here.
It's 208. So if you scroll down right before it gets to the comments, it says, can you help us by doing the following 3 things? Number 1 is call St. Luke's Hospital. And the number is 208-706-5437. And the second thing is to share it on social media and contact everybody you know and use the hashtag SaveBabyCyrus. And then the third thing to do is that if people are here locally, they can please show up to protests, and we'll be protesting every day from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Every single day. If they're not there locally, somebody set up yesterday for us a Gibson Go. The hospital bills that they had from the previous week, and now the legal bills as well, and now their personal bills, because they can't work. Their whole life is going to be dedicated to this, are mounting astronomically. There's the hospital bill allegedly to be over $50,000 from last week, and legal bills could be at least that much. And of course, they're a young couple, a young family, and they just, who knows how long this is going to go on for. Hopefully we get baby Cyrus back today, tomorrow, as soon as possible.
Sure, and thank you again for having us. I can't tell you how important it is for us to get as much coverage as possible, because as you know, what changes things, unfortunately, in America today is not paper documents. It's not what is written in law or code or statute. What changes things is social pressure and public shaming. This is the only thing that these animals respond to.
You need to start changing your paradigm. You need to start looking at it from the perspective this is an organized crime ring, then it all makes sense. If you go, let's see, they're supposed to help children and bring families together, that just doesn't make sense. No, it doesn't make sense if you're looking from that way. If you understand that they are nothing but an organized crime ring that traffic children and launder money, just use that. Use that as your opening perspective, and it all makes sense. Diego.
You're 100% correct, and I appreciate you recognizing that. It's hard for people to ask for money sometimes. It's definitely hard for me, but this is for our family. They're going to need it, so if you go to Gibson Go, anything you can give, and then when you're there, there's also those buttons to share this whole story with everybody. So the social pressure is what they respond to. Unfortunately, we don't like it. That's just what they respond to. I wish they would just respond to the rule of law. Here's the rules, here's the laws, obey it, period, simple, and then everything will be fine. We have a civil society, but they don't. These guys are tyrants, and they have to be held accountable, and accountability has to mean something. It can't just mean that they felt bad. They have to be publicly shamed. They have to feel social pressure. We want every single person involved in it. These people either need to lose their jobs, lose their entire organizations, have them shut down, be publicly shamed.
Again, you want to get me off on this because I'll just start smashing.
So, a couple things about that, Ms. Toll. To put it in context, this is what you're referring to that you were facing while the infant was still in your care, correct?
Yes.
And I want to talk about why we waited till after that to play this now. But to take us back to while the infant was in the care and some of the issues you addressed, was a sense of urgency that you were talking about conveyed in that?
The sense of urgency around the infant? Yes.
And how was that conveyed?
It was conveyed in these calls to action, whether it be to respond to protest at the hospital, whether it be to call, or in many cases, there was this sense of urgency around the need for donations.
And I wanted to touch on that. There was repeated requests for donations reflected in that, correct?
Correct.
And can you explain, well, first there's also references to medical bills, correct?
Correct.
And do you have an understanding that there were no such medical bills?
Correct.
So that was false, correct?
Correct.
And the statements regarding the infant's health, was that false?
That was false.
And the reason that clip was also played was to get a sense of these extremist media. I mean, how long do some of these media appearances on extremist media last? I mean, how long do these podcasts or show run in length?
I think there's all sorts of different examples of how far they run in length, the formats of the interviews.
Some of them run for an hour, don't they?
They can.
Yeah. And the reason I wanted to talk about this now is the nature of the internet.
Yes.
Is this still up?
Yes.
And isn't it true that even a year after the infant is disclosed, people are still contacting St. Luke's asking that the infant be released?
Yes.
And are the same accusations relating to kidnapping surrounding the infant still being leveled against St. Luke's even a year later?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want you to address that as you try to address St. Luke's reputation. The jury just saw an example of clips from a very lengthy video from over a year again. What does that mean as part of your challenges in defending St. Luke's reputation, that in addition to all that stuff you talked about before that continues to get posted, something like this from 3/14 of 2022 is still out there for you to address?
Yes, these postings to the internet last forever. They can be resurrected at any point. They can be used and cited in future posts. They're used almost as citations to build credibility in future messages. These fingerprints don't get erased.
And are you also aware that in addition to these attacks against St. Luke's, that these attacks against the individuals similarly remain on the internet?
Yes.
Okay. And part of your responsibility includes monitoring the reputations or providing some assistance with regard to professional reputations, correct?
Yes.
Can you just give a sense from a marketing perspective of the impact of videos like this that have been on there for over a year and these ongoing videos, what kind of an impact they have from your perspective as a marketing and public relations person for Dr. Erickson and Tracy Youngman and even Mr. Roth?
They erode their credibility.
And why is that significant in the positions they hold?
Their positions rely on credibility and the trust that they can establish with the patients that they're caring for.
How much time would you, if you had to estimate, have you and your team had to spend over the year plus addressing and combating the multitudes of defamatory statements by the defendants concerning St. Luke's and its providers and these statements that just continue to exist on the internet?
Oh my gosh, it's hours and hours and hours. And we see periods where it is saturated, like this period between the 12th and the 15th. And then we see it come back and it diverts our attention away from our work because we have to respond. We have to react every time they choose to fan the flame around this narrative. And it distracts us from the work we should be doing for the organization.
And you talked about continuing to get distracted. Do you have any sense as to when the efforts you're talking about to address this will end for you and your team?
I wish I had an answer for that, but what my belief is that they won't ever end.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You are excused. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we take our morning break from 10 to 10:15, and then we'll come back and we'll take up the plaintiff's next witness. During the recess, heed the admonitions of the court previously given. Thank you. All right. Please be seated. Did anything happen over the recess? Seeing none. Counsel, you may call your next witness.
Plaintiffs call Kate Fowler.
Please solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about this matter that before the truth, the whole truth.
Good morning. Could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
My full name is Catherine Fowler, Kathryn Fowler.
Thank you. Ms. Jensen, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Fowler. Who is your employer?
St. Luke's Health System.
And what is your title with St. Luke's?
I am the Chief Financial Officer.
How long have you served as Chief Financial Officer of St. Luke's Health System?
I have been the Chief Financial Officer for just under a year now, since August of 2022.
And before you were CFO, what was your title with St. Luke's Health System?
I was the Vice President of Operational Finance.
So total, how long have you worked for St. Luke's?
I've been with St. Luke's for just a little over 8 years. I started in 2015.
And would you briefly describe your educational background?
Yes, I received my Bachelor of Arts in Business Administration and Accounting from the College of Idaho, and I received a Master's of Business Administration from Northwest Nazarene University.
And are you a CPA, Ms. Fowler?
I am a CPA.
What does CPA stand for?
It is a Certified Public Accountant.
And how long have you been a certified public accountant?
Since 2004.
What does an individual need to do in order to obtain certification as a CPA?
So to become a CPA, you have to obtain a certain number of credits in either undergraduate or postgraduate education. You have to pass a rigorous test, and then you have to gain a certain amount of experience and be sort of sponsored by a CPA as well.
Okay. And setting aside your experience at St. Luke's just for the moment, what other finance experience have you had other finance experience with any other hospital system?
I have.
And what was that?
So before St. Luke's, I worked for HCA, which is a large hospital corporation in America. I was specifically at their West Valley Medical Center location.
And how long were you with HCA West Valley Medical Center?
I was with them for a little over 5 years.
And what was your position there?
I was the Chief Financial Officer.
Okay. And do you have other experience in finance?
I do.
And what's that experience?
So my other experience, I was at Commerce Bank, I was also at Deloitte & Touche, and then I was also at Ernst & Young.
And was Ernst & Young your most recent of those experiences you just mentioned?
It was.
Okay. And what position or positions did you hold with Ernst & Young?
While I was at Ernst & Young, I had a few positions. I started as a senior consultant, and then I was a manager, and I ended my career there as a senior manager.
Okay. And as a senior manager, what were your job responsibilities, just generally speaking?
So I led teams to help clients ensure they had good processes and procedures to make sure that their financials were accurate and complete.
And you mentioned global teams. About how many people did you manage while you were at Ernst & Young?
So different projects had different sizes, but anywhere from 10 people up to 150 or so people I managed.
Okay. So now let's turn back to your role as CFO at St. Luke's, your current role. Would you briefly describe your job duties as CFO?
So as CFO, I manage people. I am ultimately responsible for monitoring our financials and then certainly making sure that our financial statements are accurate and complete.
And do you belong to any professional associations that provide you insights into the finance in the healthcare industry?
I do.
And what are those?
So I belong to the American College of Healthcare Executives, also known as ACHE, and I belong to the Healthcare Financial Management Association.
Okay. And have you been recognized as a fellow of the American College of Healthcare Executives?
I am a fellow of the American College of Healthcare Executives, yes.
And what does it mean to be a fellow?
So to be a fellow, it's not unlike what I described to be a CPA. I had to obtain a certain amount of experience, pass an exam, and then be sponsored by another fellow within ACHE.
Okay. And what about this membership in the Healthcare Financial Management Association? How does that membership assist in your role as CFO of St. Luke's?
Yeah, it's an opportunity for me to, one, get continuing education, staying abreast of the most relevant topics in the industry, and then also to have a network of peers to really understand best practices specific to finance in healthcare.
Okay. So fair to say that you're pretty involved in the healthcare industry and keep up to date on best practices?
I do my best, yes.
Okay. So turning now to your role in the case today, did you analyze St. Luke's financial data in relation to this lawsuit?
I did.
Okay. And would you identify what question you're seeking to address with your analysis?
So we wanted to understand what economic losses St. Luke's incurred as a result of the defendant's behavior.
And was part of the analysis also, just backing up a little bit, to determine whether or not there had been any economic loss?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And would you give the jury an idea of how you went about answering that question?
So I brought together my team of analysts and we determined what data we might need to pull to understand sort of baseline data and then make a comparison about what occurred after the defendant's behavior to determine what the answer to that question might be.
Okay. And did you ultimately conclude that St. Luke's had, in fact, suffered economic loss as a result of the defendant's conduct?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And we'll get into this in detail in just a moment, but would you just identify, first of all, the types of loss that your analysis showed St. Luke's had suffered?
Yeah, we focused on two main items. One is the result of canceled appointments during the period March 12th through March 18th, 2022. And then the second area relates to increased security costs, both one-time costs and ongoing security costs.
Thank you. So let's start with the canceled appointments that you mentioned. So first off, why did you look into canceled appointments?
Yeah, we understood from our colleagues that there was a significant physical presence of the defendants at a few of our locations and intimidation of both staff and potentially patients. And so we wanted to understand, specific to the Meridian and Boise locations, what impact that might have had on our operations.
Okay, so in other words, whether patients had been intimidated and potentially were canceling appointments based on the defendant's presence?
That's correct.
Okay. And that was specific to, you said, the Boise and Meridian campuses?
That's correct.
Okay. Now would you describe the data that you pulled or your team pulled in order to analyze this question of canceled appointments at Boise and Meridian campus?
So what we did when we made comparisons like these to try to understand differences is we determined what a baseline period would be for canceled appointments. Canceled appointments happen, of course, at our facilities. And so what we determined was the best comparable period would be to look at the 4 weeks prior to the 1 week that we wanted to examine and the 4 weeks after. So we call that our baseline period. And so we compared the number of cancellations, again, in those 4 weeks prior and preceding to the number of cancellations during the week March 12th through March 18th.
And when you looked at the number of actual cancellations against the baseline cancellations, what did you observe?
We observed that there was an increase in the number of cancellations in that particular week as compared to the baseline period.
Okay. And would you just briefly explain, when we mentioned Boise campus and Meridian campus, what facilities specifically does that include?
Yes. So when we say campus, we're really referring to, for Meridian, the hospital building itself, and there are a number of clinics and buildings around it that hold St. Luke's clinics. So we would consider that the one location we looked at for Meridian. And then at Boise, same idea for the campus. We looked at both appointments that would have occurred in the hospital itself and then in the clinics that are right around the immediate area of the hospital at Boise.
Okay. And again, just to make sure we're clear, why did you limit to Boise campus and Meridian campus?
We focused our analysis on those two locations because we knew those were the two locations where there was a physical presence by Mr. Bundy, Mr. Rodriguez, and other disruptions. And we made an assumption that the most impact potentially of the intimidation could have been at those locations. Certainly we could have looked at other locations, but we wanted to be as precise as we could and stay conservative in our analysis.
Thank you. And as you were looking at this data coming from the Boise and Meridian campuses, did you also speak with individuals who had been physically present on location during the period of March 12th through 18th?
Yes, we interviewed our head of security and we interviewed the head of operations, nursing staff to get an understanding of what occurred on those campuses and how that might have impacted appointments.
Would you, Ms. Fowler, please turn in your binder to Exhibit 761? And do you recognize the document there?
I do.
And what is it?
This is the analysis I prepared.
Okay. And does this analysis reflect data that St. Luke's keeps in the ordinary course of business?
It does.
Okay. And does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of the data and analysis that you pulled?
It is.
Thank you. Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit 761 into evidence.
Well, this is the summary. Is it just one page?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, so the data behind these numbers is not included, correct? It's just your summary?
That's correct.
Okay. So Exhibit 761 is admitted and may be published as a summary document.
And Mr. Bollinger, would you please expand the top half of 761? Is that readable for you, Ms. Fowler? Okay.
It is.
Actually, Mr. Bollinger, maybe since I'm having trouble reading it a little bit, if we could expand the top portion that's lost revenue analysis and kind of the block of lines that is underneath that. So skipping the expenses lines just to make it bigger. I think that'll work if you just scoot it back a little bit more to the left so we can read the text there. Thank you. Okay. So, Ms. Fowler, you previously testified about comparing the baseline canceled appointments against the actual canceled appointments during the time period. And so would you show the jury on this spreadsheet that you prepared how that bears out in the numbers?
May I use a pointer? Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay, I think that'll help. So this top line here where you see these numbers across, those are the increase in canceled appointments that we saw during the week of March 12th to March 18th as compared to the baseline period. So what you see here is number 4. We had 4 additional appointments this week than we would normally see at the Boise Hospital, 277 at the clinics around the Boise Hospital, for a total of 231 more canceled appointments than during the baseline period at the Boise Hospital. And then the same analysis was done for the Meridian Hospital, the Meridian clinics, and then we added those two together for a total of 446 additional canceled appointments at the Meridian campus. And then we added the Boise and Meridian totals together, and that brings you to the 677 total additional canceled appointments than we saw during the baseline period.
Thank you. And then would you walk the jury, please, through the next line and what that reflects with respect to your analysis?
Yes, so once we understood the number of additional canceled appointments we saw, we wanted to understand how much less revenue did we collect, if we had had those appointments, how much revenue would we have collected, said a different way. So the top line you see here reflects net patient revenue. And in the hospital industry, that just means how much actual cash we receive for the services that we provide to our patients. So you'll see here that for the Boise Hospital clinics, and then a total here. Then to understand what the revenue would have been that we would have collected for each appointment. In our industry, we put appointments in one statistic. We can lump them all together, and we call that adjusted patient days. And what that does is it helps us compare all different types of appointments, right? Some folks could have had an appointment that they canceled for something related to a cancer treatment. It also could have been a pregnant mother. It also could have been a pediatric appointment. So in the industry, we pull that all together into one statistic, and we call it adjusted patient days. So the calculation I've done here for Boise is to look at how much revenue do we collect in total for patient service, dividing that by the total number of blended appointments we see. And that gave me a number here, which would be $8,714 that we collect for an appointment. I then took that number, $8,714 times 231 canceled appointments, and that told me that we had $2,013,830 that we did not collect as a result of canceled appointments. I then did that same analysis for Meridian, and then combined those two. I summed these two numbers, the $2,013,830, $2,992,185, and that gives me $5,006,015 in revenue that we did not collect as a result of an increase in canceled appointments.
Thank you. And Mr. Bollinger, if you could slide us back to, so we can see the left side of the page again. Ms. Fowler, would you explain how expenses, variable only, I see it up there on the screen, how that factored into your analysis?
Yes, so just in the same vein that we didn't collect revenue because the appointments didn't occur, there's also expenses we didn't incur. So if you have an appointment and you need some pharmaceuticals as part of that, or maybe a sling, right, different things like that, we didn't have to spend that money to take care of those patients. So we want to reduce the amounts of revenue by that. So very similar to the blended way, I looked at our total appointments. I looked at our total blended rate for supplies and pharmaceuticals to take care of our patients. And that helped me arrive at a total expense we did not incur because those appointments were canceled of $561,995 for Boise. And so when I subtract that from the $2 million up here, that tells me our net lost revenue for Boise as a result of the increase in canceled appointments was $1,451,835. I then did the exact same calculation for Meridian, which brought me to net revenue that we did not earn as a result of those canceled appointments of $2,444,958. I then added those two numbers together for a total lost revenue of $3,740,827.
Thank you. So that 3.7 million number is a net.
That is correct.
Thank you. So to back up a little bit, and you've testified that the actual canceled appointments were much greater than what would be normally the baseline number of canceled appointments. Did your team consider, in speaking with other individuals and in conducting your analysis, other factors that might be contributing factors to the increase in canceled appointments?
We did.
And what did you conclude?
We determined that we could not identify any other factors that would have resulted in this increase.
Okay. Any other factors besides the defendant's conduct?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay. And we've been talking about the actual canceled appointments of March 12th through 18th of 2022. Why did your team choose, or why did you choose that time frame for this analysis versus looking at farther into the future or a lesser time period?
Yeah, so we knew the primary physical disruption occurred beginning on March 12th, and really the intimidation impacts continued for that full week. Again, that was based on interviews that we held with a number of people on our campuses. Certainly we could have extended farther, but again, we wanted to be as precise as we could in our analysis and be conservative, and so we chose to limit it to the 1 week for analysis.
Okay. And did you and your team factor in the possibility that these canceled appointments might be rescheduled and thus arguably not be a loss to St. Luke's?
We did.
Okay. And how did that factor into your analysis?
Yes, when we analyze numbers, we always try to look at it from every single angle. And in this instance, there's really two factors that are most relevant. One is that St. Luke's operates at capacity. Benchmark to the industry, we know we are very full. And so for an appointment to have to be rescheduled, it is not going to be rescheduled likely in a timely manner. We also looked at the data and did not see a corresponding uptick in appointments that would correlate to what we saw canceled. So really those two things factored in. We don't know if those appointments went elsewhere or just didn't occur at all, but we did not find any data that would indicate that we saw a corresponding uptick.
And could you just briefly explain to the jury how capacity is measured in the healthcare industry or with hospitals particularly?
Yes. So in general, the way we look at capacity is, how much availability do we have? And there's an industry standard of about 85% is about as full as you can be. It's sort of like a hotel. You need time to turn things over. You can't ever really be at 100%. And our data shows we operate at about 85% capacity consistently. And during this time period, we did as well.
Okay. And so backing up to this entire analysis that you've done on, you and your team conducted on the canceled appointments, did every measure that you used follow industry standards as you understand them to be?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. Now, the other measure of loss that you had spoken about earlier, you'd mentioned earlier, was an increased cost of security?
Correct.
So let's turn to that second category of economic loss. And we can drill more, down into detail in a bit, but would you just provide a brief overview of the process you followed to analyze the increased security costs?
So similar to the process we followed for the cancellation of appointments, we spoke with our head of security and leadership to understand what changes we might have had or what expenses we might have incurred as it relates to security. We also looked at our data, our financial data, to see what changes we saw in expenses related to security.
Okay. And when you mentioned the head of security, what's that individual's name?
It's Abby Abendondolo.
And did Mr. Abendondolo and his team come to a conclusion about St. Luke's security needs post-March 2022 and the incidents caused by Mr. Bundy and the other defendants, the physical disruptions?
They did.
And what was their conclusion?
Their conclusion was that we needed to incur certain one-time costs to increase some of our infrastructure, and then also look at our number of FTEs or employed staff to help cover security efforts.
Okay, and would you describe what FTEs means?
An FTE is a full-time equivalent. It really just means a person that we employ that works 40 hours a week or more.
Okay. And when Mr. Abendondolo conducted this analysis and made his conclusion that there were security needs moving forward, was his decision and analysis vetted by higher leadership at St. Luke's?
It was.
And did leadership at St. Luke's agree with that decision?
Yes.
And did St. Luke's, in fact, incur the expenses that Mr. Abendondolo recommended?
We did.
Okay. And how did your team then, in conducting this analysis, determine what the cost of security was?
So again, very similar. We look at a baseline period of what our costs are, and then we compare to the increase or the change in costs after the disruption period we've discussed.
Thank you. And Mr. Bollinger, would you go back to Exhibit 761, and this time we'll look at that lower half. Okay. I think we've got, let's start with the one-time investment costs. We can see those there. Would you describe what this represents?
Yeah, so this represents costs that we incurred just once. That's why they're one time as a result of the disruption. So it was things, again, recommended that we purchase, such as body cams, tasers, bulletproof vests, things of that nature. It was a one-time purchase, not something that we will be purchasing ongoing. And that was about $18,700. And then we did implement a new security software program, again, to help our security team manage their efforts to keep our facilities, our staff, and our patients safe. And so that was a one-time implementation cost of $36,000. So the total there, one-time investment costs, was $54,700.
Okay. And Mr. Bollinger, could you go up a bit to the ongoing investment costs? So it's just above where we were. Here, that's good for the moment. So Ms. Fowler, you mentioned the FTEs. So I take it this represents the number of increased security employees that St. Luke's determined should be hired and did hire as a result of the defendant's conduct?
Yes, the $4,630,203 you see there reflects the annual salaries and benefits for the increased FTEs in security that we incurred.
Okay, and we'll get to that in more detail in a moment, but while we're on this exhibit, what is this infrastructure line that's also referenced under ongoing investment costs?
Yes, so the security program, this is actually the annual cost we have to pay to maintain that software implementation I referenced. So it costs us about $10,000 a year to maintain that program as part of an annual subscription cost.
Thank you. And Ms. Fowler, would you turn in your binder to Exhibit 759? And do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is it?
This is the analysis we performed for the FTE investment.
Okay, and does this data that's reflected in Exhibit 759, is that data that St. Luke's keeps in the ordinary course of business?
It is.
And is this a true and accurate copy of the data that you pulled?
It is.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit 759 into evidence.
Exhibit 759 is admitted. Again, this is a summary document, correct?
Correct.
All right, so pursuant to Rule 106, it's admitted and may be published.
All right, and there's a lot reflected here, but before we zoom in on anything, I just want to ask Ms. Fowler, what is included in FTE? Is that paychecks, benefits?
So in this analysis, we looked at the number of FTEs, and then we also look at, yes, their annual salary and their annual benefits and what that is worth. Correct.
Okay, and we'll zoom in a moment, but does this exhibit reflect the total security staff that's at St. Luke's currently? So there's a comparison of both how many were there prior versus how many are now there.
Yes, it reflects the FTEs at the end of 2021 of our fiscal year, and then the number of FTEs that occurred after the disruption.
You said that much better than I did. Mr. Bollinger, would you please go down to the bottom right-hand corner? We don't have to go all the way across, but I think it's easier to zoom in if you just go to the bottom right-hand corner. Okay. And so you'd mentioned this total earlier, Ms. Fowler, the $4,630,000 number. So how many increased FTEs does that represent?
It represents a little over 74. It's this number right there, 74.2 FTE.
Okay. So there were 74.2 additional employees, FTEs, brought in as a result of the defendant's conduct.
That's correct.
Okay. And I would like to just address, at least one of these positions that's been increased or had a number of folks added to it. And that's Mr. Bollinger. Would you expand the information station assistants? Okay, and first off, Ms. Fowler, would you explain what the position information station assistant is?
Yes, those are the people that when you enter the hospital, they are at a station, we call it the information station, but they ensure really that anyone entering our building is there for a reason. And so they might put a badge on or a wristband on and ensure again that there is a legitimate reason for this person to be entering our hospital.
Okay. And then it's a little broken up, but how many additional information station assistants were added after the defendant's disruptions in March of 2022?
57.8 FTEs were added.
Okay, and so is it fair to say that they make up a majority of the $4.6 million number?
It is.
Okay. And are these positions system-wide?
They are system-wide, yes.
Okay, and why system-wide?
We determined, based upon our assessment, that we needed to ensure we had safe facilities, not just at the Boise and Meridian locations I discussed earlier, but across our entire footprint at St. Luke's, based upon the concerns around safety for our employees and our patients that we assessed.
And why would there be concern for employees of St. Luke's who are not, physically at the Boise or Meridian campus?
Again, I would say based upon our assessment and the concern of the threat, the fact that phone calls were received from more than just local locations, the visibility of our brand across each of our locations, we felt that it was important that we maintain high levels of security and safety across our entire footprint.
Thank you. So, Ms. Fowler, based on your healthcare industry experience and the benefit you receive from these associations you mentioned earlier, is the compensation, so the level of compensation for each of these increased FTEs, are they in line with industry standards?
They are in line, yes.
Okay. And we've talked about the two analyses that you perform now, the canceled appointments, we've talked about this ongoing security need, and particularly FTEs. Did you, after conducting your analysis, then pass on the information to Mr. Reinstein so that he could conduct further calculations?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And those calculations include present value adjustments, et cetera?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So I'd like to switch topics just a little bit to the two St. Luke's entities who are plaintiffs in this case. And you understand that there's St. Luke's Health System, who's a plaintiff, and also St. Luke's Regional Medical Center, that's a plaintiff?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the relationship between St. Luke's Health System and St. Luke's Regional Medical Center?
So St. Luke's Health System is the parent company of St. Luke's Regional Medical Center. They are separate corporate entities, but the health system is the parent corporate entity.
Okay. So then speaking to the losses experienced by the two St. Luke's plaintiffs, how would those losses be allocated to the two St. Luke's entities?
So really any losses felt by St. Luke's Regional Medical Center would be fully felt as well by the parent company, St. Luke's Health System.
Okay, thank you. And switching gears again a bit, I'd like to talk about children who are in the Department of Health and Welfare care. So does St. Luke's regularly provide medical treatment to children who are in the care of the Department of Health and Welfare?
We do.
And how is St. Luke's paid, if at all, for the medical services that St. Luke's provides to these children?
We are almost always paid by Medicaid.
And when St. Luke's is paid by Medicaid, does that cover St. Luke's cost to provide the care to the children under the care of Department of Health and Welfare?
It does not cover our costs.
Could you explain a little more what that means?
When Medicaid pays us, it covers about 70% of our costs to deliver care, so about 30% of our expenses are not reimbursed by Medicaid.
And so if they're not reimbursed by Medicaid, does that become a loss to St. Luke's
It does.
for that care?
It does.
And are you aware, Ms. Fowler, that the defendants in this case have alleged to the public that that St. Luke's makes money off of child trafficking?
I am aware of that.
And they're calling the St. Luke's medical treatment of children who are under the Department of Health and Welfare care this trafficking?
I'm aware of that.
And what is your response to that allegation?
It is not true.
And then particularly with respect to the infant whose case is underlying the facts of our case here today, did St. Luke's incur a loss for providing CA's treatment?
We did.
And were the infant's parents even billed for his medical treatment?
They were not.
So I want to ask you this, Ms. Fowler. If St. Luke's loses revenue from providing children or from providing care to children in the custody of Department of Health and Welfare, why does St. Luke's provide this medical care at all?
It's our mission. It's why we exist, to provide high quality, safe care to people when they need it, regardless of their ability to pay.
Thank you, Ms. Fowler. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you. You are excused. Plaintiffs may call their next witness.
We call Jessica Flynn, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good morning. Could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes. Jessica Flynn, Flynn.
Counsel, you may inquire.
Ms. Flynn, what is your occupation or profession?
I am the founder and CEO of Red Sky.
And what is your role in this lawsuit?
I am a retained witness.
And what is your area of expertise?
My expertise is in public relations, or PR, marketing, and reputation management.
Okay. And were you asked to provide services by Holland & Hart?
I was.
And what types of services were you requested to provide as it relates to this lawsuit?
I was asked to analyze the reputation harm to the plaintiffs, the potential reputation gain to the defendants, and then also analyze the communication tactics and techniques used by the defendants and what it would take from a communication strategy standpoint to try and address the reputation harm that had been done.
And did you provide that analysis?
I did.
And we'll discuss, and did you arrive at some opinions in that area?
I did.
Okay. We'll discuss those opinions in a moment, but I would like to give the jury a little bit better sense of your background. You mentioned that you're the founder and CEO of Red Sky. Would you describe Red Sky's business?
Yes. Red Sky is a public relations and marketing firm based here in Boise, Idaho, that provides services to individuals, organizations, and companies.
And as CEO of Red Sky, what are your duties there?
My duties to oversee the running of the business as a small business owner, to kind of set the vision for the company, but really to provide strategic counsel and direction for all of our clients.
And how many clients has Red Sky had since it was founded in 2008?
Over the past 15 years, we've serviced more than 350 different clients.
And do some of those clients include prominent businesses here in the area?
Correct. While we love helping small business and entrepreneurs, we also get to work on behalf of some of the largest companies in our state, including Albertsons, Jackson's, Micron, Idaho National Lab.
And do you personally directly work on each of Red Sky's client accounts?
While I don't get to work very deeply in every single account, I have a team of 9. I do oversee the strategic direction of all of the accounts.
And has Red Sky offered PR and marketing services to medical providers before?
Yes, we have.
Can you identify some of the entities that are included in Red Sky's client list in that category?
Yeah, some of the healthcare and medical clients we've worked with include St. Luke's, also St. Alphonsus. We've also worked for smaller hospitals like Valor Health in Emmett or Kootenai Health up in North Idaho, along with some of the insurance providers like Blue Cross and Regents and also Primary Health.
Thank you, Ms. Flynn. And working back from your current position as CEO of Red Sky, before you founded Red Sky, could you give us kind of an overview of your involvement in the communications-related and public relations-related field?
Yeah. Before starting Red Sky, I was the communications manager for Destination Resort, Tamarack Resort, and got to do my fair share of crisis communication there. I also worked for an agency called Scott Parrott & Associates as an account executive.
And what were your duties as an account executive?
Account executives are really the workhorses of an agency. They're the ones that are day-to-day interacting with the clients, and in this case, I was working on everything from tech clients to travel and tourism.
And before you worked as an account executive, what was the area that you were employed in?
I was employed in television news.
Okay. And can you give us an overview of your professional career as it related to news?
Yeah. My professional career began in Austin, Texas, where I was a television news producer at the CBS affiliate there. I also worked in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania as a news producer for the ABC affiliate. And then I came back to Boise to be the executive producer at KIVI, the ABC affiliate here in Boise.
And when did you graduate, just so we can put a time frame on this, from college?
I graduated in 1997.
So could you give us a sense for, if my math is correct, about that 26-year career and kind of how it fits in now for your expertise?
Yeah, my entire career since I graduated college and even when I was in college has been founded in and really based in communication and communicating with intent. So when I was in news, it was about communicating to inform, maybe to uncover, and to educate an audience. And then when I moved into public relations, it's really been about working with organizations and individuals to make sure they can communicate with impact and have an audience engage with them and take a specific action.
And you graduated from the University of Texas at Austin, correct?
Correct.
And let me ask you a little bit about your pro bono and professional related activities. Can you give the jury a sense of professional activities and pro bono activities that are relevant to this that you're involved in?
Yeah, a lot of what I am involved in after hours or unpaid has to do with community engagement. So I am an honorary commander of the Idaho Air National Guard, supporting their community engagement efforts. I also have served on the editorial board of the Idaho Statesman. I am on the WCA, Women's and Children's Alliance board, which deals with abuse victims. And then I also volunteer time with Boise State in the Venture College of how to communicate and support small businesses and entrepreneurs.
And are you asked to engage in speaking engagements?
Yes, I frequently get to speak or MC events, and I also do a lot of training and coaching in those areas.
Can you give us, the jury, some example of training that you provide relating to communications?
Sure. I work with executives and folks that are just moving up in their careers to help them speak more confidently and with impact. I also help coach folks for dealing with media and doing effective media interviews.
And what about as it relates to professional recognition? Have you won any awards for your professional contributions?
Yeah, in my professional career, I've been recognized by the press clubs of the states where I've been in journalism. I've also been recognized in the state of Idaho by the press club for both my journalism work and my public relations work. I've been recognized by our business outlets as being a CEO and business leader of impact.
Thank you. And did you also win an Emmy?
Yes, when I was a news producer in Pittsburgh, I was recognized for my role in producing live news coverage of a serial shooting and murders in Pittsburgh.
Thank you. And Ms. Flynn, have you prepared PowerPoint slides to aid in your testimony that you're providing here today?
Yes, I have.
And Your Honor, we would request to publish the witness PowerPoint slides for demonstrative purposes only.
They may be published.
Mr. Bollinger, would you pull up demonstrative JF1? And Ms. Flynn, does this represent one of the opinions that you arrived at in this relating to this lawsuit?
Yes, it does.
Would you read that opinion to the jury, please?
The defendants ran an awareness and engagement campaign based off intentional disinformation about Cyrus.
Can you explain to the jury what, in your field, an awareness and engagement campaign is?
Yeah. An awareness and engagement campaign is a broad term that's really to look at somebody having an end goal in mind, and they want to raise visibility around that product, that company, that issue, and then they're trying to engage very specific audiences to take specific actions.
So is it, and we'll get into the opinion in a little bit more detail in a second, but is it fair to say that you took a look at the business model that was being followed by the defendants?
I took a look at the strategy and the approach and the potential, business implications of what they were doing, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Bollinger, would you move on to demonstrative JF2? And Ms. Flynn, would you discuss with the jury what you've presented here?
Yes. This is what's called a marketing or a sales funnel for any folks that are in sales, where it looks at, okay, we have this funnel approach where there's this huge broad audience out in the world, and we're trying to bring them into our message and what we're trying to share. And so at the top is, how are we creating the most visibility, awareness around an issue? And then as that audience moves down the funnel, sometimes people don't stick in it, so you're narrowing down your audience to those that are the most receptive to your message, that are the most interested. They're then going to make a decision a lot of times on if they're interested in what you're trying to sell or trying to communicate to them, and then you're driving them to a specific action.
And Mr. Bollinger, would you pull up demonstrative JF3? Could you explain what's depicted here?
Yeah, I'm big on visuals. They help me think through things. And so this is a way to really think about how integrated communication and awareness and engagement campaign is structured. So you establish what your communication objective is. What is it that you're trying to accomplish? And then there are a lot of different communication channels that you can use to get that information out. Some of those channels speak to certain audiences more than others do. And so you're looking at all the different channels at your disposal. And then at the end, there are specific actions that you're looking for somebody to take, to believe differently about something, to vote a certain way, to subscribe or become a member, or to donate money.
And how many awareness, could you give us an example of an awareness campaign?
Yeah, so not giving a specific one that I've worked on or named, but speaking broadly and hypothetically, say there is a neighborhood of very large homes on large lots, and it's a fairly quiet area, and there is a movement to establish a needed facility in that area. Say it's a youth facility, like a Boys and Girls Club, which is a large, structured facility. Well, if some of those folks in that neighborhood don't want that facility there, they may have the objective of trying to get the approval of that development denied, to say we don't want that type of facility, we don't want teenagers running around our neighborhoods, and so they may try to have the objective of getting that denied. So they could use different communication channels, and this doesn't always have to be super sophisticated. So one channel could be using your Nextdoor network, that online place where a lot of us kind of share different things about our neighborhood to see if people are interested in opposing this with them. They could put flyers up on telephone poles. They could also send out emails to nearby homeowners associations. And they also could perhaps try and get the attention of the media. They're speaking to different audiences. You know, in some of those channels, they're speaking to their direct neighbors. In other channels, they may be speaking to kind of that broader association that covers their whole region. And in some cases, one of the communication channels may be to write emails or call planning and zoning or city council folks, and what are the actions they're trying to get them to do? Well, maybe with some of their neighbors, they want them to show up at a P&Z hearing, or maybe they want them to have some sort of protest at the groundbreaking. So there's different actions that they'd be seeking to take.
And how many awareness and engagement campaigns have you worked in?
Probably over 200 at least.
And how does traditional media factor into an awareness and engagement campaign?
Traditional media is going to be one of those channels. So interacting with the news media, whether it's a TV station or print newspaper, that's just one of the channels of an awareness and engagement campaign. It's more on the awareness part of the campaign.
So, Mr. Bollinger, could you publish demonstrative JF4? Ms. Flynn, would you explain what these channels are here depicted?
Yeah, when we talk about communication channels, there's really like 3 spheres of these things. So earned communication channels, that's really the news media. You earn the interest of a journalist to tell your story. Owned channels are those communication channels that you are most in charge of, as in a website that you might have, or your Twitter profile or Facebook page. You're controlling the content that's on there. You own that. And then paid is what we traditionally think about as advertising.
Thank you. And there's a dollar sign that appears to overlap between earned and paid. Will you explain what that means?
Yeah, you'll see some overlaps in this Venn diagram because none of these channels truly exist in a silo on their own, and especially with the way that communication is changing, they can tend to overlap. So for instance, on the right side where we see earned and owned, if you get a news story written about you and you want more people to see it, you might post it on your own website. You might share it on your Facebook or LinkedIn page. So you're sharing and pushing that content out to a broader audience than perhaps read that newspaper article. And where we see the kind of the dollar signs is if you have content that you're pushing on your Facebook page and you want more people to see it, you can pay to get that moved up in the lovely algorithm at Facebook. So there's a way that there's an interplay between all 3 of these areas.
Thank you, Ms. Flynn. And if we could, I'd like to move towards applying what you've just laid out to our case at hand, if I could. And as I mentioned before, you were asked, were you not, to apply these concepts and analyze what the defendants were actually doing in this regard, correct?
Correct.
So did you review the media coverage that the defendants generated in this case using the false statements relating to the infant?
I did. I directed my team, since there was so much of it, I directed my team to review the coverage, and they reported to me in that review.
And I use that term media coverage in the context of this work and in your profession. Can you explain what that means in this type of a context?
Yeah, in this type of context, we're talking about earned media coverage, so third parties covering this story that involved St. Luke's and the defendants, Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez, and their affiliated groups.
Okay. And did this, in this case, did that include some extremist media platforms?
That did include extremist media platforms, but it did not include, say, a live YouTube stream or content that the defendants themselves produced and put out there.
And when you were determining what media you and your team were, when you were directing your team as to what media coverage they should review, can you explain to the jury kind of how you defined that?
Yeah, we used something called queries in this database that we were searching for analysis. So we used the queries and search terms of St. Luke's plus Ammon Bundy and or Diego Rodriguez, along with Baby Cyrus or Save Baby Cyrus, those terminologies.
And what period of time did you look at?
We looked at March 12th of 2022 through about March 7th of 2023, since our report was due shortly thereafter.
Okay. And you did mention that your team was involved, but did you yourself review a significant amount of this media coverage?
I did review a significant amount in preparing the report.
Okay. And I apologize, I don't mean to give no credit to your team if I mention just you going forward. But let me ask you this. Did you use any media coverage analysis tools when you were reviewing the media content?
Yes, we used a platform called Muckrack, which is the industry leader and standard in being a media database to see all of the media outlets and individuals out there. It also does a lot of analysis and metrics reporting so that we could truly crunch and analyze the spread of news stories.
Okay. And did you use any other analysis tools?
We also used a platform called Nexus News Desk, which has a robust reporting and analysis tool with it.
Mr. Bollinger, would you please display demonstrative JF5? So how much media coverage was captured in your review and in the analysis that you performed?
Yeah. In our review, we captured more than 1,000 independent online pieces of media. So those were internet podcasts and radio, internet podcasts and online articles. And then we also captured broadcast clips, primarily television and news.
Thank you. And did you, maybe if we could just point out and explain some of what's depicted there. Before I do that, let me ask you whether you did any filtering of the articles you reviewed.
Yeah, we wanted to be conscious of the fact that oftentimes an article may be written once somewhere and syndicated in multiple locations, so across multiple news outlets. So in some ways we underestimate or undervalued through looking at this information, the true spread, because we wanted to focus on a lot of the coverage that was just in Idaho. So on that left side you see 403 independent articles posted, because this is indicating there was a whole bunch of stuff that was syndicated and appeared in outlets across the country, but we really wanted to get away from all of those repetitive posts and really look at the ones that were primarily in Idaho and not show so much of the repetition.
Understanding that was a portion of your analysis, but just so we're clear, those syndicated posts did in fact get viewed and used, et cetera.
Correct. Those syndicated posts were viewed and were part of the broad reach and spread.
But based on the analysis you applied here, they just simply weren't counted.
Correct.
When we look at that number 204 there, broadcast clips, can you explain to the jury what that includes?
Yeah. A broadcast clip or a TV news hit is when a story appears in a newscast. So in this particular case, when we're talking about broadcast clips, if something appeared on a local television station and it appeared in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening news, that would be 3 different clips, because oftentimes those are 3 different audiences observing that.
Okay. And there's a big number up in the right-hand corner, 2.51 billion, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what that reflects?
So this is a metric called UVM and potential audience. It's called potential audience. It's based on UVM, which stands for unique visitors per month. And what this metric is looking at is every single story that was put out there was posted in an online place associated with a news site. It looks at what the unique visitors per month average is to that site, and then it adds all of that up to get at this number. So this is saying that during this time that we analyzed and captured this media coverage directly related to this campaign, there was the potential for 2.5 billion sets of eyeballs to be viewing this content when it was posted on these sites.
Understood. And I understand you're using that term campaign because that's a term of art in the industry, correct?
Correct. When we think of awareness and engagement and something ongoing, we often call it a campaign. It doesn't just mean like a political campaign. It's something that's organized.
And in this case, we asked you to take a look at the false statements around St. Luke's and Baby Cyrus and consider that a campaign for your analysis, correct?
Correct.
So finally, I think we've got one more number there or category to ask you to explain. Would you tell us what we see there?
Yeah. Recognizing that nothing truly exists in a vacuum anymore and a news story may appear once on the air, this number gets to the fact that we looked at all the links to these news stories and how many times it was shared, liked, or commented on in social networks, primarily Facebook, and that was over 54,000 times.
Ms. Flynn, you've been patient walking me through these categories. Could you just sum up for the jury what you think is generally reflected there as it points to your next stage of your analysis?
Yeah. What this shows is that in the awareness and engagement campaign that the defendants were using in the Save Baby Cyrus false narrative had broad reach through media, both traditional media and some extremist media, and it reached a very large audience that were actively engaged in that story.
Thank you. Mr. Bollinger, would you back up and take us to demonstrative JF4, please? And we were just talking about the earned category, Ms. Flynn. Would you explain to us the owned category that's reflected there?
Yeah, the owned category is what are those online areas that are in your control, and not even just online. If you have a mailing list that you can send information out to, that's also an owned communication channel. In this case, a lot of this, what we were looking at was digital. So websites and social media platforms where they had handles and posts that they were directly connected to and in control of.
And again, in this case, can you give the jury a sense of what owned communication channels you were looking at in this particular case?
Yeah, we looked at freedomman.org, the Save Baby Cyrus Facebook page, which was directly connected back to Freedom Man, Ammon Bundy's Facebook and Twitter profiles, along with votebundy.com, and the PRN website, along with closely affiliated sites to those.
Thank you. And how many social media and website posts from defendants' owned category relating to the infant did you find and review?
We reviewed close to 1,000 of the posts that were on the owned channels, and that includes web posts and social media posts of the defendants and those closely affiliated.
Thank you. Mr. Bollinger, would you please take us back to demonstrative JF6, please? Or take us to, I should say. Now, You've identified some examples here, have you not?
Yes.
Okay. So let's begin, if we could, with Mr. Bundy and his campaign. Ms. Flynn, as part of your analysis, was there anything significant to you about the timing of Mr. Bundy's arrest at St. Luke's Meridian?
Yes, there was.
What was significant to you in this case and in this context?
In this case, what was significant was the very close timing to when Mr. Bundy officially filed and declared he was running for governor, which occurred on March 10th, and when the incident at St. Luke's Meridian occurred, which was merely 2 days later.
Okay. And did you also review Ammon Bundy for Governor campaign news website on the campaign news page on the website for Ammon Bundy?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I want to make sure I'm correct, Your Honor. I think Exhibit 227 has previously been admitted. But I apologize, Your Honor. Let me take a quick.
.227 has been previously admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bollinger, could you please publish Exhibit 227 and go to page 23? And could, Ms. Flynn, does what's depicted there on page 23, does that reflect the timing that you were just describing?
Yes, it does.
In particular, would you, using that as a reference, verify the timing that you're talking about?
Yeah, this is campaign news post that is indicating that there's a press conference on Thursday, March 10th at 2:30 in the afternoon. And in the language below, it talks about submitting the required signatures to officially declare as an independent candidate for governor.
Is it fair to say when you're running for office you want publicity?
It is fair to say that publicity is very helpful when running for office.
Mr. Bollinger, would you display Exhibit 227, page 15? And in looking at this page, Ms. Flynn, is there anything else of significance to your opinion about the awareness and engagement campaign, particularly as it relates to the Bundy for Governor campaign, that's reflected here in this exhibit?
Yes, there is.
Can you explain to us what is of significance?
What's of significance here is a direct tie between the campaign for governor and what Mr. Bundy is saying has been a result of his actions and making these claims that this is the type of activity he would be doing on behalf of any potential voters for him.
Okay. And Mr. Bollinger, if you could expand that so we could take a look at the title and the text just below. Ms. Flynn, would you read the title of the article and the paragraph that appears immediately below?
Was helping baby Cyrus come home an appropriate thing to do as a candidate for governor? Baby Cyrus was taken on a Friday night, and on the following Friday he was returned to his parents. According to many family advocates, this never happens. CPS agents planned to put baby Cyrus in a foster home and keep him there for at least a month, possibly 6 months or more. On March 16th, CPS had a hearing and decided that they would keep baby Cyrus until at least April 8th. So why the big turnaround? Why by Friday, 2 days later, CPS agents could not wait to get baby Cyrus back to his parents' arms? Why did the liberal CPS judge take a 180? Did Ammon Bundy and his campaign team have anything to do with it?
Would you explain to the jury the marketing device that's being used here?
Marketing device is asking a series of rhetorical questions to lead the audience to the point that the writer wants you to get to, that they, in fact, were the answer to all of these questions.
And in the course of your analysis, did you view any security footage from St. Luke's showing Mr. Bundy arriving at the ambulance bay in Meridian on the evening of March 11th or early morning of March 12th?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, was notable about that footage to you in this analysis?
What was notable to me was a connection, a visible connection to the campaign.
And what was that visible connection?
One of the individuals that appeared to show up along with Mr. Bundy was clearly wearing a Vote Ammon Bundy for Governor piece of paraphernalia, a T-shirt.
And, Your Honor, we would ask to be able to present an exhibit that we would ask to be marked 76A, and it would be 2 clips from Exhibit 76, and that would be 3 seconds to 14 seconds, and 1 minute 1 second to 1 minute 7 seconds. And, Your Honor, it has been authenticated under 902 by the Second McCraney Declaration, paragraph number 1.
And it hasn't previously been admitted as a clip, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'm showing Exhibit 76 was admitted, but this is now a clip from Exhibit 76, and it will be marked as 76A.
Correct, Your Honor. We would ask that.
It is admitted and may be published.
Mr. Bollinger, would you play 76A? And could you point out, Ms. Flynn, what you're referring to here?
The individual that is now directly behind, or when they were walking up on the left side of Mr. Bundy with the red shirt and the reddish pink purse.
And have you viewed other portions of this clip, have you not, where she began filming Mr. Bundy during this encounter?
Yes.
And did you view any official advertisements for the Ammon Bundy campaign, including at website votebundy.com, as part of your analysis?
Yes, I did.
And did those advertisements include a video called "I Will Stand and Fight for Your Liberty"?
Yes, it did.
And was that campaign ad featured on the Ammon Bundy for Governor website and elsewhere during his campaign?
Yes, it was.
And in fact, is it still featured on the Ammon Bundy for Governor website, last time you looked?
Yes, it is.
And, Your Honor, I would move to admit Exhibit 233, Your Honor, which has been authenticated pursuant to Rule 902 by the First McCraney Declaration, paragraph 30. And just one more question, Ms. Flynn. This relates to the Baby Cyrus narrative, does it not?
It does.
Help me out, counsel. Is this a clip or is it an entire video?
It's an entire video, Your Honor. It would be the entire exhibit.
Exhibit 233 is admitted in its entirety and may be published.
I'm a man of action. So when I say I'm going to do something, I will do it. And sometimes that puts me at even great personal risk in the sense of defending people. I will defend the people. I will defend the people. I stood at great personal risk for the Hammond family. I had no dog in the fight other than I saw injustice. I stood at great risk to defend my family and my father. To be honest with you, I had no dog in the fight except I was raised there, but I had already left the ranch, almost 20 years prior. And I've done that many, many times. And he can tell you, every day people are calling me for help. And every day I am offering that help. Whether it's from a child that's missing to the state trying to take someone's property. I do it every day if you count my life. And I will continue to do that. And I have effectively done that. I'll give you one more example. In 2020, Hardware Brewing Company decided they were going to stay open. And it was kind of a big deal. And there were several people, including politicians, that came there that were supporting the staying open. Well, anyhow, Janice McGeehan and old Labrador got their pictures taken with the owners during this time. It was kind of like, thumbing their nose at the governor. It certainly was. I mean, that picture went into the national news, and they made a big deal of it, so we're going to have Chris Roth in, which I like. I'm like, that's awesome. I think we do that. But then, Iowa State Police came in and warned them that if they don't shut it down, something's going to happen. And then a few days later, they came in and related them. Took their computers, shut their business down, ran everybody out, right? Iowa State Police, this is the governor's little retaliating because of the picture and the attention that they got. Well, guess who the owners of our brewery called? Did they call Janice McGeehan? Did they call Raul Labrador? No, they called Gavin Bundy. Nice hundreds of people over there having support. We stood with them. We sent a message to the Iowa State Police that they better back off. That's the difference. And you can make that choice. You can make that choice. You can completely reject it if you want. Or you can say, look, this is what we need right now. You maybe in 10 years you don't need someone like me. Maybe 5 years ago you didn't need someone like me. But I will stand. I will stand. I promise you that. I will.
So, Ms. Flynn, we watched a pretty lengthy commercial for Mr. Bundy there. Could you explain the significance to your analysis of the use of the false narrative relating to Baby Cyrus and St. Luke's in that campaign ad?
The significance of including the Baby Cyrus false narrative in that is to show just this timeline of actions that the defendant has taken, as he says, on behalf of individuals that are reaching out to him for help.
And what's the purpose of using that false narrative here as it relates to portraying Mr. Bundy as some kind of hero?
He's putting himself forward, his personal brand, as this heroic martyr, this individual that stands up on behalf of others and potentially suffers for it. The incidents with the armed standoffs that were starting this may have been a little bit further afield for people to truly understand, but they may remember seeing what was happening at St. Luke's and seeing that he was the impetus and the cause for bringing a lot of those people there.
Okay. And in effect, is he using this false narrative to further his gubernatorial campaign?
Yes, as we've seen in this ad and others, he's definitely using the false narrative about his actions having certain results in the Baby Cyrus narrative, taking credit and claim for something happening. In this case, the child being back with his family and saying that he was directly responsible for that.
Okay. And you'd mentioned that there were a number of other instances during the gubernatorial campaign where he used this false narrative regarding Baby Cyrus. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you view footage from the September 6, 2002 Rupert Town Hall during a Bundy for Governor campaign in 2022?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, we'd moved to have a video clip from that Bundy campaign stop and asked that it be Exhibit 757A, and it's been authenticated by the Second McCraney Declaration in paragraph 15. And the clip that we would ask to play would be 1 hour, 26 minutes and 20 seconds to 128 minutes. Excuse me, Your Honor, 1 hour and 28 minutes.
And 757 has not been admitted, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. It has been authenticated by the Second McCraney Declaration at 15.
So Exhibit 757 was authenticated under Rule 902. The video clip 757A is admitted.
And Mr. Bollinger, before you play it, what should we be looking for that's relevant to your analysis in this clip, Ms. Flynn?
With the back and forth, can you tell me again the clip?
We're back at the Rupert Town Hall. I'm sorry.
Okay. At the town hall, there were a series of town halls that were done and broadcast, and so this would be in the owned content space. And there is often question and back and forth around Mr. Bundy's role in the Save Baby Cyrus narrative.
Would you play the clip, Mr. Bollinger?
So, oh, I don't know. I don't pay attention to those sort of things. So I may have, but some of you may know that the city of Meridian took a little baby from loving parents who were doing all they could for that baby's health, and unlawfully took him, they did it under the direction and order of a doctor from St. Luke's. And so anyway, make a very long story short, I got involved. I knew the family. I was friends with the family, very close friends with the family actually, and we ended up, putting so much pressure on them that we got the baby back, and we also got them to abandon the case and get rid of the case and those things. However, in the process, St. Luke's trespassed me and had me arrested for being on the property, and so I'm being prosecuted for that. And then also after that, St. Luke's sued me and sued the grandfather as well. And I just pretty much ignored that case. It's a major distraction, and they'll end up probably getting a default judgment, but I just can't let it distract me.
So, Ms. Flynn, you watched a number of these town halls.
Yes, I did.
And was this false narrative regarding baby Cyrus and St. Luke's and Mr. Bundy somehow causing that infant to be discharged a standard part of these town halls?
That was definitely a standard part of the town halls when the question was posed.
And we've talked about the Bundy campaign. Ms. Flynn, did you review instances in which the defendants were using the false narrative relating to the infant to promote membership in PRN?
Yes, I did.
How many examples do you believe you reviewed?
There were numerous, but there was a particular video called "It's Happening Everywhere."
Okay. Mr. Bollinger, would you put up demonstrative JF7, please? And did you prepare this slide in order to provide some examples of the evidence that supported this contention?
Yes, I did.
So if we take a look at, rather than go through each of those exhibits, I'd ask if you could, jurors already seen Exhibit 786, and can you explain what that is, just to refresh their memory?
Yeah, 786 is the pop-up screen that comes up when you go to the PRN website. So the homepage of the PRN website has a screen that is specifically talking about the false narrative of Save Baby Cyrus and the specific actions of how PRN claimed that they helped get the baby back. And then it offers opportunities for you to click through and learn more.
And is that a primary part of the narrative that continues through the campaigns, that somehow PRN, Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez caused the infant to get discharged back to his parents?
Yes, that is a consistent part of the narrative and the claims that are made.
Okay. And you've also got there highlighted Exhibit 364, and that's a packed rally flyer. The jury's seen that on a couple of occasions. Could you just refresh their recollection as to what that was?
This is I believe the acronym is People Against Child Trafficking. So it was a flyer that was put out to draw attention to a rally that was led by Diego Rodriguez, where the Baby Cyrus false narrative was a core part of what was being discussed.
And there's also a reference to a packed a video clip there for Exhibit 367, a packed rally, correct?
Correct.
And did that packed rally clip reflect some of this use of the Baby Cyrus false narrative to advance PRN? And
yes, it did. It really showed kind of the interplay and the integration between the activities of Diego Rodriguez and Freedom Man, which was promoting the packed rally, and then the clip had Mr. Rodriguez talking about getting out and voting for Mr. Bundy, the actions of Mr. Bundy in PRN to getting the child returned, and then also visuals of posters on the wall that were promoting membership in PRN.
And so we can take a look at what you've just described. Your Honor, we previously admitted Exhibit 367, but we would ask to use a different clip that we would ask to be identified as Exhibit 367B. And that clip, Your Honor, would be 1 hour, 3 minutes, and 49 seconds to 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 8 seconds.
One moment, please.
Certainly.
All right. This exhibit that's being admitted is 367B, and it is a separate clip. It may be published.
Mr. Bollinger, would you please play that clip that Ms. Flynn has described?
And Idaho hangs in the balance. And what's going to happen here in May and ultimately in November will determine whether this is a police state forever. And if you guys are going to be trying to hightail out of here with freedom, or if freedom can once again be restored. I don't think for a minute that we're losing freedom. What more can we lose? They control our churches, they control our homes, they steal our babies. Enough is enough. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say to each and every one of you who are here, God bless every one of you, and I do believe we need and deserve, you guys deserve a round of applause to one another, because baby Cyrus is saved right now. He's temporarily protected, and we're going to get him, and we're going to go all the way together because of you and your support. So I want to say thank you to you. Let's give a big round of applause one to another. Only together can we put an end to this. And I believe together we will.
Thank you. And Mr. Bundy also spoke at that PAC rally, correct?
Correct. Correct.
And you'd mentioned when I'd asked you about the evidence, you said one video had stood out, and that was the "It's Happening Everywhere" video. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, we would ask to admit Exhibit 222, which has been authenticated by the First McCraney Declaration 30, and it's an ad for the People's Rights Network featuring the false narrative relating to baby Cyrus. And it wouldn't be a clip, Your Honor, it would be the entirety of the exhibit.
All right. Exhibit 222 has been authenticated, and it is admitted, and it may be published.
And before you move forward, Mr. Bollinger, could you just cue that up? And I've got one more question for Ms. Flynn. Ms. Flynn, you'd mentioned with regard to the Bundy campaign video that it was highly produced, correct?
Yes.
Is this another highly produced video that we're about ready to see?
In my expertise, yes.
Would you go forward, Mr. Bollinger?
It's happening everywhere. They're going after anyone who opposes them. They took Tucker Carlson off the air. They're labeling Christians as domestic terrorists. They arrested the former president of the United States, Donald Trump. The same people who locked the country down for 2 years, who pushed experimental vaccines on the population, and who attack anyone who are opposed to this, are now coming after people like me for speaking out against their injustices. I took a stand, and for that I spent time in prison, faced numerous threats against myself and my family. And now, with lawsuit after lawsuit, they're trying to take my income, my business, and even my home. I could have avoided all this. I could have just stayed home.
But that's not what Americans do. Americans stand against injustice, wherever we see it, even when it's coming from within, even when it may cost us our own lives. Do you want what is happening in this country to continue? If the good people in America don't stop this, who's going to? We have work here to do. We have to confront this head on. We have to end this threat to our way of life. You need to join people's rights. Get involved and get together with your neighbors, because that's where it begins. No one is going to do this for us. It's going to be up to you and me, everyday Americans who love this country, to come together and put a stop to what is happening.
Ms. Flynn, a couple questions about that. This is from well after the Bundy for Governor campaign has ended, correct?
Correct.
And this is an ad that was recently produced and is currently running on People's.org and other venues, other outlets?
As I understand it, yes.
So what's significant to your opinion about that video we just saw?
There's a couple things. There's the positioning of the heroic martyr and the protagonist, in this case, Mr. Bundy. There is use of emotional imagery, whether it's to really reach into our patriotism or reach to empathy, so getting us to feel a certain way. And there is a positioning of this is the organization and he is the individual to help stop all of these things from happening. There's also multiple instances of usage of video of the protests and shutdown of St. Luke's. So the baby Cyrus false narrative is woven throughout much broader national significant instances that have occurred. So taking this one instant and really amplifying it to be indicative of things that may be happening elsewhere in the country.
Am I correct that I saw Mr. Bundy interweaving footage from St. Luke's during the false narrative and disruption of St. Luke's with images of World War II soldiers storming the beaches at Normandy?
That is correct.
Ms. Flynn, would you speak to the interplay between the strengths of Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez as it relates to pushing forward this false narrative and this Save Baby Cyrus campaign?
Yeah, these two defendants worked quite well and in concert with each other, leveraging each other's strengths. On one hand, you have Mr. Bundy, who is a celebrity in some rights, who is what we would showcase as a conflict entrepreneur, somebody that seeks and amplifies conflict in order to benefit themselves or their organizations, and because of previous actions and activities has drawn lots of traditional media coverage. So some of those early things that were being done, the media was showing up because Mr. Bundy was involved. And then on the other hand, you have Mr. Rodriguez, who is a self-proclaimed marketing consultant and expert, and he has an ability and understanding of how to take those moments of media coverage and then amplify them, to use the internet and social channels to really spread them out and get people engaged.
Thank you, Ms. Flynn. And have you prepared some examples of what you just discussed for the jury?
Yes, I have.
Mr. Bollinger, would you please display demonstrative JF8? The first exhibit that's identified there is Exhibit 423. Is that a transcript of Mr. Bundy from a video I believe that we've seen, from a part of a video that I believe that we've seen of him in an apple orchard at or around May 8th, 2023?
Yes, it is.
And, Your Honor, we would move just to introduce the transcript of that video, which would be Exhibit 423, and that was authenticated with the first McCraney affidavit, paragraph 16.
Has the video already been admitted?
It is, Your Honor. We just, for ease, we'd ask to introduce the transcript here.
Okay, I'm not admitting the transcript. It may be shown as a demonstrative exhibit for the witness's testimony, but the if the video is in, that's duplicative.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll simply use the transcript as a demonstrative then. Mr. Bullinger, would you move to what we had marked as, we'll call it demonstrative exhibit 423 at page 8. And Mr. Bullinger, I'd ask you to expand on page 8, lines 7 through 24. Ms. Flynn, would you please read those lines?
And I don't believe that I'm born to be controlled by other people, to be forced to do certain things that I'm not okay with, and to participate in things that are actually quite wicked. And to just say that I have to do that and participate in that just because some judge or some, government official says so. I don't believe that the government should be taking babies away from loving and caring parents. In fact, I don't even think they should be taking babies away from anybody unless there's actually a crime that is committed. And that, crime could be abuse, it could be neglect, but it has to be very extreme. And even in those cases, we know that the government neglects and harms the children that they take more than even those that were caring for them prior.
And again, this is a video, this is a transcript of a video that was made after this lawsuit was filed. Did it not? This was from May of this year?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And is this an example of what you're referring to as Mr. Bundy portraying himself as some kind of a martyr as part of his duo relationship with Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, it is.
And could we move back, Mr. Bullinger, to demonstrative JF8? You've also identified we've identified as Exhibit 188 a Facebook Live interview from the Idaho Dispatch on December 28, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And, Your Honor, this was admitted prior, but we'd like to show a clip from that, and the clip would be 2640 through 2709. And we would ask that that be Exhibit 188A, Your Honor.
Has there been another clip from Exhibit 188 admitted? Because you just said 188 was admitted, I thought.
I don't believe there's been my apologies, Your Honor. This clip has previously been admitted.
As?
188A, Your Honor, during Mr. Burkhart's testimony.
188A has previously been admitted, so if you want to publish it with
I do, Your Honor. My mistake on failing to see that, Your Honor. Mr. Bullinger, would you go ahead and play this clip?
I just hope the jury, sees the danger of allowing a rogue state agency to take a child, and how I believe doing was right by, responding to that. And also, I brought international attention to that. Immediately the next morning, I was arrested. And all of a sudden now the Cyrus case became a national case, and which I'm happy to do.
And what does that reflect as it relates to your opinion, Ms. Lynn?
That reflects the knowing intent that Mr. Bundy had in amplifying so that this story went far and wide across the country and the world.
And what is that social media platform that he's using there, Facebook Live Idaho Dispatch?
Facebook Live is the means to which you can live broadcast, and Idaho Dispatch is a small extremist outlet based here in Idaho.
Thank you.
All right, counsel, can you make a note of where
Yes,
you're
Your
at? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the lunch recess. Today's lunch is going to be an hour, as I have another matter I need to tend to. So we'll start again at 1 o'clock. Lunch is being provided. Again, heed the admonitions of the court previously given. No deliberations about this case, no discussion or research about the case.
All rise, please.
Remain subject to the oath previously taken. Ladies and gentlemen, did anything happen over the recess to affect your qualifications? Very good. Counsel, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Bollinger, could you go back to demonstrative JF8, please? When we took a pause at Ms. Flynn for lunch, I believe we were in the process of going through this aspect of your opinion. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I'd like to direct your attention now to what is marked there as Exhibit 68, critical disclosure from Diego Rodriguez. Do you see that?
Yes, I do. 268?
Yes. And feel free to take a look at that in your book if you'd like. And Ms. Flynn, just for orientation, that's the critical disclosure video that involves Mr. Rodriguez on March 4th, 2022. Your Honor, we would ask to play what has previously been admitted as Exhibit 268. That is a clip that is 47:25 to 48.
Can you help me out for a second? Is 268A that was previously admitted the same exhibit or a different clip?
I believe it's a different clip, Your Honor.
So do you want to call this one 268B?
Yes, Your Honor, if we could. And that would be at minute 47, 25 seconds to 48 minutes.
All right. Exhibit 268, B as in boy, is admitted and may be published. It is a clip.
Be informed, go to our website, be informed, and then share this information everywhere. The more this is viral, you might think, well, I only have 10 friends on Facebook and on Instagram, wherever, and if you're not on those, and I hope you're not, then you go on the other ones. Wherever your social media connection is, I don't care. Be on all of them. Post it everywhere. Post videos. If you don't do any social media and you just have text messaging and chat that you do with your friends and family, do like we've done. Copy and paste everybody in your list. Boom, boom, boom. Send everybody the message. Let them know what's going on so this goes viral.
And Ms. Flynn, could you explain the significance of that video and why you wanted to highlight that for the jury?
Yeah, the reason why I wanted to highlight this appearance on this extremist media outlet was because there's the clear call to action. So we call them CTAs in our industry that are part of any awareness and engagement campaign. Be aware, get informed, and then do something with that information. And in this particular case, it is like it, share it, spread it, no matter what your platforms are. The goal was to get it to as broad of an audience as possible and for each individual to do their part to do so.
And Ms. Flynn, you also highlighted what has been marked as Exhibit 350 as something you wanted to present to the jury in support of this opinion. Have you reviewed that exhibit?
Yes, I have.
And does that, that's a blast email from Diego Rodriguez relating to the false narrative regarding the infant, correct?
Correct. So Exhibit 350?
Yes. And, Your Honor, this was authenticated by the second McCraney Declaration, number 13.
And this is not part of 351?
No, Your Honor, it's a separate email. It's 350.
Well, I think there's a lot more than an email here, counsel. Are you introducing the, I'm showing 350 as being
Your Honor,
90 pages.
it does include additional portion from the Freedom Man site. I want to make sure we're on the same page, Your Honor. That the bottom Bates number, just to make sure we're tracking, would be Rodriguez 31.
Are you only seeking to admit 350 page 1 and 2?
No, Your Honor. I'll represent that this was produced by Mr. Rodriguez. One of the productions he made in this that was represented to be emails he was sending out via blast email. So, Your Honor, we would like to introduce the entirety.
All right. Can you approach? I have a couple questions. Well, that's one question, but you're saying these are emails that Mr. Rodriguez provided in discovery, correct? Okay, so, and I see some of them have copyrights on them indicating another defendant's name, the Freedom Man. I guess it's Freedom Man Press, although it doesn't say. So you want all of these to come in as a single email? Is that what you're maintaining? And every one of these needs to come in? Well, I'm just trying to understand. Did she review all of these emails? So then these are authenticated how? Okay, so how are they authenticated? But how does McCraney authenticate? All right. Can you redact the one before he shows it? All right, the court, with some redactions, is going to allow Exhibit 350 to be admitted and published in its entirety, pages 1 through 90.
And Mr. Bollinger, just please tell us when you've had a chance to make that needed redaction. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bollinger. And Mr. Bollinger, would you expand that from the top of the page down to that first paragraph? And Ms. Flynn, we were talking about different methods of communication. Is this, I think it's been referred to as a blast email?
Mm-hmm. Yes, this is email blast, which is when one entity pushes out an email to a large email list that they have. And you can see we're not able to see who it's been directed to, but it is sending out to a broad audience.
Thank you. And would you read the first sentence there, the first paragraph that's highlighted?
Yeah. Last night, my grandson was ripped from the arms of his mother, my daughter, by police officers from the Meridian Police Department. It was a kidnapping, pure and simple. There are no words or emotional expression that can describe the sheer measure of wickedness that we experienced, nor the feeling of being forced at gunpoint to separate from your child.
Thank you. And Mr. Bollinger, could you go to page 2 of this exhibit and highlight that, the area for please don't let this happen to baby Cyrus, to just under Mr. Rodriguez's signature or block? Could you read that top bolded sentence there?
Can you please help us by doing the following 3 things?
And then could you read that paragraph through item number 3?
We absolutely covet your prayers and ask you to surround Cyrus with your prayers. Additionally, we are humbly before God asking you to help. If you ever felt like, what can I do? Then now is your chance. We ask you do the following 3 things. Please call St. Luke's Hospital in Boise and demand they let Cyrus's parents take custody of Cyrus, or at least be present with him. Please post this link along with the attached image to your social media and contact everyone you know to share this story and use the hashtag SaveBabyCyrus. And please show up to St. Luke's in Boise at 190 East Bannock Street today, Saturday, March 12th at 12 noon to protest with us and pressure St. Luke's to reconnect the family.
And could you explain the relevance of this that you wanted to, and why you wanted to highlight it for the jury?
Yeah, there are a couple things in this email of note that are basic marketing tactics. First, the subject line, which said, urgent, my grandson was kidnapped, please help us, this is serious, creating a sense of urgency and that there is action that is immediate, grabs people's attention. And then at the end of sharing the narrative and the story of what's happened, they are using what we call the rule of 3s. We as humans tend to remember things that are repeated in 3s. So it's saying multiple times, just do these 3 things. Here are the 3 things you can do. And then it has it outlined. And it is call, spread this, and use this hashtag, which will help it spread even further, and then show up.
Thank you, Ms. Flynn. In addition to what you've what we walked here with the blast email, did you also take a look at the Save Baby Cyrus Facebook page?
Yes, I did.
And what was significant about the Facebook page, if anything?
What is significant about this Facebook page is that it is run by freedomman.org. That is the About section. It links right back to that website and to the Cyrus page and the narrative where that is the home for the entire narrative, which is the Freedom Man page.
Thank you. And would you explain the ways in which what you've observed the plaintiffs, the ways in which you've observed the plaintiffs intentionally spreading this message?
The ways in which the defendants?
Yeah. Would you explain the ways in which you observed defendants intentionally spreading these calls to action in this context?
Summarizing that across every single one of their platforms, they were very disciplined and consistent in repeatedly using hashtag Save Baby Cyrus and that phrase, and tying every single piece of content to an emotion in some way and then a specific action that they wanted people to take.
Thank you, Ms. Flynn. Mr. Bollinger, would you please take us to demonstrative JF9? And did you prepare this demonstrative, Ms. Flynn?
Yes, I did.
And some items that you would like to highlight for the jury, I understand?
Yes.
So if we go to Exhibit 758, that's a video clip that you've reviewed that's relevant to your analysis?
Correct.
Okay. And, Your Honor, we would seek to introduce 758A as a video clip at 32 minutes, 19 seconds, 33 minutes, 18 seconds. And that's been authenticated through the McCraney Declaration.
Exhibit 758A is admitted and may be published.
In the end, they took Baby Cyrus. We had to spend time, energy, effort, money, and thousands of people around the world came together to support Baby Cyrus through protesting. The following day, we had 400 people show up at that hospital to protest. And that protesting went on every single day for 7 days. And I promised that we were going to be there every day until they gave Baby Cyrus back. After a few days, they transferred Baby Cyrus to the Idaho Department of Health and Welfare. So we moved our protest from the hospital to the Idaho Department of Health and Welfare. And miraculously, after thousands of emails, thousands of phone calls, hours and hours of protests, hundreds of people physically present, this is becoming national news, international news, becoming a big blot on the Idaho Department of Health and Welfare, the Meridian Police Department, St. Luke's Hospital, etc. They finally gave Baby Cyrus back after 7 days, which, although it is very short and miraculous, is 7 days too long.
And Mr. Bollinger, could we go to what's previously been marked as Exhibit 351 at page 189? Go to the next page, I believe, Mr. Bollinger. So page 192, Mr. Bollinger. Excuse me, Mr. Bollinger, I meant to say page 190. So could you expand that picture just below the caption, below the photo, Mr. Bollinger? And this is from the Freedom Man page, correct, Ms. Flynn?
Correct.
And could you explain the significance of this exhibit?
Yeah. This exhibit shows on the Freedom Man page and on this particular day, which was March 15th, using a tactic and technique that we see a lot, especially in news outlets where it's live updates on a page. So when there's an election happening, it's like, tune in for us. We're going to have continual roll of live updates. So it's keeping people engaged because every couple of moments from 210 to 212, there's going to be something new that's happening. So it's really feeding in into our desires to engage with something in the moment and be there and get that information. And through that use on this website, it was tapping into that.
Thank you. And previously we just saw that video clip of Mr. Rodriguez. Could you explain the relevance of that to your opinion, too?
The relevance of that is it confirms a lot of what our opinion said, that this was a coordinated awareness and engagement campaign, and in the defendant's own words, it attracted thousands of people to the story, it engaged people to take action, and people were spreading this all throughout on their social media channels.
Thank you. And Mr. Bollinger, would you please display a demonstrative JF slide 1? And just because we spent some time understanding the underlying basis for this, could you just revisit this first opinion and explain it in the context of what you've just walked the jury through?
Yeah, just walk through primarily that first part of this, which is the defendants ran a pretty sophisticated and coordinated awareness and engagement campaign that was based on this false narrative, the intentional disinformation regarding Cyrus.
And to your knowledge and based on what you saw in preparing for this, do you have an understanding or opinion as to Mr. Rodriguez's level of marketing experience?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
He's a self-proclaimed business consultant and marketing expert and consultant. Besides his own website, Diego Rodriguez, and what he has put out there on various interviews, he also has a business called Power Marketing, where he makes the strong claim about having worked for thousands of clients across the globe and helping many businesses succeed in their efforts through content marketing and digital outreach and increasing sales, which is a form of taking an engagement or an action.
Okay. And did you also take a review of Exhibit 261, which is a banner of Mr. Rodriguez from one of his websites?
Yes.
I did. And, Your Honor, that has been authenticated by the McCraney Declaration, paragraph 35, the first declaration. And we'd ask for that to be admitted.
Exhibit 261 is admitted and may be published.
Could you expand just that banner there, Mr. Bollinger, so perhaps it's a little easier to see? Ms. Flynn, can you explain the relevance of what we're seeing there?
Yeah, the relevance of this is the header banner on Mr. Rodriguez's personal branded site where he promotes himself and his expertise. And by looking at this across the bottom, it says, as featured on Forbes, ABC, CBS, CNN, NBC, and Fox News. So by connection, saying, I am credible, I have appeared on these traditional news outlets.
Thank you, Ms. Flynn. And we have talked about the nature of the defendant's messaging, the awareness campaign, and the engagement campaign. Have you also reached an opinion regarding whether or not this was a disinformation campaign?
Yes, I have.
And before we launch in, including the expertise that you already had, did you take any steps to conduct additional research into disinformation tactics to prepare for your testimony here?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
Reviewed several industry white papers and articles, and particularly leaned on the white papers and insights from an organization called CISA, which is the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. Please, I will only say CISA again in the future. And it is a component of the Department of Homeland Security, and it's known as the nation's risk advisor and looking at security threats, particularly in the cyberspace. It came into existence in 2018 by the president.
Thank you. And did you review any other white papers?
I did. I also looked at white papers that were issued from Southern Poverty Law Center and also the Institute for the Research and Education on Human Rights.
Thank you. And and so we can get the terminology understood, what's the difference between misinformation and disinformation in this context?
The main difference between those two is all about intent. So misinformation may be false information, misstated facts that are out there or that get accidentally spread. Disinformation is an intentional effort to deceive through using false information.
And Mr. Bullinger, would you pull up demonstrative JF10? And Ms. Flynn, with reference to the demonstrative you prepared, could you give us a quick overview of the tactics of a disinformation campaign? And then we can get into some more detail after that.
Yeah. And these tactics of a disinformation campaign are part of some of the overview provided by CISA. So it aligns with or expands on established conspiracy theories. It presents a polarizing message or messages. It exploits information gaps. It takes advantage of alternative communication platforms with less content moderation, taps into existing networks, and it uses consistent terms for stickiness of the message.
Thank you. Let's talk about the first tactic that you've identified there. Can you give us a better sense of that?
Yeah, so the first tactic, talking about aligning with or expanding on established conspiracy theories, looks at this connection between if you believe and understand and are behind one conspiracy theory, you're more apt, if that narrative is connected to another, to believe that second one or that third.
Thank you. And in your opinion, is the Save Baby Cyrus campaign itself a conspiracy theory?
As the defendants have presented it, yes.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
The Save Baby Cyrus campaign is based on false information being spread and often tied to other existing conspiracy theories. And in this particular case, some of those are CPS being the head of medical kidnapping. And something that is very close to that is the QAnon conspiracy, the unfounded belief that there is a cabal of global elites that engage in sexual torture and abuse of children as part of a satanic ritual. And oftentimes that is connected and says that the CPS medical kidnapping is feeding into that child trafficking for those purposes.
So you just explained aligning with an established conspiracy theory, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
correct.
Why is that a tactic that's used in this context?
If somebody believes one, they're more apt to believe another. And there are multiple conspiracy theories that have been brought into the false narrative around baby Cyrus beyond just the child trafficking.
What did those include?
Those included the misstated belief that the healthcare system is part of this global overreach that is misusing funds. This also included and evolved to include misinformation and disinformation about the LGBTQ community and its connection to medical issues with children.
Thank you, Ms. Flynn. Mr. Bullinger, could you please display demonstrative JF11? And are these examples of evidence that you wanted to highlight for the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Bullinger, could we go to, and by the way, are these all the examples?
No, these are not. These are just a selection of examples.
And Mr. Bullinger, could you go to Exhibit 224, which has previously been admitted? And I'd ask you to go to page 5. And at page 5, if you could expand the middle of the second to the last paragraph where it begins, however. Mr. Bullinger, we want to get the the beginning of include the paragraph that begins, second to the left, including the sentence that begins, however, I do not find. Maybe I just got this on the wrong page. Mr. Bollinger, that is my mistake. We need to go to page 6. I apologize. So the paragraph that is, however. Ms. Flynn, would you read that paragraph?
However, the evidence tells an entirely different story. Baby Cyrus was not taken to the hospital for care. He was forcefully taken from his parents and brought to the hospital to be immediately given to foster parents. Yes, this is correct. Waiting there patiently in Meridian St. Luke Hospital were Baby Cyrus' new foster parents. Baby Cyrus was deemed a healthy baby by the medical staff who told the foster parents to leave promptly. However, because of the commotion that I and those with me were causing outside the hospital by peacefully demanding Cyrus be given back to his parents, the foster parents had lost their will to take the baby, and therefore Cyrus was transferred to Boise St. Luke's Hospital instead.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Bollinger, could we move on to what has been marked as Exhibit 231? And Ms. Flynn, did you identify Exhibit 231 as a clip that was relevant to your testimony relating to this conspiracy theory?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, we would ask to play video clip 6-7 through 631 as Exhibit 231A, and it's been authenticated by the First McCraney Declaration.
Can you give me the time stamp, please?
Sure, Your Honor. It's 6 minutes, 7 seconds through 6 minutes, 31 seconds.
So this is 231A?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So Exhibit 231A, a clip, is admitted and may be published.
Sorry, Your Honor. We have a bit of a technical difficulty there. Could we go back to the demonstrative? Mr. Bollinger. JFA 10. And for the record, Ms. Flynn, the video clip that we were referring to, we were having some technical difficulties, but is that fair to say that that was a clip relating to children supposedly being given to gay foster parents?
Yes, as I recall, that particular clip was Mr. Bundy describing this broad-based conspiracy theory that children that are taken by CPS are given at a much higher propensity to gay parents.
And so if we connect what we read before from Come No More Upon Me about the foster parents and in this video, can you explain the relevance of that to this aspect of your opinion?
The relevance of that is there definitely have been seen extremist attacks on the LGBTQ community and those that identify as gay. And in this case, it is connecting. If you share those same beliefs, you should also believe and understand that child kidnapping is happening and it's feeding into that system.
And to go to the second point on the disinformation slide, could you read that to the jury?
The second is to present a polarizing message.
Okay. And can you explain what that means?
This is essentially presenting a message where you're forcing people to choose sides. At the most consistent example we've seen is wicked versus righteous. We have this righteous and this martyr, and then we have a wicked entity. But then also we're seeing a lot of language that is getting at parental choice versus a children's rights, or a state's efforts based on existing law, and when that can override personal choice.
And does this second tactic about polarizing messages, does that relate to the Save Baby Cyrus campaign?
Yes, it does.
In what way?
Throughout the language, they are asking their audience that they've gathered to make a choice and saying, if you believe that your children should belong to you and not to the government, you will side with us. If you believe in the cause of righteous and this family, then you should side with us against the wicked. So it's consistently leading people down a path to take a specific action.
Okay. And speaking about specific actions, Mr. Bollinger, could you go to Exhibit 351, page 241? And Ms. Flynn, in the context of what you just explained to us, what's the significance of the donate button and subscribe next to Dr. Erickson?
The significance of that donate button, which is what we would call an action, they're asking you to subscribe or to donate, it's directly across from labeling Dr. Erickson as a child trafficker. And so it is inspiring and instigating a sense of emotion in you, and then putting the action you can take to react to that emotion right there.
And is it fair to say, and also putting Dr. Erickson's face in that process?
Exactly. You have a target for your emotion, and in this case, the emotion is anger, perhaps fear. And there are numerous studies that show anger is one of the biggest drivers of our activity and our responses, particularly on social media.
And Mr. Bollinger, could you go to page, same exhibit, page 245? And is it fair to say, Ms. Flynn, that we have a similar page here with Ms. Youngman and a donate and subscribe page?
Yes, it's the exact same type of mock-up, using that emotionally laden, this is a child trafficker, here's who it is, and to get your emotion out, go ahead and take this action.
Thank you. And Mr. Bollinger, could we go back to demonstrative JF10? And Ms. Flynn, could we talk about that third point that you've identified there? Would you read that third point to the jury?
The third is to exploit information gaps.
And what does that mean in this context?
In this particular context, it means the defendants are putting out information, child trafficking, medical kidnapping, and because you may not have a gap, because you have a gap, a lack of understanding about what that's about, you may search for information. And in fact, they're the source serving up the narrative to you.
And was that information gap exploited in the defendant's campaign regarding the Save Baby Cyrus false narrative?
It was most definitely exploited. St. Luke's was at a significant disadvantage because of a phrase you've heard before, because of HIPAA, because of patient privacy laws. So you have the defendants putting out this false narrative and getting people to be engaged around this content, and you have the other entity unable to even put their communication out there because it violates patient privacy laws. So that information gap was filled by the defendant solely.
And if we could, Mr. Bollinger, could we go to Exhibit 351 again, page 172? And could you expand the middle of the page where it begins March 7th, Baby Cyrus doesn't crawl anymore, and just the paragraph below? That's fine, Mr. Bollinger. And Ms. Flynn, you'd identified this as part of your slides. Can you explain the significance to this, to what you've been explaining to the jury?
Correct. This is an example of one of those information gaps that they were filling. So March 17th, the headline was Baby Cyrus doesn't crawl anymore. So we have some more bad news, unfortunately. Social workers speaking with the family said that Baby Cyrus doesn't crawl or sit up on his own. They were curious about his, quote, development. But of course, Cyrus has been crawling and sitting up on his own for 3 months, over 3 months. He's obviously deteriorating in their custody.
Thank you. And Mr. Bullinger, would you go back again to demonstrative JF10? And Ms. Flynn, would you read to the jury and explain what you've identified as the fourth tactic?
The fourth is take advantage of alternative communication platforms with less content moderation.
And what does that mean in this context?
In this context, it means that a lot of the interviews that the defendants were on these extremist radio shows or podcasts, and some of the content they were publishing themselves were on platforms that weren't traditional from a standpoint of, say, a Facebook or a YouTube, because those have content moderation policies where there are efforts to stop disinformation and disparagement from spreading. There are platforms such as BitChute or Gab or Frank Speech that don't have those moderation policies and allow pretty much any content on them.
Okay. And was that exploited in this case?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And did you review the interviews that Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez provided with regard to this issue?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see?
Saw that the repeated false narrative was shared with these sympathetic and extremist radio hosts and online hosts, and it was spread to their audiences and networks.
Mr. Bullinger, could we go to demonstrative JF12? You go to JF12, Mr. Okay. And what do we see here in this demonstrative that you prepared?
This is an example of points 4 and 5 on the disinformation tactics. So this is an example of one of those platforms that was being spread on unmoderated communication platforms. So this is a media outlet called Red Pill 75. They have their own website. They also are active on some of those alternative communication platforms like Rumble and BitChute. And so in April, as you can see on the bottom, they promoted that they were interviewing Diego Rodriguez, the medical kidnapping of baby Cyrus with Diego Rodriguez. And they were promoting that. They had their internet radio show on the top. You can see that. And it was being pushed on that platform, which I believe is Rumble, as indicated on the top. And what you see on the right side are kind of the interplay of how this one news hit, this one appearance on this platform spread. So on the Red Pill site, they may have an average of 1,500 visitors per month. In this particular case, there were 5,200 unique visitors when this occurred. Then you'll see that Red Pill, when it on the top, it distributed across Rumble and BitChute, and you can see how many views and or listens that it had on those platforms.
Thank you. And Ms. Flynn, have you reviewed on the Freedom Man website a page linking or identifying Mr. Rodriguez's interviews relating to the Save Baby Cyrus campaign?
Yes, I have.
And is that reflected on what we've marked as Exhibit 710 in your binder? Page 2.
Yes, it is.
And, Your Honor, this was authenticated by the first McCraney Declaration, paragraph 15. And we would move to have it admitted. Your Honor, it is a page from Freedom Man, but it was harvested at a different date, and this displays different content than is captured in 351.
Exhibit 710 is admitted and may be published.
Mr. Bullinger, would you go to page 2, please? And what's reflected there?
What's reflected here is Mr. Rodriguez posting all the links to the different areas where stories where he got to push his false narrative appear.
And any of those interviews or connections that are of significance to you?
There's several of them where they are with more popular shows. For instance, further down, I think at number 53, it talks about the Stu Peters show. This is a very popular radio or online radio show that has tens of thousands of listeners. And so there are multiple appearances on the Stu Peters show. Elsewhere, we have seen Truth Warriors with David Whitehead. And what I found significant about that post was that when I was reviewing other pages that indicated people donating through the Give something Go, I can't remember the platform, but where donations were coming in, there was a comment of somebody noting that they saw and heard the baby Cyrus story on that radio show, and even though they're in California, they're really interested in providing support and we're going to donate. So it shows that on one hand, Mr. Rodriguez was very aware of the popularities of these shows. He was putting these links on his site, so his site would benefit from that traffic, and that also the traffic was going back and forth between the narrative and these media platforms.
And did you prepare a demonstrative relating to the interviews that Mr. Rodriguez participated in?
Yes.
Could you go to demonstrative 13, Mr. Bollinger? Page 13 of the demonstrative. Flynn? So JF demonstrative 13. No, it's page 13 of the demonstrative we're in for Ms. Flynn's presentation. Thank you. And is this the demonstrative you prepared?
Yes.
And I know you've identified some of these already off memory. Any of the other highlighted items that you would, of significance you'd want to discuss for the jury?
Yeah, the one that I was just mentioning, that Truth Warrior one with David Whitehead, is there on the right, and that was in May. The red pill one that we showed, the spread example, that happened in April. But also other significant ones, InfoWars and Epic Times and the Scotty McKay Patriot Street Fighter. These are all platforms that have tens of thousands of viewers and listeners and subscribers.
And then, Mr. Mueller, could we, within the same demonstrative JF, could we go to page 14? And did you prepare this, Ms. Flynn?
Yes, I did.
And what does this reflect?
This reflects, you'll note that Mr. Bundy wasn't quite as active with the interviews as Mr. Rodriguez was, and this reflects some of the top ones where he was involved in the more extremist media platforms.
Thank you. And Mr. Bullinger, would you go to JF 10? And back to the fifth tactic, could you read that for the jury and explain what that means in this context?
Yeah, tap into existing networks. So when people have their, we all have our network of influence that we're connected to, but if we reach out to somebody and tell a story to that person and encourage them to share it, they have their own network they're tapping into. And in this particular case, the defendants shared their false narratives with some very powerful networks. Several of these extremist media platforms, which had their own built-in networks of people that it was spread to. So that's one of the reasons why we saw it get picked up nationally.
Thank you. And can we talk also about what you've marked here as disinformation tactic 6? Could you read that to the jury and explain what that means?
Use consistent terms for stickiness of message. And what that means is essentially repetition builds retention. So the more often you hear or see a specific message, and specifically a polarizing one, the more often it's going to stay with you. So hashtag save baby Cyrus, medical kidnapping, child trafficking, child sex trafficking, those terms are used throughout all of this, and that kind of creates a stickiness in people's memory of what this is about.
And in addition to the stickiness, does this consistency of terms also reflect intention?
Oh yes, there is a lot of intention and I dare say discipline in the consistent usage of all these terms.
Thank you. And Mr. Bullinger, could we go again within JF to JF 15? And this is your second opinion?
Correct.
Would you mind reading that to the jury?
Defendants obtained substantial, measurable reputational gains for themselves through their Baby Cyrus awareness and engagement campaign.
So based on your analysis of the defendant's awareness and engagement disinformation campaign, did you conclude that the defendants had achieved a benefit for themselves through this work?
Yes, I did.
What types of gain or benefit did they obtain for themselves?
The first one that they gained was visibility. So visibility not just for the campaign itself, but for them as individuals.
And is that benefit something that can be measured through public relation industry standards?
It can be. It's. I would say it is not a perfect science. So when we attempted to measure this, we really looked at a couple of different standard industry practices and used a variety of them to show different breadth of gain.
And which method of measurement did you determine best fit this situation for your analysis?
For the first part of the analysis, we wanted to look at that visibility or awareness part and trying to value the amount of media coverage, the traditional media coverage that they received.
Okay. And when you say value the amount of coverage, can you explain what you mean in this context?
Yeah, we used a PR industry metric called ad value equivalency, or AVE. And what it essentially is it looks at the amount of coverage an incident receives, and it develops metrics to say, if instead of that earned coverage, something you didn't have to pay for, what if it was an advertisement for that same amount of space or time? What would it have cost? So instead of getting a full-page story in the newspaper for free, essentially, what if you had to pay for that full-page story? So that's what AVE means.
Okay. And how does that ad value equivalency work if you're looking at different forms of media?
It can be a little bit difficult when you're looking at different forms of media. Back in the day, it used to be if you got a newspaper, maybe you'd share it with your family, so there would be 3 people that got to see that story. Now, a lot of it really looks at the traffic to particular online sites, and it tries to figure out, okay, if you're buying an ad in that place or buying an ad on a broadcast, what would it cost?
Thank you. And Mr. Bollinger, still within JF, could you go back to page 16, the demonstrative? So can you explain, in the context of what you just walked us through, what's depicted here?
We're looking again, the top half you've seen already, which is the media coverage that we analyzed and tracked during that time frame. And looking at, we kept it down to the 403 online independent articles and those broadcast clips primarily in TV and radio that we mentioned. And we used our Muckrack platform, which has the metrics for AVE in it. And the result was that the media coverage that the defendants received from the false narrative being covered by traditional and some of the extremist media was in excess of $23 million.
So stated another way, was your conclusion that by using the false narrative of Baby Cyrus, that the defendants were able to obtain the equivalent in exposure of what they would have to pay $23 million for? Had they paid for that exposure?
Yes, had they paid for that exposure.
Did they benefit in any other way?
We also looked at not just the visibility component, which was the awareness, but looked at ways to measure engagement. And in this particular case, it was about engagement, and from a marketing perspective, that engagement typically is what's the cost to acquire a customer to get them to do something. So we were looking at people seeing these news stories and becoming interested in Freedom Man or the Baby Cyrus story or People's Rights Network. And we worked to quantify what gain would happen through that.
And Mr. Bollinger, could you go to JF 17? And what's reflected here?
It's a lot of math, but it is what we would call web conversion value. So it's looking at, based on a certain number of media views, what would be an industry standard conversion rate. And a conversion rate is how you convert somebody into a customer of some sort to take an action on your website. And then if that action was perhaps to donate money to a cause, what the ultimate benefit could be.
And if I could, I'd like to ask you about some of the components of this chart you've prepared here. So if we look at that first row, and let's pick the middle there, medium, what's reflected there?
So what we're looking at in that middle row that says medium, it says 0.10%. So that's essentially 1 out of 1,000 people. So if you remember seeing that 2.5 billion people were potentially exposed to this message, this looks at what if 0.1% of those people decided to seek out People's Rights Network or Freedom Man.
And if we continue down the rows, web conversion rate, again, looking just by way of example of that medium, that middle row there under that column, can you explain what that 1% means, web conversion rate?
Yeah, the web conversion rate, this is an industry term, and there are entities like MailChimp, which is an email marketing platform, and a good conversion rate is typically 2 to 5%, as in somebody gets an email and they take an action off of it. So we undervalued that and said, okay, if these websites just convert 1% of the audience into doing something, how many people would that be?
Thank you. And then next column there, audience, again with reference to that middle row. Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, so that audience is starting from that huge number of 2.5 billion, assuming only 0.1% of them came to the website, and then perhaps 1% of that 0.01% did something. We're at about 50,000 people.
Okay. And the next column there, annual donation, 50% of audience. Can you explain what's reflected there in that middle row?
Yeah. So 50,000 people go into one of these websites. There were some clear calls to action. One was to become a member, subscribe. The other was to donate. And so we're saying here, half of the audience potentially would have donated.
And just to be clear, that's half of the new audience, correct?
Correct. Half of the new audience that was gained to come to this website by the awareness.
Okay. And then if we go to that last column there, benefit gained, again, using the middle row for reference, can you explain what that means?
The benefit gained looks at if all of those numbers combined, we get down to a certain percentage of people and they decide they want to donate one-time donation of $20, then the benefit that would be gained by either one of those websites is $500,000.
Okay. And Ms. Flynn, you spoke earlier on about owned channels being one of the channels, correct?
Correct.
So if we switch over to owned channels, did you analyze any increased engagement?
Yes, we did.
And what did you analyze in that regard?
I looked at the platforms, particularly freedomman.org and affiliated platforms with that, and Vote Bundy. And
what did you see in general, and then we'll get to the specifics?
In both, in the freedomman.org, we saw a significant 300% increase in engagement on that platform. And with Vote Bundy and Freedom Man, we saw significant increase in value for search engine optimization, or SEO.
Okay. Can we go to demonstrative JF18, Mr. Bullinger? And what's depicted here?
What's depicted here is a comparative bar chart looking at freedomman.org and engagements on all the content on that site.
And what's the difference between the red brick or orange columns and the baby blue ones?
So the orange columns are from 2021 and the blue columns are from 2022.
So if we look at weighted first, and before I ask the next question, can you explain what weighted means in this context?
Yeah, in this context, weighted is trying to take into consideration the fact that in 2021, there was only about 20 to 30 posts on freedomman.org, new posts. But in 2022, there were over 60. And so weighted tries to level the playing field a little bit, because when we're talking about engagements, we're talking about likes, comments, and typically shares on a particular post. In this case with freedomman.org, we couldn't analyze shares. So this really only looks at the likes and comments that people were having on that content.
Okay, and in the context of what you just explained, could you also explain what unweighted means?
Yeah, unweighted would be if we just compared those 20 posts to the 60 plus posts. So some people might say, well, of course there's going to be more engagement because there's more posts. So that's why we presented both, because both weighted and unweighted show a clear increase in engagement. In fact, the weighted side, I'm going to say 300%, but if there's a math person, you're going to tell me I'm wrong. But it is a significant increase in both cases of engagement.
And what's your opinion regarding, just to perhaps help us understand it in summary form, what's your opinion with regard to whether that growth relates to the Save Baby Cyrus false narrative?
The bulk, in fact, the majority of the content in 2022 was all about the Save Baby Cyrus narrative.
So a direct correlation.
A direct correlation between the growth in the 2 years.
Thank you. And Mr. Bollinger, could we go on to demonstrative JF 19, please? And Ms. Flynn, what's reflected here?
What we're getting into now is search engine optimization, or SEO. And there are terms that you can search with, and SEO has to do with where a website ranks on Google search or any other search platforms. And in this particular case, what we're showcasing is that from the start of March and onward, there was a significant increase in the visibility of the freedomman.org site based on the consistent use of certain organic keywords that were being included in content there and that people were searching for. And those keywords are on the left side. They're everything from Freedom Man, PAC, and Diego Rodriguez to a lot of keywords that are tied to CPS, CPS corruption, exposing CPS, aggravated circumstance CPS, CPS in Idaho, and fake CPS worker kidnapping.
And again, just in summary form, is it your opinion that there's a direct correlation between this growth and the defendant's use of this false conspiracy narrative related to St. Luke's?
Yes, that is my opinion.
Can we go on, Mr. Bollinger, to demonstrative 20, please? What's depicted here, Ms. Flynn?
We're continuing to talk about here search engine optimization, but now it's about people's actions with those search terms. So the first was that people were becoming aware of the site. On this left side here, this is a market increase during the time when the Baby Cyrus narrative was extremely active on the Freedom Man site, showing as people were looking for those search terms, they were clicking more and more through to the Freedom Man site based on that content. And on the right side, we're looking at click value, because right now we're talking about organic search terms, but a lot of those search terms have value and you can pay for them in order to move your website up. There is an indication in our analysis that there was payment, but there was still benefit received, because the terms that were on the freedomman.org site before the Baby Cyrus narrative were picked up were only worth click value of about $8. But then in March and April, you see that cumulative value of over $1,700 for those click terms. So there was benefit gained by this narrative being pushed and traffic coming back to this website.
Again, same question. Your opinion, a direct correlation between the use of the false narrative regarding St. Luke's and this increase in value?
Yes, that is my opinion.
We can go on, Mr. Bollinger, to demonstrative 21. Or let me back up. I failed to ask you a question, Ms. Flynn, relating to this. Did you perform a similar analysis for Mr. Bundy?
We did perform a similar analysis, but we did not do an engagement analysis on the Vote Bundy website because it didn't have existing content for a full year prior to 2022. So we couldn't accurately compare.
Thank you. And on to 21, demonstrative 21. Can you indicate for us what's depicted here?
Similar to what we showed with Freedom Man, there was a series of organic keywords that were increasingly being used on the website at such a rate that it increased in search, in Google search, and those organic keywords listed on the left. You can see the cross promotion to Diego Rodriguez. You also see Judge Fortier. You see lots of language around CPS, corrupt CPS, freedom fighters, Lori Fortier again, and medical kidnap in St. Luke's. So a lot of similar language and search terms.
Thank you. And Mr. Bullinger, can we go on to demonstrative 22? And what's depicted here, Ms. Flynn?
This is depicting on the left side those clicks, so showing that, the click volume in the first couple months or the end of 21 and the start of 22 was lower, and then there is a very noticeable spike starting in March into April and starting to come down in May, and this aligns with the timeline of the Save Baby Cyrus false narrative. And then on the right side, we're seeing the click value. Now, the Vote Bundy click value started a little bit higher. It was about $15. It peaked in the 200s and then came back down after that initial spike of those several months.
And again, similar question. Is it your opinion that this spike or this increase in value is directly correlated to the use of the false narrative regarding St. Luke's?
Yes, that is my opinion.
And Mr. Bullinger, could we move on to another question? In the context of using this to open up new avenues for elevating their brands, did you identify anything that indicated Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Bundy were anticipating using this increased value to open up a new channel?
Yes, I observed that and heard that.
And what did you see?
I saw on one of the interviews that Mr. Rodriguez did where he indicated that he and Mr. Bundy would soon be starting a podcast together.
Thank you. Mr. Bullinger, could we go on to demonstrative 23? And Ms. Flynn, we've moved on to your third opinion. Would you mind reading that for the jury, please?
Yeah. Defendants took specific steps to disparage St. Luke's, Mr. Roth, Dr. Erickson, and Ms. Youngman using an assortment of mistruths intended to impact their business and livelihoods.
Thank you. And would you give us a bit of an overview on that opinion?
This opinion is based on the fact that a lot of the intentional language, the mistruths, the false narratives targeted specific individuals and also worked in language that targeted them in such a way that it got to the very core of their brands and reputation.
Could you use Mr. Roth as an example of what you mean there?
Yeah. In the case of Mr. Roth, he was an executive leading St. Luke's. It was about questioning and claiming there was misuse of taxpayer funds and that he was involved in criminal activities such as child trafficking.
And then as it relates to Dr. Erickson, what did you see there?
With Dr. Erickson, pediatric hospitalist, her work is about caring for children. It was accusations about child abuse and child trafficking, kidnapping.
And then if I could ask what your similar analysis was as it related to Ms. Youngman.
Ms. Youngman, a nurse practitioner who had experience and focus in caring for abuse victims, it was similar with an added component. So child abuse and trafficking, but also sex abuse and making a claim that she was a pedophile.
So again, at the risk of summarizing, is it your opinion they targeted Mr. Roth, CEO of a nonprofit, for mismanagement of funds and taking personal advantage for his own financial benefit of a nonprofit?
Yes, that is my opinion.
And then Dr. Erickson, who's a pediatric hospitalist, they attacked her relating to her care and competency for taking care of children?
Yes.
And then for Ms. Youngman, who spends her career assisting children subject to sexual abuse, among other things, they targeted her as a pedophile?
Yes.
And again, the purpose and impact of such targeting?
There's so much impact. There's the emotional impact, which I cannot necessarily speak to, but you've heard about. But there's a long-term reputation impact. Getting back to reputation neutral or a blank slate is impossible.
Chair. And, Your Honor, and Ms. Flynn, I should say, did you review a video that is Exhibit 265 related to this and prepare a clip to assist in informing the jury of this opinion?
Yes.
Your Honor, Exhibit 265 was authenticated in the first McCraney declaration, and we'd ask for a clip 15 minutes and 8 seconds through 15 minutes and 22 seconds.
I'm going to call this Exhibit 265A. Is admitted. 265A. Has been authenticated, and that clip is admitted and may be published.
They take baby centers down to St. Luke's Hospital here. Well, that's like a kiss of death. You never want to go to St. Luke's. All parents here are terrified of St. Luke's. They're the absolute worst. They kill people. They do everything horrible you imagine. For those who understand the big medical cartel that's out there.
And we talked about the individuals. In the context of this clip, can you talk about the targeting of St. Luke's as an institution?
As an institution, St. Luke's has a brand. It has a mission, and that mission is improving the health of its communities. And the targets were specifically about, and the disinformation was specifically about claims that they abused, trafficked, maimed, and even killed their patients.
Mr. Bollinger, would you publish demonstrative JF-24? And Ms. Flynn, would you please read that opinion to the jury?
A comprehensive multi-year reputation campaign will be required to address the reputation harm done by the defendants.
And can you explain what you did to arrive at this opinion at a general level, and then we'll get into more detail?
Yeah. At a general level, we looked at our extensive experience in developing reputation management and repair campaigns for other clients, as well as awareness and engagement campaigns that would need to be done at the level that St. Luke's would need to engage in.
Thank you. And if we could go to demonstrative JF at 25, Mr. Bollinger. Can you share what's represented here in this demonstrative?
Yeah. This is a high-level overview of kind of a multi-page plan that we put together of what a reputation repair and awareness and engagement campaign would cost based on the harm that we analyzed that had been done. And
in effect, did you prepare your analysis? Is this an analysis of what St. Luke's would need to do in order to deal with, well, let me back up, can such a reputational campaign truly repair the damage that's at issue?
What we're talking about really here is reputation management. It's going to be extremely difficult to near impossible to erase from people's memories and minds what they've been hearing and what they've been seeing and the accusations that have been leveled. So this is going to be about rebuilding trust and reputation management going forward, especially acknowledging that this is an ongoing situation.
Thank you for that context. And then looking at what you prepared for us here, would you explain what would be the intended reach of this type of a PR and marketing plan?
So we looked at two different areas of reach. The first area would be acknowledging that there are current patients and potential patients and also communities in which St. Luke's operates within the state of Idaho that they were going to need to address in some sort of integrated marketing campaign. And then the second audience was really looking at the fact that this has also harmed and damaged recruitment, and that typically happens outside of Idaho's borders.
Thank you. And with that backdrop, if we could just talk again about what's depicted here, I'd ask you to look at the first column, focus area.
Yeah.
That first column, first row, can you explain what that year one would mean?
Yeah, that year one is looking at for the first year of the recommended campaign, there would need to be some strategy and thought and messaging and creative development of content and research that looks at what has been the specific reputational harm among various audiences. What are they currently thinking? What are some of the areas where St. Luke's needs to rebuild trust? And also producing all those elements that need to go into that campaign for that first year.
And so understanding the focus area, and I think you've described some of the components, but could you focus on those components perhaps a little more?
Yeah, so some elements of that first year, so the strategy and management, creative development, and that would be for any materials that are in print, that are in broadcast, that are in digital. OOH stands for out of home. So often there are parts of Idaho that may not have connectivity, so there's out of home ways to engage with people, not just in billboards, but perhaps other different types of community events. Also, we've been talking about all the search engine optimization and kind of that digital weaponization of terminology. So there's going to have to be a lot of tracking and looking at the language that's out there. And then, of course, monitoring and reporting of what's being done and what's working and what needs to change.
And did you come up with an associated cost for that type of effort involving those components?
Yeah, for that first year, those components, we came up with a cost of just over $1.2 million.
Thank you. And if we could, you could help us, Ms. Flynn, again by walking us through the second row.
Yeah.
So if we look at that first focus area, second row, could you read that for the jury and explain the components that would go into that level of work?
The second row, the Idaho Reputation Campaign Media, has to do, if we think back to those circles that I shared, the paid and earned parts of those circles. So the amount of public relations efforts and activities that would need to be occurring and the costs associated, and then also the paid media. So if you're paying to place a television ad, or if you're paying to move something up on a website, or if you're paying for social posts to be elevated. So this is all the paid to get the content that has been developed in front of people's eyes.
Thank you. And the associated cost with that effort?
Yeah, I should note that this is not just in the Boise market. This would be in all of St. Luke's operating markets in Idaho, which include Sun Valley, McCall, and Twin Falls. And the associated cost for that would be $2.3 million.
And just to touch on what you just noted, why did you look at it from that perspective of the other markets?
We looked at it from the other markets because there's no real barriers to how information is spread. And even though a lot of these incidents happened here in the Treasure Valley market, anywhere in Idaho where people are searching for information on St. Luke's, this false narrative is still coming up in front of them.
Thank you. And if we could go, Ms. Flynn, first column, third row, could you explain that effort and the related components?
Yeah, that effort is focused on a national recruitment campaign and the reality that this type of disparagement impacts people's thoughts and feelings about an organization's brand. And in this case, and a lot of other hospitals too, that recruitment is super important to making sure there are enough people to staff these hospitals and clinics. St. Luke's, yes, it may recruit within Idaho, but it often targets specific communities nationally. And so this looked at both developing the content and materials and creative to go out and deploy a recruitment and awareness campaign in those key markets where they look for medical staff and the cost to deploy that.
Thank you. And then that second to the bottom, first column, phase 2, could you explain just what that is and the associated cost?
Yeah, the two rows right there, the phase 2s, are looking at the fact that this is not just going to be a 1-month effort or even a 1-year effort. Based on the damage done, it is my opinion that it's going to take multiple years for reputation repair and rebuilding trust. And while the costs may scale down in those following years, there's still going to have to be efforts deployed in order to do that. So those last two rows indicate the campaigns both within Idaho and for recruitment continuing for 4 more years.
Thank you. And to your knowledge, has St. Luke's already started investing, or I should say, have they already invested in repairing the reputational damage done by the defendants owing to the false Save Baby Cyrus narrative?
To my knowledge, most of what I'm aware of is a lot of the internal efforts and costs. The fact that more and more people's time are having spent on combating the false narrative versus what they would proactively be doing to improve healthcare in the community.
And to be clear, what you've depicted here is different or distinct from those internal efforts. Is that fair?
Correct. This is all external, and this includes engaging with external partners and support of developing this material.
Okay. Thank you. If I could ask you just to turn your attention to the individuals. What about for Dr. Erickson and Tracy Youngman, for example? Did you form any opinion as to what steps they might need to take on an individual level to start to mitigate the reputational harm?
Yes, I did.
And first, I guess I should back up and ask the same question I did for the institution. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not they'll be able to fully wipe away or eliminate the reputational harm they've suffered today?
I do have an opinion.
Excuse me. And what is that opinion?
Unfortunately, they won't be able to fully erase it. It can never be erased. As somebody here said, the internet lives forever. Usually that's not always the best thing. And in the particular case of a personal brand, somebody's personal brand being attacked in the ways that Dr. Erickson and nurse practitioner Youngman's brands were attacked, and the accusations and false narratives pushed, those are sticky, unfortunately, and they're there, and it's going to require monitoring and attention to mitigate that and even try to rebuild that. And for individuals, that's so difficult because as individuals, we don't often have the time and money to spend on that because we're living our lives and doing things professionally.
And similar to Ms. Youngman and Ms. Erickson, although they might be in somewhat of a different category, is Mr. Roth going to face similar issues?
Mr. Roth will face similar issues as well. Mr. Roth, in his case, being an executive of an organization, in some ways, some of that repair can be supported by the organization, but he will still have to deal with the fact that his reputation has been damaged and that information is out there online with that false narrative.
Thank you. Again, stepping away from Mr. Roth, who is in a different category given his position with an organization, what are the types of things that Ms. Youngman and Dr. Erickson are going to have to engage in to try and mitigate it?
Starting with something that they may have already engaged with, but it is being a hypervigilant of where all of your personal information exists, where your digital footprints and fingerprints are from a standpoint of where people could potentially put false narratives or comments or false reviews about you somewhere. So that is going to be a lot of ongoing monitoring of where you exist, and that goes beyond just Googling your name, which everybody should do because it's kind of interesting, but you find out often about a lot of different things that are out there. So that is kind of from that vigilant standpoint. So that's more on, you're on the on the defense. But being on the offense, there are things that you can do, and a lot of people don't have time to do this individually because they're working in their profession, so they may hire people to help with what we call reputation management. And that's going to be somebody to keep an eye out and in some ways counter the false narratives by putting more true content out there about your profession and about your accomplishments and being in some ways a little bit more public to try and drown out what's out there about you.
And just to summarize it, is that in effect, and I don't mean to diminish your opinion at all, is that in effect the best that Ms. Youngman and Dr. Erickson can do?
In this particular case, yes, or pretty much get off any single potential site where their name may appear. They can disappear and hide their reputations, or they can stand and try to fight and regain it. So I think disappearing from the public eye, which would completely diminish their professional role, is always an option, but that would completely destroy their careers.
Thank you. Just one or two final questions, if I could, Ms. Flynn. You've walked through a number of steps, and you've provided us analysis regarding what you saw when you analyzed the activity of the defendants, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen or been involved in this type of coordinated corporate attack? I think that's what Ms. Toll referred to it earlier today, against an institution like this?
I have not seen in my career a coordinated corporate attack anywhere close to this community at this level with such nefarious attempts and intent.
And based on what you've seen, continuing through your analysis here today, is the intensity of that, I believe you said it's waxed and waned, but is it your opinion that the attack against St. Luke's and the individuals that you've depicted today is still underway?
Yes, that is my opinion. While the intensity has waxed and waned, it is ongoing. There continues to be posts that are making disparaging comments, pushing the false narrative. It continues to this day.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, you may, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. You can just leave it right there. Thanks. All right, we're going to take our afternoon break now for 15 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll go till approximately 4 p.m. Over the recess, heed the admonitions previously given.
All right.
Very good. Please be seated. Did anything happen over the recess to affect your qualifications? Seeing none, please call your next witness.
The plaintiff's called Spencer Fomby, Your Honor. He's an expert witness.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. It's Spencer Fomby, F-O-M as in Mary, B-Y.
Very good. Counsel, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Fomby, are you an expert in managing and dealing with large extremist demonstrations and protests?
Yes.
Are you a national expert in that area?
Yes.
Mr. Fomby, were you retained as an expert in this case?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked to, and who were you retained by?
By Holland and Hart.
And were you asked to reach some opinions in this case?
Yes.
And have you done so?
I have.
And are you prepared to testify regarding those today?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Fomby, to back up and get a little bit more background on your experience, can you tell us what your current occupation is, where you're currently employed?
I'm currently a consultant, and I work with the National Tactical Officers Association.
And what is the National Tactical Officers Association?
The National Tactical Officers Association, or the NTOA, is an organization that creates national standards for tactical operations, including SWAT and crowd control, or what we call public order.
Thank you. And first, to back up, and you were in law enforcement for a number of years, is that correct?
Yes.
About how long before you retired?
22 years.
Thank you. To step back to kind of get an overview of your law enforcement career, if we could, can you tell us where did you attend university?
I graduated from Howard University in Washington, D.C.
About what year?
In 1997.
And what did you major in?
Administration of Justice.
And did you enter into a law enforcement career after graduating?
My first job was actually working for the Probation and Parole Department in Washington, D.C.
And what was your next position related to law enforcement.
And then I started working for Berkeley PD.
And can you give the jury just an overview of the positions you held at Berkeley
Sure.
PD?
I graduated from the academy in December of 2000. I worked in patrol, in the street narcotics unit, and then in crime prevention. Those were my primary duties.
And what were the various, and how long were you part of the Berkeley Police Department?
For 20 years.
And what were the different titles or ranks that you held while at the Berkeley Police Department?
I was an officer for 6 years, and then I was promoted to sergeant, and I remained a sergeant for 13 years, and I was promoted to lieutenant.
Thank you. And I'd like to focus, if we could, on your experience as a law enforcement officer that's relevant to what you're here to testify about today. Is that okay?
Yes.
So can you give the jury an overview, and we'll get some more detail, an overview of your experience and the roles you played while in Berkeley that are relevant to crowd control, especially extremists involved in disturbances?
Sure. My tactical background, I was selected to go to the Berkeley SWAT team after 4 years of service. So SWAT team in Berkeley is called the Special Response Team, and it is an ancillary duty. So you have a regular job, and then you work SWAT whenever there's an emergency. And I remained on that team, operational for 16 years. I was the team leader for about 9 years, and when I left, I was the commander.
So during that period of time from when you joined SWAT to departing as a commander, were you engaged in high-risk situations?
Yes, that was the purpose of our unit.
And how many of those, and did a substantial amount of those involve crowd control?
Yes, we really need to separate into two categories. So there's everything related to SWAT response, which is searching for dangerous suspects who were involved in shootings or murders, dealing with barricaded subjects, hostage rescue situations, and then everything related to public order or crowd control.
And while you were at on the Berkeley Police Force, did you also play an instructional role or have instructional duties there?
Yes.
Can you identify those instructional duties that are relevant to your expertise?
Yes, for the whole time that I was on the team, on the special response team, when I became a team leader, I was also a lead instructor. So that means I was responsible for all the training and tactics used by the SWAT team. I was also a departmental instructor, so I taught defensive tactics, firearms, less lethal weapons, including chemical agents and pepper spray, flashbangs. I was our active shooter coordinator, so I trained officers in response to active shooter events, and I also trained civilians and organizations how to survive active shooter events. I've created 2 courses that are certified in the state of California to teach police officers how to de-escalate situations. And then obviously I was a crowd control or public order instructor.
Thank you. And for those who don't know, Berkeley is in the Bay Area, correct?
Correct. We border Oakland, California.
Okay. And during your time as part of SWAT in the Berkeley Department, were you involved in dealing with any significant disturbances involving extremists?
Yes, plenty.
Can you give the jury a sense of some of the more significant experiences you've had in that regard?
So as it relates to my experience in Berkeley, the extremists that we typically dealt with were left-wing extremists, probably familiar with the term Antifa or Antifa. These are anti-fascist activists. Antifa is not an actual group. It's a loose collection of different organizations that share the same philosophy. So in Berkeley, when we had protests, they were typically involving those organizations.
And any of those that stand out as significant violent demonstrations that you had to deal with? Because I'd like to get a better understanding of your experience in that regard.
Sure. I think what stands out to me is in 2017, we had a series of riots, essentially involving right-wing extremists who came to Berkeley basically to fight with the local Antifa organizations. There were about 13 different riots that we responded to, and the right-wing extremists that we dealt with were the Proud Boys, Patriot Prayer, the Oath Keepers, 3%ers, Identity Europe, the Rise Above movement, and the Golden State Skinheads.
And based on your review and preparation for this case, are some of those organizations loosely affiliated with PRN?
Yes.
Thank you. And can you give, using that example that you mentioned, I think you said 2017. Well, first let me back up. Were those the only riots that you were involved in during your time at SWAT in Berkeley?
No, there were plenty of riots. Those were the ones that stand out as far as extremists from both sides coming to Berkeley and attacking each other.
Okay. And talking about those riots in 2017, can you give the jury an understanding as to what your role was in dealing with those?
Sure. At that time, I was still the team leader on the special response team, and I was also the squad leader when we responded to protest events. So I was entrusted, even though I was only a sergeant, I briefed the chief of police, the city manager, and the city attorney on specific tactics and legal concerns that we would have when we deployed operationally. I also was involved in the tactical planning for these operations, identifying specific risks based on a risk assessment, based on the intel that we had on who might show up to the protest.
Thank you. And is it fair to say that after you had this experience in 2017, you continued to develop your expertise in this area?
Yes.
Can you give us some examples of how you've continued to develop your expertise in this area since those experiences in 2017?
Well, I continue to attend training. My philosophy is always to be a student first, be a student of your craft. So I've always attended training, and based on my expertise and my experience, I've been asked to speak at conferences all over the United States related to the response to protest events, especially those that are involving extremists. I was also selected as a visiting fellow at the University of Derby in the United Kingdom, and I was involved in research projects and also went to England to do guest lectures.
Thank you. And I know that's a summary. You've been involved in other instructions and teaching related to crowd control, including extremist crowd control. Is that fair?
Yes.
So, and we might come back to your experiences in Berkeley as we go through your opinions, but to kind of continue to move through your professional career, when did you leave the Berkeley Police Department?
In March of 2021.
And where did you go after that professionally?
I came here to Boise, and I joined the Boise Police Department.
And while you were at the Boise Police Department, what was your role?
I was selected as the captain over the Training, Education, and Development Division, which was a new division. My responsibilities were running the police academy, field training, and all in-service training, which is the ongoing training that police officers receive.
And would that include training related to crowd control and risk assessment of threats?
Yes.
And how long were you at the police department here in Boise?
20 months.
Where did you go after that professionally?
I retired in January of this year and began my full-time career as a consultant.
Okay. In addition to being a consultant, do you also serve, in addition to this case, as an expert witness?
Yes.
And what is your area of, can you explain your area of expertise as far as serving as an expert witness?
Yes, typically when attorneys retain me as an expert witness, it's related to crowd control or use of force or tactical operations. So the cases I work are mostly officer-involved shootings, protest events, most of them from the George Floyd protest in 2020, and then sometimes other use of force incidents related to in-custody deaths.
Okay. And I know in talking with you beforehand, you're not at liberty to disclose many of your clients in this case, correct?
That's correct.
But can you give the jury a sense of kind of what category those clients fit into?
So those clients would be cities that are defending lawsuits from the George Floyd protest. Many of those lawsuits involved extremists who were involved in violent activity, attacking police, attempting to commit acts of arson. And the allegations are that police were heavy-handed and used force and targeted specific individuals.
Thank you, Mr. Fomby. So getting back to what you're here to testify about today, did you prepare a demonstrative, some slides to help walk the jury through your opinions?
Yes.
And Mr. Bollinger, could you pull up SF demonstrative, and let's go to the second page if we could. And is this the demonstrative that you prepared, Mr. Fomby?
Yes.
Okay. And as I believe we've discussed, you've reached some opinions in this matter, correct?
That's correct.
Is this your first opinion?
It is.
And can you read that opinion to the jury?
Ammon Bundy's PRN is an extremist group with a documented history of threatening and violent behavior.
And the jury's heard some testimony regarding this earlier. Just to kind of clarify what your focus is going to be, is your focus on the operational issues related to operational and tactical issues necessitated by the incidents we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So if we go to the next page, Mr. Bollinger, and did you prepare this slide?
Yes.
Okay. Could you explain to the jury what you've got there and the significance of those points to your opinion?
Yeah, so what you're looking at is a couple of examples that will tend to show the behavior that I'm going to explain and that has that I've identified that is my opinions are based on. So you'll see behavior where the PRN is threatening and potentially threatening violent behavior against their victims.
And so first, did you do any research to prepare specifically to render opinions in this case?
Yes.
And that first bullet point, what, if any, relevance does that have to the research that you performed?
That is an exhibit. It's something the jury has already seen, I believe. It's research that is cited and tends to show the history and violent activity and threats made by the PRN.
And the jury's heard from the expert, Mr. Burkhart. Is that one of the articles that Mr. Burkhart and his group has authored?
Yes.
Okay. And the second one, is Exhibit Demonstrative D22. Mr. Bollinger, could we go to D22, please? And Mr. Fomby, this is also something the jury has seen before in the context of Mr. Burkhart. Could you just explain to them what you reviewed here and how it was relevant to your opinion, or excuse me, preparing to render opinions in this case involving Mr. Bundy?
Yes, so for an operational concern, the thing that stands out to me is the number of disruptions and also the locations where they're taking place. This is a significant number of disruptions in a pretty short period of time.
And recent times, correct?
That's correct.
So, Mr. Fomby, you also identified, if we could go back, Mr. Bollinger, to demonstrative page 3. You also identified a video. Your Honor, this has been previously admitted. It's short. I would like to play it again just so Mr. Fomby could explain its relevance to the operational issues.
Are you talking about 776?
I am, Your Honor.
And is it a clip like 776A?
It is a clip, Your Honor. And this would be the same clip that has been previously admitted, Your Honor.
776.
And
It's 776. The video clip was admitted previously and may be shown. Is it brief?
it is, Your Honor.
All right, play the video.
It's not cool, so on and so forth. We're going to get equipped. And then we're going to start training with each other. We're going to start training on how to secure a home, how to secure an area, how to defend an area, how to clear an area, how to travel, how to communicate. All these things that need to be done, we're going to be training on that, we're going to be working on it. So that, let's say we go a couple times a month, and maybe we're working on our communication, we might have radios, we know frequencies, we might have earpieces, and so we can communicate with each other in an action type scenario. We've got our weapons, we've got on ammunition, we've got medical supplies and training, and we're doing this so that we can become an actual unit, organized units of defense. And our job is to basically, when needed, to become a team of defense. And it might be simply helping somebody clean out their basement because there was a flood. Or it might be actually standing and surrounding a neighbor's home in physical, defense with our arms and hands.
So, Mr. Fomby, again, looking at it from your perspective, as a SWAT commander and expert in the area, what is relevant in that video that helps inform your opinion?
Well, in this video, you see Mr. Bundy talking about creating organized groups, trained groups that are, some of them located in small geographic areas, but also connected to larger other groups that are similarly situated in other parts of the country. And then he's talking about creating training that addresses certain skill sets that he wants people to have. So he's defining mission sets and capabilities of those groups. So they're going to have weapons and ammunition, medical training, know how to clear a structure, know how to defend a structure, know how to clear an area. So, I mean, he's essentially talking about tactical operations.
And so, given your expertise, put yourself back in your shoes as a SWAT commander. If you have an understanding that that's how the extremist group is organized that you're facing, how does that affect your assessment of the risk?
Well, the risk is high, especially when you think about the history. Typically, Mr. Bundy and his affiliated organizations have been involved in standoffs with police. And what he's talking about here is taking a posture where they are armed and trained and prepared for an armed engagement, potentially with another armed group of people, typically law enforcement. But in the context of this case, he's talking about this related to a hospital.
And could we go on, if we could, Mr. Bollinger, to page 4 of Mr. Fomby's demonstrative? Mr. Fomby, is this your second opinion in this case?
Yes.
Could you read that to the jury?
Bundy, Rodriguez, PRN, and the other defendants used disinformation to harass and create risks of violence.
Okay. And could we go on to the next page of the demonstrative? Could you read that, and once you have, I'll walk you through those points and let you help me. I'll ask you to explain those to the jury if I could. But could you read those bullet points, Mr. Fomby, to get us started?
Sure. Bundy, Rodriguez, and PRN use a typical extremist playbook. So they use triggering events. They use an initial falsehood used to create a long-term disinformation campaign and conspiracy, and then they coordinate their actions on various platforms.
You use the phrase typical extremist playbook there. What is that referring to?
That just means that they're using the same tactics that I have experienced in my career with Antifa.
And Antifa. So perhaps if I could ask you just to explain these conceptually, and then I'll ask you how they apply specifically to the situation with Mr. Bundy. When you're talking about a typical playbook, what does that term of an extremist, what does that term triggering event mean?
So you think of a triggering event as some event that happens, and then the extremist organization knows that they have a short window of opportunity to get people's attention and to spread their message. So something happens, and then they want to get as much information out as possible and galvanize some type of action.
So I think you'd mentioned an experience with Antifa. Are these, can you, if you're going to reference those Antifa events, would you mind telling us kind of when that occurred in your experience?
Sure. In my career in Berkeley over that 20 years, I had a lot of experience dealing with extremists who had that ideology.
So can you give us an example in your experience of an extremist group that used what you've just referred to as a triggering event?
Sure. If I looked at an anti-fascist organization or or an organization aligned with Antifa, they would typically identify an officer-involved shooting or some other police use of force as a triggering event. So then they would start engaging in this same series of tactics to try to undermine and delegitimize the police agency.
Okay. And then the second bullet point there is, could you read that again?
Initial falsehood used to create long-term disinformation campaign and conspiracy.
Again, if you wouldn't mind, referencing your experience with Antifa, can you give us an example of how that's played out in your career?
Sure. So if, in the example of an officer-involved shooting, typically they would find some person that they claim is a witness who has some information. That information may or may not be correct, but they don't care. If it is contrary to the police narrative, and if it is critical of the police, then they will take that information and use it against the police to undermine our message. And then they will try to keep that going as long as possible.
Will they expand on it?
Yes, if they can, and try to make it a much wider conspiracy. And they'll also tie that to, policing around the country, sometimes around the world, and the philosophy behind policing. But it all starts from one particular event in one location.
And then that last bullet point, could you read that?
Coordinated use of platforms.
Again, if you wouldn't mind continuing on with the example from your experience in Berkeley, how have you seen that play out?
So they would use the same tactics. They have people who are great at marketing. They use the different social media platforms. They have people who are good at presenting. So those people would go out and potentially use mainstream media platforms. They would engage in political activity, anything they can think of to try to get that message out, make sure that it's consistent and that it reaches the most number of people as possible.
And have you rendered an opinion as to whether, in reviewing this case, Mr. Bundy and PRN and Mr. Rodriguez followed the similar playbook?
Yes.
And can we go to the next slide here, Mr. Bullinger? So could you walk the jury through these bullet points that you've identified?
Sure. So in this case, the triggering event is essentially a medical emergency for an infant that they co-opted and used to try to spread their message, spread propaganda, galvanize their supporters. So there was protective care provided by St. Luke's for an infant, but PRN saw an opportunity to use that event.
And then you've identified an initial falsehood here. Can you explain how that plays out in your review of this case?
Yes, so from reviewing the available evidence, there's a lot of different references to the baby being completely healthy. There was nothing wrong with the baby. There was absolutely no reason for the health and welfare or the police or the medical community to get involved in providing care for this baby. And that, if you could just walk us through, Mr. Fomby, that third bullet point, conspiracy. Sure. So we've seen throughout this case that there's the ongoing use of the word kidnapping and then also the use of word trafficking. So this ongoing conspiracy to suggest that somehow all of these different entities that were trying to provide medical aid for the infant are somehow involved in some broad conspiracy. And that final point from the playbook, can you explain how that, in your opinion, played out here? Sure. And so we just saw, especially in the last testimony, that they were very adept at using websites, social media, extremist media, and sometimes trying to reach out and gain traction in mainstream media to support that message. Thank you. And if we could move to the next slide, Mr. Bullinger. And did you prepare this, Mr. Fomby? Yes. And what's the significance of this slide? These are examples of PRN's attempt to get their message out using different mediums. And the jury has seen Exhibit 351 a number of times, but if we could just quickly look at the page you've identified. Could we go to 1139, Mr. Bullinger?
What's reflected here that you wanted to highlight for the jury?
So if we can zoom in where it says, what can you do to help? So what this is, it's giving instructions and trying to essentially create a force multiplier. So if you have a small number of people who are spreading a message, it's only going to go so far. So if you can get more people to feel like they're being supportive, that they're being helpful, they're giving clear directions on how people can do that.
Thank you. And Mr. Bollinger, if we could go to what's been previously admitted, that's Exhibit 236.1. The next page. And what's reflected here that you wanted to highlight?
Well, if we just look at the language that's used, all this language is purposeful. It's meant to inflame passions. It's meant to elicit an emotional response from the person who receives that message. So if you want people to take action and to be serious and to be committed to this effort, then you use language like torn from the arms of a mother.
And thank you. And Mr. Bollinger, if we could just go back again to SF demonstrative, page 7. The last exhibit you've identified there, what's the significance of that?
Well, this is Bundy using language and trying to tie in a conspiracy, looking at this particular situation and trying to draw a conclusion that somehow all of these different entities and individuals are somehow involved in a broader conspiracy to kidnap children.
Okay. And, Your Honor, what is we've marked as Exhibit 176 SFA would be a short clip from Exhibit 176. It'd be clip 1 minute, 38 seconds through 2 minutes and 1 second. And it was authenticated with the first McCraney at paragraph 30.
Has this already been admitted and played?
Your Honor, I have it as not having been admitted at this clip range. If there's an error, I apologize, but I have it as not admitted.
176A is admitted and is a video clip range. It may be published.
Do you play it, Mr. Bollinger?
Judge Lori Ortier, we're doing, looking into her, and she's taken hundreds of children. And she's done it with this doctor in the past, D. Erickson, here in Idaho. And these doctors work in conjunction with CPS and with these judges.
Going back, if we could, Mr. Bollinger, to SF demonstrative page 6. Which of the bullet points, page 6, thank you. Which of the bullet points does that video provide support to, in your opinion?
It's really talking about a conspiracy.
Tying in Dr. Erickson?
Correct.
With the judiciary?
That's true.
So what's the significance of that in this case, tying in Dr. Erickson with the judiciary?
Well, if the listener is open to Bundy's message and sympathetic to that message and believe that he's telling the truth, it tends to show that there is some broader conspiracy and that people should be afraid of all of these systems, that these people and people involved in the systems are involved in some kidnapping plot and somehow abusing children.
Thank you. If we move on, Mr. Bollinger, to page 8 of the demonstrative. Can you read this for us, and then I'll ask you to kind of walk us through those bullet points, Mr. Fomby.
So part of the playbook is the use of misinformation and disinformation to advance the political agenda, help raise money, sway public opinion, undermine the legitimacy of their opponents, and then radicalize their followers.
And can you provide us some examples of where you've encountered this in your prior experience playing out as part of a typical extremist playbook?
Sure. If we look at people with a complete opposite philosophy, like Antifa, they would sometimes try to get involved in local politics, sometimes take positions in local political offices, get involved in lots of different short-term and long-term lobbying to try to push their political agenda from behind the scenes and sometimes up front. And then all these organizations need money, so they try to find different ways to raise money. Some of them are, some of them have hidden fundraisers or funding sources, and then others are very open and honest, like you saw with, donate buttons and other types of campaigns. They ultimately want to sway public opinion, and because of the nature of extremist organizations, they typically only resonate with a smaller portion of the population, but they still will try to get their message out to a wider audience. And then anybody who they believe is an opponent of theirs politically or even in a physical confrontation, they want to try to delegitimize that organization or that individual. And then their main thing is to gain more people by radicalizing their followers.
And did you see this portion of the extremist playbook play out in this case?
Yes.
Could we go to the next slide, Mr. Bollinger? Can you walk us through that first bullet point and your opinion as to its applicability to our case?
So if we're looking at the political agenda, in this case, there was activity that took place that seemed to benefit the Bundy for Governor campaign. At the same time, it was benefiting the PRN. They were raising money, and some of that money was apparently going to the campaign. At the same time, it was going to support PRN activities. One effort they took to make to gain public support was to try to make Bundy out to be a hero or sometimes a martyr, where the system or some other form of big brother government or a powerful organization was targeting him, and that somehow he was the person that should be held up as a hero or as a martyr. And then the PRN and other related organizations typically try to undermine what we consider traditional forms of government and identify or suggest that there should be other ways of governing, typically focused on individual rights over our traditional forms of government. And then radicalization gets down to individual people who are already PRN members or people who may be sympathetic, and getting that message out to them to get them more involved.
And can you discuss if there's any, to the extent you believe there's any applicability of the use that we've seen in prior testimony of things like family, religion, and individual rights?
Yes, these organizations will typically try to identify themes that resonate with most people. So you think about the things that people are most passionate about. So you start with family. When you start talking about taking babies out of a mother's arms, kidnapping babies, the average person will have a visceral response to that. So it's one of the things that they do on purpose to continue to spread that message. When you look at religion, there's religious themes throughout all of this language, and you've seen that where you talk about the fight between righteous and the wicked. That is done on purpose. All of the different imagery that's related to religion, specifically Christianity, in this effort is all purposeful. And then the politics or looking at rights, we're not talking about constitutional rights or the rights that we all understand that we're afforded. We're talking about individual rights that are more focused on what people in the PRN or affiliated organizations believe are their rights. And sometimes that means that they are willing to use violence in support of their rights. And that violence may be against the government or law enforcement.
So could we move on to the next page of your demonstrative if we could? And could you read that to the jury?
The language used in the campaign to incite action on the ground was purposely inflammatory and intended to motivate and radicalize supporters and members of People's Rights Network.
You just spoke to us about themes, Can you explain to us why you use that term language here and how that is part of the typical extremist playbook?
Sure. So, if you're talking about an Antifa organization, there's certain code, there's certain words that are typical and that you find that are consistent in their language and the way that they talk to each other. They always use words like solidarity, comrade, things like that. So you will always kind of see those themes. And here, again, you're going to see those words that tend to show that the actions here are somehow inspired by God, that these things are focused in righteousness, and that the efforts are really to deal with people or organizations that they consider wicked.
And did you identify any examples of these use of these themes and language that you've been talking about that played out in this case?
Yes.
If we go to the next slide, Mr. Bullinger. Can you walk us through these, if you could, and explain the relevance to the opinion you're stating?
So these are just examples of language that is very prevalent in all the different communications used by the PRN. So CPS or St. Luke's is involved in kidnapping. That is a constant theme. Child trafficking network used to kidnap, abuse, kill, and or give Christian children to homosexual couples. So it gets back to conspiracy theory, also identifying that religious connection, that somehow Christian children are being targeted. And then also this, the homophobic tropes, again, about people who are homosexual couples are somehow pedophiles or a danger to children. And then the misinformation has also recently taken on accusations of child genital mutilation. So some of the more inflammatory language suggests that St. Luke's and people that work there are somehow involved in abusing and mutilating children.
Thank you. If we could move on, Mr. Bullinger, to the next page. Is this the third opinion that you're here to express, Mr. Fomby?
Yes.
Would you read that to the jury?
The disruption of March 15th posed a serious risk of violence, and this was not a protest.
If we could go to the next page of the slide you've presented. You've identified risk assessment factors, Mr. Fomby, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what risk, and we'll go through the individual ones, but what's the concept behind risk assessment in this context?
So whether it's a law enforcement agency or a security agency or anybody tasked with conducting security operations, it could be a military unit, we typically use a risk assessment. And in this context, when you're talking about a protest event, especially one that's involving extremist activity, these are some of the factors that we would consider when determining the level of risk.
So if I could ask you kind of to step back into your instructor or consultant role, are these factors something that you teach?
Yes.
And who's the target when you're providing this instruction?
It's typically a commander who is responsible for coming up with a tactical plan to respond to a protest event.
Thank you. And if we look at that first point, can you explain that and how it applied to the situation that existed on March 15th that led to the lockdown?
So one of the things that a commander would consider is the size and composition of the crowd. So a police commander or a security supervisor or security team has to understand the resources they have, which starts with the number of personnel, and then the number of people in a crowd. So if they are greatly outnumbered, then that's going to be a concern. When we say composition, we're talking about who's in the crowd. So are we talking about a bunch of little kids that walked out from their high school in protest? Are we talking about elderly people that are somehow involved in a protest? Is it a mixed crowd? Or in this case where PRN is asking for militia-aged males to show up and protest, are we talking about able-bodied people who may have some type of training?
The second point relates to whether people are armed with weapons. Is that correct?
Yes.
this is potentially obvious, but can you walk the jury through kind of how that component of the assessment?
So anytime you're dealing with a crowd, if you have people that appear to be unarmed or potentially have manufactured weapons, or whether that's sticks or shields, that is one level of threat. We have people who are obviously carrying firearms. That changes the dynamics and obviously creates a bigger concern about how the police or security might intervene in that protest.
And if I could back you up just to that point one again, so we could apply it to the case that existed on March 15th. You've thoroughly reviewed the record, correct?
Yes.
And based on the record, you've also reviewed police body cam footage and other things, correct?
Yes.
Based on your review, how did what was in existence on March 15th fit in with regard to that first factor of size and composition?
Well, you have a small number of security personnel that are employed by St. Luke's who are on scene. They called for emergency backup, which came in the form of local police. So the Boise Police Department and Idaho State Police responded, but they only brought about 30 officers. So 30 officers facing hundreds of people who are very agitated and some of them armed, that is a serious concern.
Okay. And then I made you back up just when we were on like the third point there. Can you explain the third point, temperament of the crowd members? And then I'd also ask you to kind of apply it to what the situation was on March 15th.
Sure. One of the things we teach, and one of the things I've done plenty of times in my professional career, is what we call taking the temperature of the crowd. So when you're on the ground, it's very different from watching a video or watching camera footage. When you're on the ground, you can get a better sense of how agitated people are, what their motivation is, whether you can talk and reason with those people. And so that is one of the primary factors, is understanding their motivation, their level of commitment, and how mad they are.
And what was the situation on March 15th?
It's a very volatile situation. You have people that are emotionally charged. They are very agitated. And from the evidence that I've reviewed, it doesn't seem clear that there was any real communication between the police, security personnel, and the crowd.
Is it fair to say there wasn't an ability to communicate?
That's what it appears to me, yes.
So when you look at that, I'd ask you to just kind of march through, if we could, to the fourth point. What is the significance of that and its applicability to the situation on March 15th?
So another thing to consider is the nature of any threats, if there are any obvious threats. And in this case, on March 15th, there were clear, credible threats that members of this crowd, this mob, this militia, were going to storm the hospital. Some of them are armed, and they were going to forcefully take the infant and remove the infant from the facility.
And that fifth point, could you explain what that is and the applicability to the situation on March 15th?
The likelihood of verbal de-escalation. Like I talked about before, I've written a couple of courses that teach officers how to communicate with people in volatile situations. And what we want to do is hopefully use words without using violence. So part of verbal de-escalation, the first thing is we have to be able to communicate, and then we have to be able to establish rapport. And the ultimate goal is to gain voluntary compliance. So if we cannot communicate and there's not a point person that I can talk to, and we can't establish rapport, come to some level of understanding where we can actually communicate and then somehow negotiate, come to some compromise, and then gain voluntary compliance, then it is very unlikely that we'll be able to use verbal de-escalation.
And you mentioned a component of this being able to reach some kind of compromise. In the situation that existed on March 15th, when, in effect, there was a demand for a baby, was there an opportunity from compromise from your perspective?
No, whether it's typical verbal de-escalation or from the SWAT world, when I worked with professional negotiators, I was the tactical team leader, but we had negotiator team leaders. If they told me that there was an unreal or unrealistic demand, then we knew that negotiations weren't going anywhere. So in this case, there's no way that somebody was going to walk outside with a baby and hand it over to this crowd.
Thank you. And then next point there, 6, whether the members of the crowd seem cohesive in their actions. Can you explain that concept and apply it to our case on March 15th?
So in a typical protest, there's an understanding of crowd science that crowds are composed of many different people with many different motivations, and they are not typically working in concert or aligned in what their motivations are. So they may be there for the same purpose, but these people don't necessarily know each other, and there is no real cohesion. In a situation where people are working together, they're somehow getting instructions, and they have a defined goal, that is a much more dangerous security situation.
And on March 15th, did you see cohesion?
Yes.
If we go on to the 7th point, could you explain that concept and, if you could, apply it to the circumstances on March 15th?
So the last point is the commission of or threat of criminal acts by members of the crowd. So in First Amendment protests, people are allowed to gather, to peaceably assemble, to exercise their First Amendment free speech rights. But where people are committing acts of violence or committing crimes, that changes the dynamics. So if there are people committing crimes or threatening to commit crimes, that increases the level of threat.
And what was the situation on March 15th, based on your review?
Well, based on all of the intel that the security personnel had, the history of confrontations and violence, the fact that people were armed, the reason they were there, their motivations and how mad people were, there was a very high risk that there was going to be some violence.
And Mr. Fombia, if I could, before we move on to, let me ask you this. So as it applies to this opinion, what is your opinion as to what the circumstances were on March 15th in this case?
Well, I believe that the security, St. Luke's security team did an excellent job. They called for backup. They knew they needed more resources. They were aware, based on intelligence, of the level of threat, and they prioritized their actions based on their mission to protect the personnel that occupy the St. Luke's Hospital and also the facility.
And just to put kind of an end point on this opinion, was what occurred on March 15th a protest, in your opinion?
No.
So if we could go on to the next opinion you're offering here, Mr. Fomby, could you read that to the jury?
St. Luke's responded reasonably to harassment and disturbances.
If we could go to the next slide, Mr. Bollinger, could you read that to the jury, and then I've got some follow-up questions for you.
St. Luke's employs a team of security professionals that includes several retired police officers with decades of experience evaluating intelligence and making risk assessments.
So did you, in the course of developing your opinions, do a review of the composition and training of the St. Luke's security force?
Yes.
And what did you see as far as that composition?
Well, it appears that about 85% of these people are former police officers. The rest of them are former correctional officers and or come from a military background, and some of them also have either paramedic or EMT backgrounds.
And so how would you characterize, I guess, the quality and composition of the security force St. Luke's had in place at that time?
I've never seen a force that was comprised of, this level of professionals. Typically, you have people that are have much less training and don't have that prior professional experience. So one of the first things I did was read some of the security reports, and they read like police reports. So that was kind of shocking to me. And then I found out later that these people were former police officers.
And you had a chance to meet Mr. Abendondolo, correct?
Yes.
And what can you say about your examination of Mr. Abendondolo's background and experience?
He's a consummate professional. He had way more professional law enforcement experience than I have, and I was actually shocked to find out that he was also working for St. Luke's, working in a hospital system the whole time that he was working at Houston PD, and a homicide detective. It was very impressive.
And to be clear, that was a different St. Luke's, though, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, back to your opinions. Thanks for that background. We move on to this next slide, if we could, Mr. Bollinger. So did you take a look at St. Luke's response to that Meridian trespass that the jury's heard about on March 11th?
Yes.
And then early in the morning on the 12th?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you reach an opinion as to how that was handled by St. Luke's and I guess I should also add the police there at that time?
Yes.
What was your opinion?
My opinion is that, the on-duty security personnel and Meridian Police Department officers did a great job with a very volatile situation.
And if we could, Your Honor, we'd play, it's going to very briefly, I just want to ask Mr. Fomby about the operational aspects of this. This has been played before. It's Exhibit DBA. It's short body cam footage from Meridian, Your Honor.
What's the exhibit number, counsel?
13, Your Honor, Exhibit 13.
A may be played again, but it's repetitive because the jury's seen it, so we need to move it along.
We will, Your Honor. What's significant to you about the situation that the officers face and the security personnel?
Sure. It appears to me that the officers are trying to avoid a confrontation. They're not yelling back. They're trying to figure out what's going on, trying to work with the hospital staff to find out, some resolution to the problem. And on the other side, you have Mr. Bundy and other people very volatile and yelling at the police.
And how was that eventually resolved based on the reports you read?
It looks like the police tried to negotiate. They actually asked Mr. Bundy to leave the ambulance bay about 7 times. He refused to move. They told him he could protest from a different area, which was a grassy area, which would allow ambulance access to the emergency room, and he refused. And ultimately, they arrested him for trespassing.
And can we move on to the next slide, Mr. Bollinger? And did you take a review of that would be, we need demonstrative page 18, Mr. Bollinger? Thank you. And you took a look at what occurred on March 15th, correct, and the defendant's actions?
Yes.
And a number of these have been seen by the jury again, so I'd just like you to highlight them. We don't need to go to those exhibits necessarily again. But could you just explain why you held out these 3 bullet points as significant to your opinion?
Sure. The first 2 are really, calls to action. They're trying to get people to get motivated, and they're creating a false sense of urgency. So telling the listener that this is an emergency, we need you to respond to the hospital right now. It's that type of language and that type of message in that context is likely to cause people to respond quickly, a large number of people to respond, and for them to be very volatile and agitated. And that's what we saw when the crowd showed up at the hospital.
Thank you. And if we could move on to the next slide, Mr. Bollinger. Can you explain the relevance of these points to the opinion that you were examining related to the handling of March 15th?
Yes, and as you've heard from the St. Luke's security staff, a hospital is not a fortress. It's not purpose-built to protect people or to protect from an attack by an armed militia. It is built for people to receive medical care, for members of the community to have access, when you look at it from a security perspective, it is a very difficult place to protect.
And if we move on to the next slide, Mr. Bollinger, can you explain the relevance of what you've set out here to your opinion?
Yes, my opinion is that the St. Luke's security team, in conjunction with local law enforcement, used all available intelligence, their previous history during that period of time from the 12th to the 15th, to make really good real-time decisions on what to do in a really volatile and dangerous situation.
And again, the threat assessment report, the jury's seen that before, but could you just remind them what it is and what in that threat assessment report is relevant to you in this opinion?
So in this context, a threat assessment is a really detailed explanation of all the different factors that the St. Luke's security team considered when deciding what type of security posture to take. In this context, this is a timeline of what was happening on the 15th, really assessing in real time the different things that are happening, the different threats that they see, and what decisions they made in a pretty short period of time.
And if we can move on to the next slide. So did you review the decision related to the lockdown?
Yes.
So what did you review related to that decision to go into lockdown?
I reviewed security reports and what seemed to be an after action, an explanation of why that decision was made.
Did you also listen to the testimony of Mr. Abendondolo?
I did.
What is your opinion regarding the appropriateness of the well, let me ask you it this way. Do you have an opinion regarding whether or not the decision to go into lockdown was a necessity by St. Luke's on March 15th?
Yes.
And what is your opinion?
I believe based on the totality of circumstances and everything that they knew at the time they made that decision, that was the only decision they could have made to keep everybody safe.
Can you give the jury a better sense of what it is you would point to by way of facts or testimony that you've heard and the documents you've examined that lead you to make that statement that it was the only decision available?
Well, based on the number of security personnel, all of the innocent people who were, in the hospital at the time, the fact that some members of the crowd were probing the exterior and trying to find ways in, and the St. Luke's security could see those people on camera, and the larger group of people near the emergency room exit, and some of them being armed, and their explicit, credible threat that they were going to force their way into the hospital and take the infant by force.
Okay. And in this context, what are the pros and cons of making a lockdown decision that St. Luke's faced at that point in time?
Going into lockdown is a very complex decision, whether it's a school, a hospital, or a government facility. You have to consider that people who are inside who need to leave won't be able to leave, and people who need to access the facility can't get in. And in this case, if police officers are standing outside and they're stuck between a volatile crowd and this locked building, that's a pretty dangerous situation.
And are you aware that statements have been made by Mr. Bundy, PRN, and Mr. Rodriguez that St. Luke's did not truly need to go into a lockdown in those circumstances?
I have heard those statements.
And what's your reaction to those statements?
I totally disagree. And there was really only one really good choice. I know the security team tried to limit access to one choke point so that they could control access. But if that crowd decided they were going to force their way in, there was really no way for the security and the police to keep them out. So you're talking about a potential breach there? Yes.
So you've identified some breach scenarios. Can you explain what you'd like to share with the jury in that regard as it relates to this opinion?
Sure. If we think about the most dangerous situations that could happen if members of that crowd breached, you have, a situation where a small number of people get in. Now the officers and security have to take physical control of those people and try to get them out. There could be a person who is armed who decides to barricade inside some location in the hospital, or a person takes hostages in the hospital, or it becomes an active shooter event. Somebody goes in, or a group of people go in and physically kidnap the infant. There's just a number of really dangerous situations, and the worst case scenario would be a shootout inside of a hospital setting.
Thank you. Could we move on to your next opinion? Could you read opinion number 5 to the jury, Mr. Fomby?
Bundy, Rodriguez, PRN, and other defendants harassed and created risks of violence that are ongoing.
And did you prepare to discuss with the jury what formed the basis for that opinion?
Yes.
Can we move on to the next slide? Can you read for the jury and explain what you meant by that first bullet point?
The systematic doxing and harassment of Chris Roth, Dr. Natasha Erickson, and Tracy Youngman was intended to intimidate and terrorize the plaintiffs. So it essentially means that there is no other viable reason for doxing and the type of harassment that PRN used against these people. It was meant to intimidate them, terrorize them, harass them, and make them fearful.
The second point?
The harassment also targeted and impacted the entire St. Luke's organization and resulted in harassment of employees, patients, and visitors to the hospital. So this didn't just affect the people that were identified and personally doxed. It affected everybody else who had some reason to go to the hospital, or all the people that worked there.
And the next slide, if you could, Mr. Bullinger.
The coordinated actions of Ammon Bundy, Diego Rodriguez, and other PRN members created undue fear and anxiety and exposed the plaintiffs to real threats of future violence.
Can you explain to what the basis is for your that last part of your opinion there? Expose the plaintiffs to real threats of future violence.
Sure. Based on my training and experience and my expertise in tactical operations, and especially as it relates to active shooter events, there are so many different examples of people who have been radicalized in some way who end up taking individual action. So, you can think of it as a coordinated action where, people actually conspire to commit an act, but some of the most dangerous events that we see around the country are one lone person who's motivated, who decides to take some violent action.
And that last point?
Defendants' coordinated and unrelenting harassment poses a significant ongoing safety risk to Chris Roth, Dr. Natasha Erickson, Tracy Youngman, and St. Luke's.
So focusing on that component that's your specific area of expertise, the ongoing safety risk, can you explain the basis for that opinion?
Again, based on my training experience and study of these types of events, it is clear to me that because this information is pervasive, it lives online, there's no way to get rid of it. You've already heard that the reputational damage is one aspect, but that information exists online, and you just never know where it's going to go, who's going to see it, how they may be radicalized, and how they may act in response.
Thank you. And can we go to the next slide? Now, the jury's heard the jury's had to hear a number of harassing phone calls as part of this trial. Can you explain why you've identified this and the relevance to what you're talking about with regard to tactical or operational risk?
Sure. This is really focused on the fact that information lives forever. So these exhibits are examples of a person who sees this information and then brings it to light a year later, and then it starts a new spike of activity where people start to call into St. Luke's, and we have the same, you've heard the phone calls where people are calling the call center. That same type of activity happens, and this is a year removed from the actual event.
And you make a distinction in your citation of Exhibit 588 of threats and harassment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain the distinction between your review of calls on this log that you see as harassing and related to the false conspiracy, and those which you see as threatening relating to the false narrative?
Sure. You may have heard there are some calls that are more of a sexual nature, and where people are using abusive language, but not explicitly articulating any type of threat. And then there are others where the person is essentially saying that they are going to use violence if they don't get the end result that they want, in this case, releasing the infant to the parents.
And did you identify some threats from those phone calls that some of those phone calls that you characterize as threats?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would ask to play a compilation of some of those threatening calls. It would be Exhibit 548 at 33 seconds through 57 seconds. It would be the full clip of Exhibit 569 and the full clip of Exhibit 580, and those were authenticated with McCraney 2nd, paragraph 1.
Compilation then 548A consisted of a portion of 548, all of 569, and 580 have been authenticated, and that exhibit is admitted and may be published.
I'll have Mr. Bollinger play that, and then if, again, you could explain the relevance to your assessment of a threat.
I really hope you get the same number of phone calls that you deserve, and know you're getting, and extremely large amount. Okay, and you're doing wrong. Now, this is what pure evil is. You're the opinions of it, and just hope you're aware. Get all information, can't avoid it. Fuck you people, you're trash. And have a good day, Nicole.
You too. Thanks for calling Sandwich Boys Medical Center. This is Laura. Can I help you?
Yeah, you go to hell, Laura. Fuck you, you shit bitch. We're just going to cross that fucking at the hospital. Fuck you. You guys just did for the money and the person.
What do you feel like to see that to my experience of an illness? I honestly think we're talking about
well, that's why you're backed up on the phone calls today, because I'm the only person on all of those backup calls who thought that you have things to lose.
Where is that getting?
Okay, I'm not stupid. You don't get to file lawsuits. You're a corporation. You're under receiving a lawsuit, not getting it. Not pursuit.
Why?
I'm not lose or pay the consequence.
So, again, Mr. Fomby, could you explain why you identified those clips to share with the jury as part of this opinion?
Yes, so you can clearly hear that the callers are agitated, confrontational, and especially the last caller, he actually gives a demand. So his demand is related to this lawsuit, drop the suit, or face the consequences.
Thank you. And we can move on to the next slide, Mr. Bollinger.
Sir, how much more do you have? I have a 4 o'clock matter.
We have another 20 minutes, Your Honor. We could finish up tomorrow early.
All right. So then mark where you're at, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the evening recess. Important that you heed the admonitions previously given. We'll start again tomorrow morning at 8:30. It is anticipated in discussions with counsel that we will get to closing arguments today or tomorrow. So just be prepared for a full day tomorrow and get a good night's rest. All right?
All right.
Please be seated. Sure, you may step down. Thank you very much. All right. I'm not sure on the documents that you want authenticated through a witness. I'd like to know what exhibits you're talking about because, again, simply because a document is authenticated doesn't mean that it's relevant or not duplicative of everything else that has come in on this case. So I'd like you to let me know what all you're thinking because it's not making a lot of sense to me just to have a document dump.
Understood, Your Honor. I'd be happy to identify them now if you have time, or we could do it with the clerk. Whatever's easiest for you. I know you've got a 4 o'clock, so whatever you
Well, my clerk's going to be with me at the 4 o'clock, so if you have a binder, I'll take a look at the binder. How about that?
And I'd be happy to give you the binder, Your Honor, and we could discuss it whenever the court would like to address it.
Okay. Next thing my clerk informed me, and I really appreciate it, that you've been narrowing down the admitted exhibits that'll go into the jury. That's been really helpful, so I appreciate that. I have this hearing, and then I'm going to meet with my staff attorney. I'm going to ask counsel to be here at 8 a.m., and we can have some discussion regarding closing instructions. We'll try and get it sent out to you tonight, at least where we think we're pretty close, and then we can have an informal conference on the court's proposed instructions, and then we'll have a formal conference on the record regarding the instructions if there are issues that the court needs to make rulings on. So we still need to operate, assuming that you've got this witness to finish, and then you have another expert that you wish to call, and then the issue regarding these other documents. So we're going to keep things moving along. You heard me kind of promise to the jury that we're getting to closing arguments. So 8 o'clock with counsel, and we'll start with the parties at 8:30. Anything else?
No, Your Honor. I would just, I guess, highlight one thing we would hope to get an understanding from the court for potentially before closing, and that is whether or not the complaint that's been established, will that be going with the jury for them to review while they're making deliberations?
What? Yeah, 803A, I think we called it, has been admitted.
We, for whatever reason, Your Honor, we apologize. We just had a lack of clarity on our end.
Not a problem. I mean, feel free to check with my clerk to make sure we're all on the same page. I got a little confused on the exhibits, and it may be my handwriting or it may be the number of exhibits, but we're all just trying to make sure that only the admitted exhibits go into the jury, not the demonstrative exhibits.
Understood, Your
Honor. All right, then we'll let you step out, and we'll go to our next hearing.
Oh, excuse me.